Before the end of the world, herds of animals began an unprecedented migration and restlessness. At first, everyone thought this was just a common sign before an earthquake, a natural disaster at most. People think that as long as they take good precautions, everything will be fine. However, no one could have expected that behind this unusual movement was the prelude to meteorites from outer space sweeping across the blue planet. When hundreds of meteorites hit the Earth, dust covered the entire world. Darkness lasted for 3 years, and the air was filled with inescapable despair. Even more terrifying is that life on Earth begins to mutate strangely, and 70% of the world's 10.3 billion people are infected in just 3 days and turned into zombies that devour people. The end of the world is coming, and the world is in complete chaos and panic. I was lucky enough to find a rescue base and survived for 10 years in this hellish apocalypse. But in the middle of a brutal battle, when I closed my eyes, I thought everything was over. But when I opened my eyes again, I was back to 3 days before the end of the world. Daxia country, in the suburbs of the capital, on the 20th floor of an apartment building. I, Yi Chun, was bowing my head to sign for a large batch of supplies. This time, he spent a huge amount of money and stocked up 80,000 compressed biscuits, emptying out several years' inventory of his online store. This can truly be described as a big eater-level purchase. The delivery guy looked puzzled. While moving the goods, he joked, "Dude, you don't really believe that the end of the world is coming, do you? Didn't the experts say that those are all rumors? Don't be misled. Consume rationally." I chuckled and didn't explain much. I just handed over 2,000 yuan and said, "This is just a reward for your hard work. Please move the goods into the next room." The young man happily accepted the money and told his colleagues to start moving the goods. These days, there are not many people willing to work hard. The background sound of the TV continued, and the news channel was broadcasting a report. On the screen, in a nature reserve, flocks of birds and animals were migrating to an uninhabited area in panic, a scene that could be called an animal exodus. Then, the camera turned to a reporter outside the scene, and she said to the camera seriously, "Dear viewers, we just connected with Dr. Qin, the top naturalist in China. Dr. Qin said that although this large-scale migration of animals is somewhat abnormal, there is no need to overinterpret it. Please stay rational, believe in science, and stay away from rumors." Tis believe in science? Trust you. I was too lazy to listen and turned off the TV. If I didn't know what would happen in the future, I would have been fooled by these so-called experts. That's right. I was reborn from the end of the world 10 years later. 3 days later, this world will face an unprecedented disaster. In the previous life, these experts were busy refuting rumors every day, but in just 3 days, Blue Planet became a living hell. First, there was a large-scale migration of animals, and then hundreds of meteorites fell from the sky. The dust that covered the sky and the sun plunged the entire Blue Planet into darkness for 3 years. Creatures began to mutate, zombies and aliens ran rampant, and large numbers of life on the Blue Planet were destroyed. The human survival rate was pitifully low. Of the 10.3 billion people in the world, 70% turned into zombies 3 days before the end of the world. 1 month later, 80% of animals evolved into terrifying alien creatures. However, the surviving humans have developed supernatural powers. Some can control fire, and some can manipulate lightning. It's like they have entered another absurd real-life game world. However, the difficulty of this game is extremely abnormal. Not only do you have to face ferocious mutated creatures, but you also have to struggle to survive hunger, darkness, floods, and plagues. 10 years later, there were less than 30,000 people left in the world, and these people did not survive more than 2 years. The resources on the Blue Planet were exhausted, and they died one after another, eventually becoming extinct. And I, Yi Chen, was one of them, and I died quietly in the end. But now, everything starts over again, and I will never let this ending happen again. This time, it's my turn to dominate fate. I was talking to myself when there was a knock on the door. "Hello, Mr. Yi. The 5,000 barrels of purified water you ordered have arrived." I immediately stood up and signed for it. This water is a big deal. Those who can survive in the early days of the apocalypse do not rely on guns and fists, but rely on water and food to get through the desperate first month. At this stage, I cannot disclose any information about the end of the world to the outside world, because no one will believe me. Whoever believes it will be crazy, and whoever speaks will be arrested. I can only protect myself and save some people I can save. In order to prepare for the end of the world, I use future information to make a fortune. First, I won the first prize of a double color ball, and then I squeezed out all the money I could borrow from various online loan platforms. A total of 100 million was obtained. He used the money to stock up on instant noodles, ham sausages, self-heating hot pot, instant food, compressed biscuits, purified water, rice, and noodles. He bought everything he could, even the generator. I even rented a large warehouse near my community to store these supplies. I was so well prepared that even I admired myself. However, it is not these conventional supplies that spend the most money, but some more critical strategic resources. I spent a lot of money to rent an entire floor, opened up 3 suites, and transformed it into a temporary fortress. Then, I spared no expense to purchase a specially customized armored vehicle worth more than 20 million. It is definitely a mobile fortress in the apocalypse. I needed to break out at any time in the future. In order to ensure that the car would arrive on time, I even called the Golden Shield Security Company. The customer service lady's sweet voice was as sweet as ever. But for me, there was only one request at this moment. It must be delivered on time tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, I took out a supplies list, which was filled with names of rare metals. This is the super equipment raw material that I spent a full 50 million to purchase after my rebirth. When the end of the world comes, these metals will play an unimaginable role. Looking at the list, I shook my head mockingly. 3 days are really too late. I can only store so much. After preparing the supplies, I knew that I couldn't rely on myself alone. I had to recruit a few reliable teammates. In my previous life, I saw too much betrayal and selling out in the apocalypse, but in the end, I still found 2 comrades in arms who shared life and death with me. In this life, I planned to find them in advance and help them survive this disaster. So, I set out for the first children's hospital of the capital with a clear goal, the brain cancer ward. In my previous life, the man who saved my life, Thunder God Xiaoqing, was lying there. Xiaoqing, this man single-handedly blocked hundreds of zombies after the apocalypse broke out and used his life to buy back my chance of survival. In his previous life, Xiaoqing was a man of love and righteousness, but his only weakness was his daughter Nyonya. This 5-year-old girl did not survive the first month of the apocalypse and became an eternal pain in Xiaoqing's heart. In this life, I, Yi Chun, will never let this regret happen again. So, I quickly walked to the door of the ward, pushed it open, and locked my eyes on that familiar figure. "Excuse me, are you Brother Xiaoqing?" I took a deep breath and tried to make my tone sound natural. The man on the bed looked up at me, a hint of doubt on his face. "I'm Xiaoqing. Who are you?" Hearing that long-lost voice, my heart couldn't help but feel sad. In my previous life, the back of this man appeared in my mind countless times. I couldn't help myself. I quickly stepped forward and gave him a big hug. Xiaoqing obviously didn't react. He was stunned for a moment, then instinctively pushed me away, his face alert. "Brother, who are you? What do you want from me?" Looking at Xiaoqing's face full of confusion and vigilance, my eyes became moist. In this life, I have so many things to say to him, but at this moment, all the truths cannot be said. So, I suppressed my emotions and decided to make up a white lie first. "Brother Xiao, my name is Yi Chun." I showed a sincere smile. "I saw your daughter's story on the internet and heard that you were worried about the medical expenses, so I want to do my part." After that, I took out a bank card and handed it to Xiaoqing. When he saw the card, his eyes instantly turned red and he couldn't control his emotions. Xiaoqing took the card and bowed deeply to me. "Thank you, brother. You really helped me in my time of need. Nyonya, and I will always remember your kindness." I quickly helped him up, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Brother Xiao, don't be so polite. I'm not here just to give you money this time." Hearing this, Xiaoqing frowned slightly, and he obviously began to doubt my motives. "Brother, what else do you want? As long as I can help, I will never refuse." I interrupted him and said with a smile, "You misunderstood. I'm not asking for your help. I came here to tell you something. I know a biology expert whose new research results may help Nyonya." Xiaoqing was stunned when he heard this, with doubt and confusion flashing in his eyes. A stranger suddenly appeared in front of him and was willing to help him for free. No matter how you listen to it, it seems too abrupt. I could see his alertness, so I quickly added, "Brother Xiao, if you're willing, you can come to this address the day after tomorrow at 7 p.m. I handed him a note. "By the way, there's 1 million in the card. The password is 6 sixes. Use it to pay for the treatment first." After saying this, I walked up to Xiaoqing and gave him a big hug. In this life, I will never let him face all this alone again. Xiaoqing was still a little confused, but his vigilance had eased a little. I patted his shoulder, turned around, and left the ward, thinking about the next plan in my mind. As soon as I walked out of the hospital, my cell phone rang. It was the deliverman's voice on the other end of the line. "Mr. Yi, the 4 tons of frozen chickens and ducks and 5 tons of pork you ordered have arrived. The goods have been delivered to the cold storage you rented." I nodded and hung up the phone with satisfaction. My material plan for preparing for the end of the world was impeccable. Moreover, I played a little trick. All payments were due in 3 days, and 3 days later? Hey, the world had changed a long time ago. Who would care about money? Then, I took a taxi to the cold storage to confirm that all the important supplies were in place. After finishing all this, I started my next plan again, going to the digital building to shop. After the end of the world, entertainment has almost become a luxury, and people are only struggling under desperate hunger and pressure of survival. But this time, I will never let my spiritual world be crushed. I must prepare both materially and spiritually in advance. So I went to the largest high-end digital store in the city. As soon as I walked in, I was stared at by the clerk in casual clothes. A saleswoman in uniform crossed her arms and said coldly, "Sir, we don't have discounts here. If you want to find a bargain, go to the second-hand market on the 3rd floor." I couldn't help laughing at this. I raised my eyebrows and retorted, "Second-hand market? Sorry, I want the latest digital products. Who has time to hang out with you?" The sales lady's face instantly turned pale, and she was obviously furious with me. "What are you talking about? What do you mean? Are you looking for trouble?" I remained calm and sneered. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Give me the latest mobile phones and computers, all weighing 100 kilograms. 100 pounds? The elder sister's face suddenly became unbelievable. Just as she was about to explode, a young girl suddenly jumped out from the side. It was her, Zhao Xuefei, another important teammate in my previous life, the goddess of the soul. When Zhao Xuefei saw me, she was obviously stunned and then showed a hint of surprise. "Yi Chun, why are you here?" Miss Zhao personally greeted me. "Of course I feel much better." I smiled. "By the way, help me get 100 pounds of the latest digital products." Zhao Xuefei was also amused by what I said. 100 kilograms? Do you think this is a vegetable market? You can be so willful when you have money, understand? I smiled and showed her the millions of yuan balance in my phone. Zhao Xuefei's eyes widened. Obviously, she didn't expect me to be so rich now. "Give me 100 kilograms of all the mobile phones, tablets, and computers here, plus 200 kilograms of desktop computers. Pack up all the accessories and activate them all. Please help me download all the film and television resources and software. I will come to pick them up tomorrow," I said proudly. When the store manager heard about my big purchase, his eyes lit up. How could he dare to neglect me? He immediately made an exception and allowed me this special purchase method. Yi Chen paid the down payment with a smile. Then he and Zhao Xuefei walked out of the store together, with steady steps but a hint of urgency in his eyes. The two walked to a secluded corner. Yi Chen gently pulled Zhao Xuefei's arm and said in a low and serious tone, "Zhao Xuefei, what I'm going to say next may sound very ridiculous, but please believe me, it will save your life." Zhao Xuefei was stunned. Yi Chen's slightly worried eyes made her feel a little uneasy. She looked at him half-believingly, and the doubts in her heart were like a dark cloud hanging over her heart. Half an hour later, Yi Chen explained in detail the various signs and omens of the impending end of the world. Zhao Xuefei's eyes widened. Her expression changed from shock to bewilderment, and finally with a little confusion. "The end of the world? Are you saying it will really happen?" Yi Chen waved his hand, looking somewhat helpless. "It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, but it's absolutely right to listen to me. How about this? I'll pay you 100,000 yuan for 2 days of your time. If you don't believe me, take the money and stay in the dormitory for 2 days. If you believe me, come to see me before 7 p.m. the day after tomorrow." After that, Yi Chen transferred 100,000 yuan to Zhao Xuefei on the spot without hesitation and added his address. Zhao Xuefei looked at her phone and nodded with a complicated expression. Seeing this, Yi Chen said nothing more and turned away. Zhao Xuefei stood there, with countless questions circling in her mind. It was not until that evening that the news broadcast reported the global anomalies and astronomers discussed the approaching meteor shower. Experts tried to calm the public while trying to explain these abnormal phenomena. The news on the screen was surprisingly consistent with Yi Chen's prediction, which made Zhao Xuefei begin to waver. Late at night, Yi Chen stood on the rooftop of the apartment, gazing at the stars in the sky. He knew that those twinkling lights were no longer beautiful meteors, but the countdown to the end of the world. The next morning, Golden Shield Company called and informed him that the special vehicle he ordered had been delivered. After Yi-Chen finished washing up, he took the elevator directly to the underground garage. As soon as he got out of the elevator, his eyes were immediately attracted by the seemingly ordinary black minibus. The car body looks ordinary, but it is made of titanium alloy, which can withstand the direct attack of anti-tank guns. The glass is a one-way mirror design, so only people inside the car can see outside clearly, while outsiders have no way of seeing. This car is not only his doomsday shelter, but also his mobile fortress. The six-wheel design, aviation-grade engine, explosion-proof and puncture-proof tires, every detail shows its extraordinary value. The interior layout of the car is simple yet luxurious. It has a compact one-bedroom and one living room, equipped with world-class hardware facilities and even a national-level computer host. Yi-Chen sat in the driver's seat, stroking the steering wheel, and muttered to himself, "Man, wait one more day, and I will make you more perfect." Yi-Chen drove the car onto the apartment's car elevator and went straight to the private parking lot on the top floor. The end of the world was approaching, and his preparations were almost complete. On the morning of the third day, the shadow of the end of the world was approaching. Yi-Chen did not go out but stayed at home, carefully nailing wooden boards to each window and installing black curtains. After Yi-Chen completed the defense work of the three houses, it was almost evening. Yi-Chen made a bucket of instant noodles, turned on the air conditioner, and switched on the TV. The news was about the frequent natural disasters around the world. Earthquakes, tsunamis, extreme weather, and everything happened just as Yi-Chen had predicted. There were less than 3 hours left until the end of the world. Yi-Chen ate instant noodles quietly, as if he had already accepted the fate of all this. However, just as Yi-Chen put down his bowl and chopsticks, there was a knock on the door. Yi-Chen smiled slightly, as if he had expected this moment. He stood up and walked to the door, opened it, and sure enough, Zhao Xuefei was standing outside, followed by several of her colleagues, who were pushing a cart full of supplies. Zhao Xuefei smiled, with a hint of mischief in her eyes. "Mr. Yi, I'm here to deliver the goods to you personally." Yi-Chen originally planned to wait until after the end of the world to get these supplies, but he didn't expect Zhao Xuefei to deliver them to his door personally. Yi-Chen warmly invited them into the house, and after moving all the supplies into the room, Yi-Chen readily paid the balance. But Zhao Xuefei did not leave with her colleagues. She stood there with a complicated look in her eyes. "Do you believe what I said?" Yi-Chen looked at her and asked calmly. Zhao Xuefei was slightly stunned, and her heart could not help but tremble. She didn't believe it at first, but the news report and Yi-Chen's prediction were so consistent that she began to waver. Just as she was about to answer, there was another knock on the door. A smile appeared on Yi-Chen's lips. "Finally here." He walked over and opened the door. Standing outside the door was Xiao Qing and his daughter. Yi-Chen invited them into the house and locked the heavy anti-theft door. Xiao Qing couldn't wait to speak. "Brother Yi, is this Beauty the biology expert? Can she really cure my daughter's disease?" Zhao Xuefei was stunned when she heard this and looked at Yi-Chen with confusion. Yi-Chen ignored him and stared at the TV screen. "What I'm going to say next may be incredible, but this will be the cruel reality we have to face every day. There are still 2 hours and 30 minutes until the end of the world." After Xiao Qing heard Yi-Chen's words, the expression on his face froze instantly. His brows were furrowed, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Zhao Xuefei, however, was not surprised at all because she had heard similar things before. She just observed Xiao Qing's reaction silently. The blue planet is about to encounter an unprecedented catastrophe. Hundreds of meteorites will hit the surface of the planet at the same time. Preliminary estimates show that this disaster will directly or indirectly cause the death of a quarter of the world's human population. What will follow will be a haze lasting for months or even years. The sunlight will be obscured, plants will wither, and organisms will mutate. Yi-Chen's voice was low but firm. "Mutation? Resurrection? Zombies?" Xiao Qing couldn't help laughing and waved his hands, obviously unwilling to believe these surreal predictions. He picked up his daughter and prepared to leave. Yi-Chen stood in front of the door, his tone suddenly serious. "Do you dare to bet? If you win, Nyo still has hope. If you lose, you won't lose anything." These words made Xiao Qing stop and frown even more tightly. He looked at Yi-Chen and began to struggle in his heart. Seeing this, Zhao Xuefei also advised, "There are only 2 hours left anyway. It's not too late to decide after seeing it." Xiao Qing finally nodded, and the four of them sat back on the sofa, staring at the TV quietly. A few minutes later, a piece of news suddenly appeared on the TV screen. Emergency notice. All residents please take shelter immediately. A meteorite from outer space will hit the blue planet in 1 hour. A long air raid alarm sounded, and the city was filled with panic. Xiaoqing looked pale and asked anxiously, "A meteorite hit. Should we go downstairs and take shelter? Is it really safe to stay here?" Yichen seemed calm and composed. He turned off the TV, walked slowly to the window, and said calmly, "We won't be directly hit by a meteorite here. The most dangerous thing is not the meteorite, but the genetic mutation caused by the impact." Zombies? Zhao Xuefei and Xiao Qing blurted out the word almost at the same time, with expressions of deep fear and uneasiness. Yichen ignored their shock, just closed the curtains, turned around, and said, "The mutation is about to begin, and the process will be painful. I suggest that everyone go back to their rooms first and meet again later. I will tell you what to do next." Xiao Qing couldn't help but ask, "How do you know this?" Yichen smiled bitterly and whispered, "Because I've experienced it once." As soon as he finished speaking, Yichen walked straight into the master bedroom, leaving Zhao Xuefei and Xiao Qing with confusion and anxiety on their faces. Zhao Xuefei thought for a moment and chose the bedroom on the west side. Qing carried his daughter into the east room. 2 hours passed quietly, and then the building began to shake slightly, and the air around it seemed to be trembling. Then, a stabbing pain came from deep in his brain, and Yichen rolled around in the room in pain, screaming as if his soul was torn apart. The pain of the sudden change was almost unbearable for him, and this time the pain was even worse than the last time, because he was about to awaken his dual abilities. Creatures all over the world are suffering from the pain brought by mutations, and Yichen knows that what he is experiencing will be more complicated than others. Yichen's first superpower, space, gave him a private space of 500 cubic meters, but it could only store inanimate objects. Yichen's second superpower is even rarer and more powerful, nano control. As his consciousness gradually recovered, Yichen raised his hand, and a ball of black mist appeared in his palm. This ball of matter was composed of countless nano units. Although it seemed insignificant, Yichen knew its power. It could create miracles and even change the future. A few minutes later, Yichen was already soaked and lying exhausted on the bed, while the black nanoball was quietly floating beside him like a pet. Although his whole body was aching, Yichen's mouth curled up slightly. This time, it won't be as bad as the last life. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. "Young man, are you okay? Come out and help me take care of Nyonyo." It was Xiao Qing's voice, filled with deep anxiety. Yichen quickly put away the nanoball, stood up, and opened the door. Xiao Qing held the little Nyonyo in his arms, his face full of anxiety. Yichen briefly examined her and said gently, "The child's constitution is relatively weak, and the mutation process will take a little longer, but don't worry, she will be fine." Hearing this, Xiao Qing was slightly relieved. At this moment, Zhao Xuefei also walked out of the room, leaning against the wall, her face pale, and said weakly, "It feels like I've died once. Is this a mutation? What will we become?" Yichen looked at her and knew clearly what Zhao Xuefei's special ability was, telepathy. In the early stages, this ability seems weak, but over time it will become extremely powerful, even able to control zombies. As for Xiao Qing, his lightning abilities will make him a top-level warrior in the future, Thor. Thinking of the two people who sacrificed themselves to protect him in the previous life, Yichen's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He looked at them and said firmly, "This time, I will not let you down again. Let's work together and not let your sacrifice be in vain." Xiao Qing and Zhao Xuefei looked at Yichen's slightly red eyes and were obviously caught off guard. They didn't understand why this man, who usually looked calm and confident, suddenly showed such sincere emotions. However, Xiao Qing and Zhao Xuefei could both feel the deep sincerity and heavy emotions in Yichen's words, and couldn't help but be moved. After a while, Yichen calmed down and began to explain the characteristics of their respective abilities to Xiao Qing and Zhao Xuefei one by one. Xiao Qing's ability was lightning, while Zhao Xuefei's was spiritual telepathy. However, when Xiao Qing's daughter Nyonyo was mentioned, Yichen fell silent, because he knew clearly the ending of the previous life. Nyonyo never awakened any superpowers and eventually died in a disaster. Yichen did not mention her again, although he had some expectations in his heart whether there would be a different ending this time. After Yi Chun finished explaining his supernatural powers, He began to explain his plans for the next few days to the two of them. He said in a serious tone, "From now on, in the next 3 to 7 days, the world order will completely collapse. On the third day, there will be widespread power outages and water outages around the world. Starting from the fourth day, most parts of the world will see heavy rains carrying radiation viruses. This rain will cause plants to mutate and even directly absorb low-level zombies as nutrients. After the rainstorm, most zombies will quickly upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and a few zombies can even reach level 3 to 6. The evolution speed of zombies and plants is much faster than that of humans, so we must upgrade to at least level 3 within 3 days, otherwise it will be difficult to protect ourselves." Yichen looked at Xiao Qing and Zhao Xuefei with a serious expression. Zhao Xuefei asked somewhat dissatisfiedly, "Then why don't I need to upgrade? If you guys upgrade to level 3, does that mean it doesn't matter to me?" She frowned slightly, obviously a little confused. Yichen patiently explained, "The energy required to upgrade psychic abilities is more than 3 times that of ordinary abilities. In other words, the energy required for others to upgrade to level 3 is only enough for you to upgrade to level 1. So in just 3 days, we cannot collect enough crystal cores for you to upgrade to level 3. Crystal core? What is that?" Xiao Qing asked curiously, obviously full of doubts about this new term. Yi Chun smiled slightly, took out a pen and paper, and explained while drawing. "The crystal core is a kind of energy core in all mutant organisms. The crystal core of animals is usually in the brain, and that of plants is at the intersection of the central nervous system. The level of the crystal core varies, depending on the level and quality of the host." As he spoke, Yichen drew the patterns of 2 types of crystal cores and continued to add. Crystal cores are divided into 7 levels according to quality, from high to low: SSS level, S level, level 5, level 4, level 3, level 2, and level 1. An ordinary level 1 zombie will produce a level 1 crystal core. A mutant who wants to upgrade from level 0 to level 1 needs at least 10 level 1 crystal cores. From level 1 to level 2, 30 are needed, and from level 2 to level 3, 80 are needed. Yichen pointed at the picture and continued to explain. Zhao Xuefei calculated, and the conclusion she came to made her feel even more stressed. "Then I need 3 times as many crystal cores to upgrade 1 level. If I want to upgrade to level 3, I will need at least 240 crystal cores." She sighed softly, obviously understanding Yi Chen's concerns. At this time, Xiao Qing couldn't help but ask, "What is your ability? We all know each other's abilities. What about yours?" Yi Chen smiled and did not answer directly. Instead, he stood up and walked towards the next room. "It is not easy for me to explain it clearly in a few words, so I might as well demonstrate it to you directly." Zhao Xuefei and Xiao Qing hurriedly followed. After entering the room where rare metals were stored, Yi Chen stretched out his right hand and whispered, "Nano-level fusion, start." Following his command, a ball of black mist quickly gathered and rushed towards those rare metals, swallowing them up in an instant. The mist is not ordinary black mist, but nanoscale substances manipulated by Yi Chen's supernatural power nano-control. They can fuse with any material and change their shape at will. A few minutes later, a full set of black metal armor appeared in front of him. The surface of the armor exuded a deep luster, looking both solid and mysterious. Zhao Xuefei exclaimed, "Isn't this Iron Man?" She couldn't help but applaud. Xiao Qing also laughed and joked, "It does look like it. Brother Yi, how about you install a light bulb on your chest?" Yi Chan smiled helplessly. "This is just basic nano control, and it's still far from Iron Man's armor. When I upgrade to level 4, I may be able to try to construct a more sophisticated armor, but the energy consumption is too high at the moment, and it can't be used continuously." After saying that, Yi Chen strode towards the armor, and the armor automatically split open and quickly wrapped Yi Chen. The armor was perfectly integrated with his body, as if it was a second layer of skin. "This is my ability, nano-level control." Yi Chen's voice came from the armor. Zhao Xuefei and Xiao Qing looked at this scene with envy on their faces. Yi Chen looked at them and said with a smile, "When I get promoted in the future, I will make a set for each of you." After saying that, Yi Chen waved his hand and mimicked a black and gold sword with a hint of urgency in his tone. "Okay, the hunting time has come, we should act." Zhao Xuefei showed a hesitant look and asked in a low voice, "Are we going now? Can we wait until daybreak?" Xiao Qing also nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's safer to go out after daybreak." Yi Chen sighed lightly and smiled bitterly. "Dawn? You may not know yet, but in the next 3 years, We will never see dawn again. Zhao Xuefei's face changed when she heard this. Just as she was about to say something, Yi Chen had already activated the armor, wrapped her in it, and said softly, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." After that, he threw a car key to Xiao Qing. "Brother Xiao, can you drive?" When Xiao Qing heard Yi Chen mention driving, he smiled proudly. "Can you drive? I've been driving in the army for more than 10 years. A few minutes later, the black minibus slowly drove out of the elevator garage. The world outside the car had fallen into a doomsday-like darkness. Screams and growls of zombies could be heard from the distance from time to time. The entire city seemed to be gradually being swallowed by terror. However, the atmosphere in the car was completely different from the outside world. Zhao Xuefei took out the freshly baked pizza from the microwave and shouted easily, "Yi Chen, Brother Xiao, come and eat pizza." Yi Chen turned around and smiled. "You guys eat first. I'll teach Brother Xiao how to get out of the car." After that, he continued to instruct Xiao Qing on how to operate the vehicle. Zhao Xuefei sat at the round table and ate pizza with Nyo, who was holding a tablet computer and watching children's cartoons with great interest. Outside the car window, a dozen zombies were scratching the car frantically, but this minibus made of titanium alloy did not have even a scratch. A few minutes later, Xiao Qing had become familiar with the various functions of the vehicle. He turned around and said, "Okay, let's go." The minibus stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. The zombies outside the car were knocked away one after another, and more of them chased after the car, making low roars. 10 minutes later, the vehicle slowly stopped in front of a large courtyard and was immediately surrounded by more than a dozen zombies. Xiao Qing stopped the car, picked up an alloy baseball bat, and stood up. "I can go down by myself. You stay in the car and wait." As he spoke, he prepared to open the car door. Yi Chen pressed the door lock button first, stopped him, and said seriously, "Brother Xiao, we are a team and must act together." Xiao Qing turned around and looked at Nyo awkwardly and said hesitantly, "I'm worried about leaving Nyo alone in the car. Can you help me look after her?" Yi Chen frowned, then turned to Zhao Xuefei. "You have a spiritual talent and are not suitable for frontline combat. You stay and take care of Nyo, Brother Xiao, and I will go down." Zhao Xuefei nodded, although reluctant, but did not refute. "But take this ugly thing back quickly." Zhao Xuefei was referring to Yi Chen's black and gold armor. She couldn't help but teased him as she looked at the appearance of the armor. Yi Chen nodded, and the armor became fluid and quickly returned to his body. In the blink of an eye, the black and gold armor covered Yi Chen's entire body again, and he looked like a warrior in a science fiction movie. When Xiao Qing saw this scene, although he appeared calm on the surface, a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. "Brother Xiao, my level is low now, so I can only make one set of armor. When I upgrade in the future, I will definitely make a set for you." Yi Chen explained awkwardly. "Ha, good boy, you are thoughtful." Xiao Qing laughed and patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. Then he grasped the door handle and prepared to get out of the car. However, Yi Chen stopped Xiao Qing again. "Don't be impatient. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. It's such a waste to leave so many advanced equipment unused." After that, Yi Chen began to operate the system in the car. The roof of the minibus slowly opened, and a black drone took off from the dark box. The four propellers rotated rapidly, but the sound was so small that it was almost inaudible. Xiao Qing saw the drone's image being transmitted in real time on the monitor and couldn't help but sigh. "There's a drone on this car? You're really good." Yi Chen smiled slightly, without saying much, and concentrated on controlling the drone for reconnaissance. The drone quickly flew over the compound, with a clear and stable picture of the surrounding situation. After checking for a while, Yi Chen looked down at the screen of his phone. "There are a total of 32 zombies. I'll take care of the ones at the door of the car. Brother Xiao, you'll take care of the ones in the yard." Xiao Qing nodded and held the car door handle. Yi Chen walked to the door of the car with the black gold sword in hand and took a deep breath. "Remember to collect the crystal cores after the battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chen unlocked the car's doors. As soon as the car door opened, a zombie pounced over. Yi Chen was faster than it. He kicked the zombie in the chest and sent it flying. Then, Yi Chen jumped out of the car like a cheetah, attracting more zombies to surround him. At the same time, Xiao Qing also opened the car door, closed it quietly, and quickly rushed to the warehouse door. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Chen had dealt with all the zombies that were surrounding him. Just as Yi Chen was about to dig out the crystal core, the door of the warehouse yard was slowly pushed open. Xiao Qing stood at the door and waved at him proudly. "Okay, drive in." Yi Chen looked at Xiao Qing and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Xiao Qing is indeed worthy of being the future Thor, with super strong fighting power. Even when he is not fully awakened, he is still so powerful. However, he didn't have time to continue sighing, and immediately lowered his head to dig the crystal core. At this moment, a sound of tires skidding came from the other end of the street. Yi Chen turned around suddenly and saw another minibus rushing towards him. The worst thing was that the driver of that bus kept honking the horn, trying to get the zombies to give way. Yi Chen immediately realized that the driver was simply looking for death. He quickly stood up and ran towards the warehouse door, shouting as he ran, "Quick, prepare to close the door." When Xiao Qing heard Yi Chen shout, he immediately noticed the speeding minibus and the hundreds of zombies following behind it. He couldn't help but swear, "Damn, they've attracted all the zombies here." Xiao Qing quickly turned around and shouted to Yi Chen, "Hurry up and drive our car in." Yi Chen did not hesitate and immediately used his mobile phone to remotely control the minibus to drive automatically. Just as his minibus slowly drove into the warehouse gate, another minibus was less than 20 meters away from the gate. Yi Chen frowned and shouted decisively, "Let them in." Although Xiao Qing was somewhat dissatisfied, he also knew that he could not close the door to stop the other party in such a short time. He could only hold the door together with Yi Chen. After the two cars drove in, he quickly used all his strength to close the door. Outside the door, the sound of zombies banging their heads was endless. Xiao Qing held the door, while Yi Chen struggled to insert the bolt. The two worked together to block the zombies' attack. "Go collect supplies. Take as much as you can," Xiao Qing ordered while guarding the gate tightly. "I'll guard the door. We have to get out as soon as possible." Yi Chen nodded and quickly ran towards the warehouse. At the same time, Xiao Qing looked at the gate and smiled evilly. "Let you have a taste of thunder and lightning." Before he finished speaking, two blue electric currents came out of Xiao Qing's hands and were transmitted to the gate. As the electric current spread, the zombies' low screams were heard outside the door, and soon after, the smell of burning filled the air. It really works." Xiao Qing was guarding the gate while continuously releasing electricity to knock down the zombies. But the zombies didn't seem to retreat at all and continued to rush towards the gate. At the same time, the door of the foreign minibus opened, and a middle-aged man with a big belly got out of the car in a rage, shouting and accusing. "What are you two bastards doing? Did you want to lock us out just now? Do you know who is sitting in the car? You are so bold." When Yi Chen heard this rude shout, he accelerated towards him without hesitation and kicked him hard. The middle-aged man was caught off guard and was kicked 3 meters away. He fell heavily to the ground, holding his stomach and cursing loudly in pain. "Asshole! How dare you hit me? Wait until I recover, and you'll see." Yi Chen was too lazy to pay attention to him and continued running towards the warehouse. At this time, 3 young men got off the minibus. Seeing the middle-aged man injured, they shouted angrily, "You want to run away after beating someone? Stop right there." Yi Chen still ignored the shouting of the 3 people and rushed straight to the warehouse. At this time, 3 more women got out of the car, a middle-aged woman and 2 girls who looked like students. The middle-aged woman took a look at the warehouse and immediately understood something. "It seems that there are a lot of good things in this warehouse," she said coldly. The middle-aged man was helped up, and while enduring the pain, he said viciously, "I want this kid's life and everything inside." The 3 young men looked at each other in silence. Their intentions were obvious. Just as Yi Chen guessed, they did not just want to enter the warehouse. When Xiao Qing saw the actions of the middle-aged man and the young man, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He walked up to them and said, "If we really want to close the door, can you still come in? Stop talking nonsense, or I will beat you up." His tone was threatening, straightforward, and powerful. The middle-aged man saw Xiao Qing's physique and knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. He endured the pain and changed his words. Don't worry. We can talk it out. You probably don't know who we are yet, right? I'm Zhang Jinbin, the principal of Shungying Noble School, and this is the mayor's wife, Yu Tianjing." The middle-aged man tried to resolve the conflict by using his identity, but in the end of the world, these so-called identity backgrounds had long lost their practical significance. In order to delay time and buy more opportunities for Yi Chen, Xiao Qing reluctantly dealt with these people. Yi Chen took this opportunity to quickly run into the warehouse. This was a cold storage, where the meat supplies that Yi Chen had ordered in advance were stored. After Yi Chen opened the cold storage door, he used his spatial ability without hesitation to quickly collect the supplies. Under the control of his mind, the meat, vegetables, and other supplies in the cold storage were neatly placed in his spatial warehouse. Yi Chen's space warehouse is large enough, with a length, width, and height of 500 meters each, which is enough to accommodate all the supplies. After the supplies are stored, they are automatically arranged neatly, which also saves Yi Chen a lot of time. After collecting the supplies, Yi Chen began to collect crystal cores from the zombies' brains in the yard. At the same time, outside the warehouse, Zhang Jinbin and others felt a chill at Yi Chen's actions, especially when they saw Yi Chen began to dig out the crystal core from the zombie's head. Zhang Jinbin couldn't help but frown. Is your companion a pervert? Xiao Qing glanced at him coldly, his tone icy. If you don't want to get beaten, you'd better shut up. After that, he joined Yi Chen and helped dig up the crystal cores. On the other side, several young men were studying Yi Chen's minibus. They were very interested in the car and quickly saw its extraordinary features. The tall boy said excitedly, "This car is simply top-notch. The car body and windows are bulletproof." The fat boy also agreed. "This car is much better than the minibus in our school. If we can have this car, our chances of survival will be much greater." The three of them simultaneously turned their eyes to Yi Chen and Xiao Qing, obviously having evil intentions. The long-haired boy muttered, "The big guy's ability should be lightning like mine, but I don't know what that boy's ability is." The tall boy sneered, "Look at him wearing armor. He should be a close combat type. Leave it to me. To be safe, let's find some help." These three people are also superpowers. The tall boy is a power user, the fat boy is a fire user, and the long-haired boy is a wind user. They can survive in the apocalypse precisely because of their superpowers. Inside the superbus, Zhao Xuefei had already sensed the hostility of the three people and immediately took out her mobile phone to send a warning message to Yi Chen. After Yi Chen received the text message, his expression did not fluctuate at all, but he just calmly continued the work at hand. When Xiao Qing saw Yi Chen take out his phone, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is this a message from Xuefei?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen sneered, "Yes, it looks like we might see some blood of living people here later." Xiao Qing frowned. He was obviously not mentally prepared to deal with other humans. Yi Chen saw Xiao Qing's hesitation and his tone became stern. "Brother Xiao, you must remember that the world has changed. If we want to survive in this apocalypse, we must force ourselves to be a little more ruthless. Otherwise, we will be the ones to die." Xiao Qing was silent for a moment and finally nodded. He knew that Yi Chen was right. The cruel reality of the end of the world no longer allowed them to have the slightest mercy. The two of them stopped what they were doing tacitly and became fully alert. At the same time, the three boys had walked back to their minibus and briefly told Zhang Jinbin their plan. Zhang Jinbin immediately agreed, and among the four girls, except for the girl with a ponytail, the other three did not object. The girl with the ponytail said anxiously, "Isn't this bad? The world has become like this. Do we still have to kill each other? Can we just take the car and not hurt them?" The ponytail girl's ability is a buff effect, a natural nanny talent. Her suggestion attracted the attention of the others. Yu Tianjing nodded gently. If it can be resolved peacefully, that would be the best. The other two girls also expressed their support. Zhang Jinbin frowned. He was obviously fed up with this same mentality, but he had to obey the overall situation and reluctantly agreed. "Okay, give them a chance, but whether they can survive depends on themselves." The three of them stood apart, ready to act. Yi Chen noticed their movements and immediately reminded them, "Brother Xiao, get ready." Xiao Qing nodded, and the two stood 2 meters apart, entering combat mode. Zhang Jinbin smiled disdainfully when he saw this. He said loudly, "You two, are you done? I have something to inform you." Yi Chen looked at Zhang Jinbin coldly and said, "What's the matter?" "We are very busy." Zhang Jinbin smiled and said grimly, "Our car broke down on the road, and we would like to borrow yours. I think you two have no objection, right?" Zhang Jinbin deliberately emphasized the word "two people," and his intention was obvious. If there are few people, they should be obedient. Yi Chen sneered and said, "Why, that kick just now wasn't enough." His words were harsh and immediately made Zhang Jinbin's face gloomy. Zhang Jinbin stopped talking nonsense and winked at the three boys. The three of them immediately took action. At the same time, 2 vines suddenly broke out of the ground and quickly wrapped around Yi Chen and Xiao Qing. The ponytail girl's wood ability was activated. At the same time, the 2 girls also launched an attack. One summoned icicles, and the other released electric current. Yi Chen observed the situation at the scene keenly, and he didn't expect that the other party also had electricity and ice ability users. At the moment when Yi Chen was analyzing, Xiao Qing had already taken the lead in engaging the enemy. With lightning speed, He rushed straight towards Zhang Jinbin. Yi Chen responded quickly. Although the vines entangled his right foot, the black and gold armor on his body perfectly blocked the attacks of fire and electricity, and he was unharmed. Boom! Boom! The sound of fireballs and electric currents exploded in the air, and several boys cheered excitedly. Hit! This kid is dead! However, just as they were about to turn to Xiaoqing, Yi Chen's cold voice came from the smoke. Is this all you can do? His voice was as cold as the wind, causing the three of them to turn their heads in astonishment. Yi Chen slowly walked out of the smoke, holding a black gold sword in his hand, his armor intact. The vines wrapped around his right foot had already turned to charcoal. He looked at the three people coldly. Is it time for me to fight back? The three boys were horrified and immediately prepared to attack again. But Yi Chen didn't give them any chance at all. His figure flashed, and he quickly approached the three people. The knife flashed, and a bloody mark appeared on the necks of the three boys at the same time, and blood gushed out. They tried in vain to cover the wounds, but they could not stop the loss of life. Yi Chen killed the three men decisively, and his movements were clean and neat. This scene frightened the four women in the distance. At this time, Xiaoqing also came over with Zhang Jinbin, who was electrocuted and burned on the outside and tender on the inside. He threw him to the ground fiercely, looked up at Yu Tianjing, and said in a cold voice, "Can we have a good talk now?" Yu Tianjing looked at the scene in front of her, suppressed her fear, forced a smile, and said softly, "We are women, you two grown men, you won't be violent to us, right? Besides, we don't have any deep hatred. Why are we so upset? Principal Zhang and the others are dying. We will have to rely on you two to take care of us in the future." Yu Tianjing's words were ambiguous, especially the last sentence, which was slightly provocative. Xiaoqing blushed slightly after hearing this, and was obviously a little shaken. After all, Yu Tianjing was indeed a very charming beauty. But Yi Chen was not fooled by these tricks. He walked towards the three bodies with a knife in hand, expressionlessly, dug out their crystal cores, and then strode to Yu Tianjing, looking at her and the girls behind her coldly. "We are not on the same path," Yi Chen said coldly. "You have 5 minutes to find a shelter. After 5 minutes, we will break open the door and rush out." After saying that, Yi Chen turned and walked towards the super minibus. Xiaoqing wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. Seeing this, Yu Tianjing immediately shouted anxiously, "Wait a minute! I have important information that can save your lives." Yi Chen listened to Yu Tianjing's proposal calmly without any fluctuation on his face. Yi Chen knew clearly that these so-called intelligence were just excuses for her to escape, and they were most likely about the emergency shelter. He had known all this in his previous life. "I have no interest in your intelligence," Yi Chen responded coldly. "If you don't want to die, find a place to hide." He turned and continued walking towards the minibus, ready to take action. At this time, Xiaoqing had already dug out the crystal cores of the zombies around him. However, Yu Tianjing felt anxious when she saw that the two men ignored her warning. She knew that without the help of these two men, the women, would never reach their destination. So Yu Tianjing quickly chased after him and shouted anxiously, "There is an emergency shelter in the southern suburbs. There is a battalion of troops protecting it. Only when we get there will we be truly safe." Hearing this, Xiaoqing frowned. Although he trusted Yi Chen very much, the power of the shelter and the army seemed more attractive in comparison. Xiaoqing looked at Yi Chen and said cautiously, "Yi Chen, why don't we go take a look? Maybe there is a doctor there who can cure Nyonyo's illness." Yi Chen could hear Xiaoqing's inner struggle and knew that he was always worried about his daughter's health. The end of the world has just begun, and no advanced mutant creatures have appeared in the world yet. Going to the shelter can not only temporarily avoid the limelight, but also collect some special supplies. So Yi Chen nodded. "Okay, then listen to Brother Xiao and go to the shelter to take a look." Xiaoqing was obviously relieved when he heard Yi Chen's response. He turned to Yu Tianjing and asked, "Do you know the route to the shelter?" Yu Tianjing showed a smug smile and said with a hint of superiority, "Of course I know. My husband is the mayor. These things are unknown to you ordinary people." Xiaoqing was displeased by the arrogance in Yu Tianjing's tone, but in order to reach the shelter smoothly, he suppressed his dissatisfaction. However, Yi Chen had no intention of being patient. He turned around abruptly and looked at Yu Tianjing coldly. "Since you are the one who needs our help, put away your condescending face. Asking for help should be done with a begging attitude." Yu Tianjing's face immediately turned very ugly. Although she had already planned to deal with Yi Chen when she arrived at the place, She had to endure it now. Yu Tianjing forced a smile, nodded, and said, "Okay, okay. I was wrong just now. Let's go quickly. If there are too many zombies, it will be troublesome." After saying that, Yu Tianjing led the other girls towards Yi Chen's minibus. However, Yi Chen reached out to stop them and said in a cold tone, "Get in your own car, I will drive. Brother Xiao, you drive our car and follow behind." Xiao Qing looked at Yi Chen, frowned in confusion, and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yi Chen's eyes. He knew that Yi Chen must have his own plans, so he nodded silently. Yi Chen walked towards the minibus that Yu Tianjing and others had taken, and the women followed him back into the car reluctantly. Yi Chen started the engine, immediately shifted into reverse gear, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and slammed the rear end of the car hard into the iron door of the warehouse, causing the entire car to shake. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Yu Tianjing cursed in his heart. The four women in the car were knocked dizzy, but Yi Chen controlled the car steadily, and his maneuvers during the drift even stunned Xiao Qing, who was following behind. This guy's driving skills are good. Zhao Xuefei walked to the driver's seat at this time, her expression full of worry. "Brother Xiao, the people in the car have bad intentions. Is Yi Chen himself in danger there?" Xiao Qing smiled and comforted him. "Don't worry, Brother Ye's armor is not a decoration. Ordinary sneak attacks and plots cannot break his defense." Xiao Qing accelerated the accelerator and followed Yi Chen's car towards the southern suburbs. The world shrouded in night is full of dangers, but Yi Chen's extraordinary vision allows him to easily deal with the darkness, and the two cars move forward without any hindrance. After 2 hours of driving, they finally arrived at the emergency shelter in the southern suburbs. This shelter is actually an air raid shelter in the mountain. The large iron door at the entrance is tightly closed, and 2 machine guns are mounted on the sandbag bunker at the door. However, strangely, there were no soldiers on duty around, nor any zombies. Yi Chen stopped the car, looked at Yu Tianjing coldly, and asked, "Where the hell is this place?" Yu Tianjing's face turned ugly. He bit his lip and said nothing. At this moment, Yi Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and found that it was another message from Zhao Xuefei. "It's very dangerous inside." There were 4 exclamation marks at the end of the message. Yi Chen felt uneasy and was about to get off the bus when Yu Tianjing and 3 girls had already quickly run towards the big iron gate. When Yi Chen saw them fiddling with the electronic key in front of the iron gate, his mind was immediately filled with questions. Why would an ordinary air raid shelter be equipped with such an advanced electronic hydraulic door? Before he could think about it, the iron gate opened with a click. Yu Tianjing just showed a smug smile on her face, and the next second, her body was suddenly pulled into the iron gate by a huge force and disappeared in an instant. The 3 girls next to Yu Tianjing were stunned, totally unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Yi Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately shouted, "Quickly turn off the engine! Turn off the engine! Turn on silent mode!" Chapter 10: The Pursuer. Xiao Qing felt a little nervous after hearing Yi Chen's words, but his hands did not delay at all. At the moment when the super minibus just stalled, suddenly 2 tall black shadows jumped down from the sky. Then the 3 girls at the door of the air raid shelter screamed in fear. The 3 of them turned around and ran towards the gate. One of the 2 black shadows quickly chased into the air raid shelter, while the other slowly turned around and looked at the super minibus. Because the super minibus has its own night display instrument. Therefore, people in the car can see the scene clearly in the dark. Yi Chen opened his mouth in shock, and Zhao Xuefei covered her mouth in fear. Seeing this, Xiao Qing quickly stood up and carried Nyo into the bedroom. 2 minutes later, Xiao Qing tiptoed back to the driver's seat and asked, "What on earth is this?" Only then did Yi Chen come back to his senses. However, he did not explain immediately, but comforted the 2 with a smile. "Don't be so nervous. Our car has the most advanced internal isolation and external collection technology. To put it simply, the sound inside the car won't be heard outside, but we can selectively receive the voices from outside." Xiao Qing and Zhao Xuefei finally felt relieved after hearing this. Yi Chen had already sat in the co-pilot's seat at this time. I saw him quickly operating the onboard computer. Then the LCD display on the side showed a bunch of information. At this time, Yi Chen's voice of explanation finally sounded. This mutant creature is called a pursuer. It is an extremely rare and advanced alien creature. They're generally about 3 meters tall, very strong, and extremely agile. But the pursuer was not a natural mutation. They are genetically synthesized biological weapons manufactured by XTE Biological Corporation. They don't have their own thoughts, and only obey their master's orders. Afterwards, Yi Chun briefly introduced the characteristics of the pursuer. The hunter has no eyes and relies on his nose, mouth, and ears to hunt prey. This actually replicates the physiological characteristics of snakes and bats. When hunting prey at close range, they rely on the heat-sensing capabilities of their noses to locate prey. It can sensitively sense the heat energy within 20 meters around the pursuer. If the distance exceeds 20 meters, they will activate the ultrasonic function of their mouths. The pursuer's ears are also extremely sensitive and can accurately receive ultrasonic feedback. These monsters are living weapons created specifically for hunting and killing. Yi Chun knew the existence of this kind of monster. That is why when customizing the minibus, we specifically requested that the sound insulation and heat insulation functions of the vehicle body be enhanced. When Zhao Xuefei heard this, she couldn't help but interrupt quietly. No wonder I can't sense their intentions. It turns out they have no hearts at all. After hearing this, Xiaoqing couldn't help but ask, biochemical weapons? This is prohibited in our country. How did they get here? When Yi Chun heard this question, he slowly shook his head. I'm not sure either. All I know is that this XT belongs to the Western GJ Alliance. But these bastards from GJ are just a bunch of lunatics. Speaking of this, Yi Chun's face showed some excitement. Because in the previous life, humans were exterminated by this alliance. Yi Chun never thought that he would encounter XT mutant creatures at the beginning of the end of the world. Xiaoqing saw that Yi Chun's face looked a little unhappy. Then he murmured with guilt. I'm sorry, it was me who insisted on coming here. I'm so sorry for putting everyone in danger because of me. When Yi Chun heard this, he suddenly stood up. However, he did not rush to make any remarks, but turned and walked towards a closet not far away. There was fast food in the cupboard that Yi Chun had prepared in advance. He held a sauerkraut fish buffet pot in his right hand and a braised beef buffet pot in his left and right hands. What flavors do you two like? I'm a little hungry. Zhao Xuefei and Xiaoqing were stunned when they heard this. What is this kid doing? The mysterious creature monster outside hasn't left yet. Why do you want to eat the hot pot? 5 minutes later, the pursuers circled the superbus again and again. Its intuition told it that there must be something in the car. But its vision told it that there was no living thing in the car. Then the monster began to scratch and scratch. The sharp claws made a harsh friction sound on the front windshield. But the three people behind the glass were eating leisurely. Yi Chun, Zhao Xuefei, and Xiao Qingren sat around the round table in the minibus. They each held a bowl of hot pot and were eating and chatting. Yi Chun said slowly as he stuffed the braised beef into his mouth. Brother Xiao, what you said just now was too polite. We are a team. We are a family. You are worried about Nyonyo's health, and we are worried too. So if there's a chance to save Nyonyo, we're willing to try with you. When Zhao Xuefei heard this, she immediately nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. We will definitely support you with all our strength. I will also do my best to help you. Xiaoqing was very moved when he heard these words, if not a little embarrassed. At this moment, he couldn't hold back his tears. In order to prevent the touching atmosphere from continuing to grow, Xiaoqing quickly changed the subject and spoke. I appreciate your kindness. But let's solve the current trouble first. As they spoke, the three of them looked at the pursuer who was adding glass. The pursuer was seen licking the front windshield of the minibus with his tongue extending more than 1 meter long. Ugh, so disgusting. All three of them lost their appetite in an instant. Yi Chun even put down the pot and slowly stood up. He had some basic understanding of this mutant creature, so he started a brief on-site teaching. This guy's saliva is corrosive. You've all seen Alien, right? This guy's saliva is the same as the alien saliva. It might be trying to corrode the rotten glass and come in to investigate. When Xiaoqing heard this, he immediately put down the pot. Then he picked up the metal baseball bat next to him and said, This thing just looks a little scary. Let me go out and meet it. I don't believe I can't kill it with electric shock. As Xiaoqing was about to walk towards the door, Yi Chun naturally reached out and stopped him. Brother Xiao, don't be impulsive. This thing really can't kill people with electricity. Or maybe his stratum corneum is too thick. Normal voltage can't harm the internal organs at all. When Xiaoqing heard this, he was stunned. This ugly thing actually has a natural gift for insulation. When Xiaoqing heard that he couldn't handle it, he immediately felt annoyed. What should I do then? We can't fight, and we can't run away. We can't just stay here forever, can we? Didn't you say that some kind of mutant rain would fall in 3 days? When Yi Chun heard this, he couldn't help but sigh heavily. Then he slowly turned around and looked at Zhao Xuefei, who looked a little silly. Seeing this, Xiaoqing immediately turned to look at the girl. Zhao Xuefei felt a little embarrassed when being stared at by the two of them. So he quickly asked softly with a blushing face, "Why are you all looking at me? Are you expecting me to deal with this monster?" When Yichen heard this, he actually nodded excitedly. "Yes, you are the only one who can deal with them." Xiaoqing almost fell off the sofa when he heard this. "What the hell? Are you really counting on Sister Xuefei?" Chapter 11, Exploring the Air Raid Shelter. Xiaoqing heard that they were relying on Zhao Xuefei to deal with the pursuers. The expression on his face immediately became very conflicted. So he slowly stood up and walked to Yi Chun and said, "Just let me go. At least when I can't win, I run faster." Yi Chun knew that Xiaoqing was worried about Zhao Xuefei's safety. So he immediately said with a laugh, "It's no use running fast. You can only rely on Xuefei to deal with this thing." As he said this, he slowly walked up to Zhao Xuefei and said with a smile, "It's time for you to unlock new skills." When Zhao Xuefei heard this, she froze in place. But at this time, Yichen took out a bunch of crystal cores and handed them to her. "Here are 30 crystal cores, enough for you to upgrade to level 1. Zhao Xuefei frowned as she looked at the crystal core on the table. "Didn't you say that my upgrade was too expensive? These 30 are enough for both of you to level up at the same time." Zhao Xuefei was afraid that she would waste the hard-earned crystal core. Yichen couldn't help laughing after hearing this. "It's useless for both of us to upgrade now. These pursuers are very difficult to deal with high defense, high attack, and fast movements. And they usually appear in groups, so it's difficult to defeat them one by one with external forces." Having said that, Yichen picked up a crystal core and handed it to Zhao Xuefei. "So now we can only count on you to suppress them spiritually." After hearing these words, Zhao Xuefei suddenly felt enlightened. At this moment, Xiaoqing also showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Yes, Sister Xuefei has psychic abilities. To deal with these monsters with well-developed limbs, mental attacks are definitely more reliable." After hearing this, Zhao Xuefei didn't say anything more. She immediately clenched the crystal core and said with a smile, "Okay, then I'll refuse it. But how do I absorb this thing?" Upon hearing this, Yichen hurriedly sat next to her and began to teach her patiently. Because the crystal core is mutated from brain tissue, it can only be absorbed through the crystal core in our body. Place the crystal core on your forehead. Then you have to use your mind to sense and guide the crystal core in your brain to absorb it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuefei immediately took action according to Yi Chen's instructions. Yi Chen felt the energy of the crystal core slowly begin to flow into Zhao Xuefei's body. Only then did he feel relieved and slowly stood up and walked to Xiaoqing and whispered, "It will take Xuefei about 10 hours to absorb 30 crystal cores. I plan to use this time to take a look inside." Yichen had only said half of his words when Xiaoqing immediately grabbed his arm nervously. "Don't mess around. Didn't they say that the pursuer was very powerful? What if something happens if you go out by yourself?" Yichen burst into laughter upon hearing this. He explained as he gently took Xiaoqing's hand away. "The pursuer is very powerful, but I didn't say I wanted to fight it. My armor also has heat insulation function, which can just avoid their heat tracking. There must be something fishy going on in this shelter. I have to go in and investigate." Xiaoqing frowned immediately when he heard this. But after thinking it over, he decided to follow Yi Chen's wishes. In order to facilitate communication, Yi Chen put on a headset. Then Xiaoqing controlled the vehicle and opened the side door. Yi Chen jumped out of the car in one step, and then the door was closed tightly. As soon as the sound of the door opening was heard, the pursuer, who was lying on the front windshield, jumped over. But when it arrived, the car door was already closed tightly. Yichen stood quietly next to the minibus, and the pursuer with blood in his mouth was only 1 meter away from him. The pursuer slowly retracted his scarlet tongue and closed his fong-filled mouth. It tried to move its nose, and its trumpet-shaped nostrils expanded and contracted, trying to feel the temperature of the surrounding air. But the information received by its brain was blank. Although it heard the strange noise, there was no living creature around. The pursuer opened his mouth and roared unwillingly, then slowly turned and walked towards another car not far away. Yichen waited until the pursuers walked a little further away before he slowly groped his way towards the air raid shelter. The door of this air raid shelter is very heavy and is configured to be bomb-proof. If there was no electronic key, it would be difficult for Yi Chun to open it with his own ability. There was no memory of this air raid shelter in his previous life. This encounter with him was most likely one of the butterfly effects after rebirth. The pursuers are artificial zombies, so even if they are killed, no crystal cores can be obtained. In the previous life, the GJ Alliance wiped out the entire human race. In this life, Yichen will definitely find a way to stop them. With this thought in mind, Yichen slowly walked towards the air raid shelter. Before entering, Yichen first put the 2 squad machine guns and ammunition at the door into the space warehouse. Then he quickly slipped into the door of the air raid shelter. Behind the gate is a dim corridor with a dozen dim light tubes lit overhead. To be on the safe side, Yichen deliberately groped forward quickly along the wall. After walking about 10 meters forward, traces of blood began to appear on the ground. Judging from the blood viscosity and the area covered, this should be enough for dozens of people. Massacre? This word immediately popped up in Yi Chen's mind. The reason there are no survivors in this air raid shelter is because of the massacre after the pursuers invaded? But what about zombies? Could it be that the operator of the pursuer deliberately cleared out all the zombies nearby? Yi Chen quickened his pace and walked forward with doubt. About 10 minutes later, Yi Chen finally arrived at a hall. The scene here was still very bloody, with the surrounding floors, walls, tables, and chairs all covered in blood and minced meat. It seems that this should be the main scene of the massacre. Yi Chen no longer expected to find any survivors. He just hoped to find some valuable clues. With a clang, the sound of a metal object falling came from the left. Upon hearing the sound, Yi Chen quickly squatted down and hid behind a table. The next second, the pursuer jumped out from the darkness. It opened its big mouth full of fangs and kept emitting ultrasonic waves from its mouth. Ultrasonic waves travel directly in the direction of the sound. A moment later, the pursuer who received the echo jumped and quickly disappeared into the darkness over there. Yi Chen, who was hiding under the table, exclaimed in his heart, "That was a close call." If there hadn't been that noise just now, he would have probably fallen into an ambush by his pursuers. No, this voice appeared too coincidentally. Yi Chen absolutely did not believe in such a coincidence. So he immediately stuck his head out and looked around. Just as Yi Chen was carefully observing the situation around him, a light voice suddenly came from the darkness on the right. Come here over here. Come here quickly, don't waste time. Although the 2 shouts were very faint, Yi Chen still heard them clearly. In such a brutal massacre, how could there still be people alive in this air raid shelter? This is unscientific. Yi Chen had 1,000 question marks in his mind, but at this time he could only bite the bullet and go over, because he believed that the person who saved him just now was this person. So, Yi Chen grasped the black gold sword tightly in his right hand and quickly moved towards the darkness on the right. Chapter 12 Colorful Crystal Core. Yi Chen followed the sound and came directly to a small iron gate. The iron door had a crack, and in the crack there was a frightened eye staring at him. Are you a robot or a human? Were they sent by our superiors to rescue us? When Yi Chen heard this, he immediately removed the mask mode. The other party became visibly excited after seeing his face. You're Iron Man? As the man spoke, he pushed the iron door open with force. Yi Chen then saw clearly that this was actually an ammunition depot. These are all good stuff, and everything inside must be taken away. Who are you? Yi Chen looked at the young woman in front of him with a puzzled look and asked. The woman was wearing a white coat and looked like a doctor or a researcher. The woman quickly pulled out her ID from her pocket and said, My name is Li Jing, and I'm a researcher at the Department of Biology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. You must have been sent by your superiors to rescue me, right? Finally, rescue has arrived. As she spoke, the woman actually began to wipe away her tears. Before Yi Chen could say anything, he suddenly heard footsteps from behind. He was a man in camouflage uniform and looked like a soldier. The man was also stunned when he saw Yi Chen. Iron Man? Yi Chen rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Then he looked at Li Jing very seriously and said, I'm not here to rescue. I'm just a survivor passing by looking for supplies. After saying that, he pushed Li Jing aside and strode towards the ammunition depot. The man in camouflage uniform frowned and warned upon seeing this. Comrade, please wait a moment. I am Captain Zhang Xuyang, who is in charge of the security here. This is a military-restricted area. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. However, his words obviously did not get Yi Chen's attention, because by the time he finished speaking, Yi Chen had already walked around inside. This room is only about 20 square meters and only stores some riot gear and weapons. While Yi Chen was walking around, he had already put all the things into the space warehouse. Then he walked back to the door, pretending to be confused, and asked, Why is the military-restricted area empty? Zhang Xiang became nervous when he heard this. Empty. How is that possible? Zhang Xiang walked quickly inside, and Li Jing also turned around and looked inside. Oh my god, it's really empty. But it was full just now. She turned to look at Yi Chen halfway through her words. Yi Chen turned his head to look elsewhere and began to deliberately divert the topic elsewhere. What on earth is going on here? Where did everyone go? Zhang Xiang walked out of the ammunition depot with a puzzled look on his face. He really couldn't figure out how the things inside disappeared. But now these are no longer important. What matters now is that people must stay alive. Zhang Xiang sighed heavily after hearing Yi Chen's question. Although I don't know who you are, but please help me escort Dr. Li out of here safely. There are out-of-control monsters here, and everyone is dead. Yi Chen was not surprised to hear this. On the contrary, he became more interested in what was happening here. A PhD in biology from the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Could it be that these pursuers were developed by this woman? Without time to think, Yi Chen quickly contacted the minibus using the Bluetooth headset. Brother Xiao, what's the situation outside? Soon Xiao Qing's voice came from the headphones. Not very good. I don't know where that monster is hiding. But I always feel like it's watching us, and the situation is not optimistic. Yi Chen frowned deeply when he heard this. It seemed that his plan to let the two of them out first was not feasible. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen looked at Zhang Xiang seriously and said, I can consider your request, but I need supplies here. Zhang Xiang frowned immediately when he heard this. But at this time, he also had a general understanding of the situation outside. So without thinking too much, I nodded and agreed. There are quite a lot of supplies here, even some weapons and ammunition. But how much can you take alone? Yi Chen couldn't help but smile evilly when he heard this. How much can you get? I will definitely empty it out for you. But of course, he couldn't tell the other party these words. You don't have to worry about that. All you have to do is draw the schematic for me. After hearing this, Zhang Xiang nodded slowly and then took out a map from his pocket. This is the blueprint for the construction of the air raid shelter. This floor above ground is mainly weapons and ammunition. The underground level is mainly food, vegetables, and water. The second underground floor, I advise you not to go there. As he said that, he handed the drawing in his hand to Yi Chen. Yi Chen took the drawing, glanced at it, and then quietly put it into the space warehouse. How many of those monsters are there here? Yi Chen asked the main point directly. After hearing this, Li Jing frowned and answered worriedly. There are 7 mature ones in total and 5 young pupae. When Yi Chen heard this, his scalp immediately went numb. There are 7 pursuers here? These 7 guys are enough to deal with a battalion of regular troops. Just when he thought of this, Yi Chen suddenly remembered something. I guess they have already had a one-on-one fight here. In that case, let's go first. There's a car at the door. We can... Before he finished speaking, Li Jing suddenly frowned and said, We can't leave yet. We have to go back. Zhang Xiang became a little anxious when he heard this. Dr. Li, you were saved by your brothers with their lives. This is not a willful thing to do. We must evacuate quickly. When Li Jing heard this, she turned and looked at Yi Chen. We have to go back to the lab. There's something very important there that must be taken away. When Yi Chen heard this, he snorted disdainfully. In his opinion, nothing is more important than life. But before he could say anything, Li Jing's additional words changed his mind. There is a colorful crystal core in the safe. I must take it away. When Yi Chen heard the news, his heart started beating wildly. Because he had heard of this colorful crystal core in his previous life. It was a colorful crystal core called Pegasus. Pegasus is the god of hope in Western mythology and also means Pegasus in the starry sky. It is unknown where this crystal core comes from, but the energy it contains is extremely powerful, roughly equivalent to an SSS-level zombie crystal core. This legendary colorful crystal core was the secret treasure of the Queen of Thorns, the strongest being in the wood element, in the previous life. If only I could snatch this treasure in advance. Then his black and gold armor will likely undergo a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. Okay, I'll listen to Dr. Li. Let's go help her get that colorful crystal out. When Zhang Xiang heard this, his face was filled with nervousness. But there are 4 monsters locked up in the lab. It's impossible to succeed with just the 3 of us. When Yi Chen heard this, he immediately frowned. But after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to take the risk and give it a try. At least when an accident happens, there is no problem in protecting yourself. Thinking of this, Yi Chen hurriedly urged, Well, if you don't make a decision, you will suffer the consequences. If you want to do it, you have to cut the Gordian knot. Whether it works or not, we won't know until we go down there. When Zhang Xiyang heard this, he immediately made up his mind. Okay, then I'll sacrifice my life to accompany you for once. Li Jing was very happy to see that both of them agreed to help her. So the three of them quickly walked towards the second underground floor. But they had not walked far when Yi Chen suddenly stopped the plan. Wait a minute, there's a situation. Chapter 13, The Taste of Conspiracy. Zhang Xiyang and Li Jing were both stunned when they heard Yi Chen's voice. The two of them turned to look at him at the same time, and Zhang Xiyang asked first, "What's going on?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately spread out his hands and asked, "Are we going to the lab unarmed? I don't think our fists are harder than the monsters." Li Jing frowned when she heard this. Zhang Xiyang nodded with an embarrassed look on his face. "Then let's go to the weapons warehouse first. First, everyone pick a few guys that are convenient for you." Then, the three decided to go to the larger armory to get some equipment. On the way to the armory, Yi Chen began to ask some questions about the pursuers intentionally or unintentionally. Where do these monsters come from? Did you train him? Is this disaster related to these monsters? Yi Chen had a lot of questions, but Li Jing still tried her best to answer them. First, she said that these monsters were seized by a national security agency. Li Jing and other experts from the Department of Biology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences were ordered to conduct research here. But the end came suddenly not long after the research began. 90% of the people in the air raid shelter turned into zombies. What's worse is that someone accidentally opened the container that refrigerated the monster. These monsters came out and launched indiscriminate attacks. They slaughtered all the survivors and zombies and dragged all the bodies to somewhere in the basement. Li Jing didn't know anything more. She said that if she wanted to know more, she would need to consult Dr. Qin. Yi Chen had some impression of this Dr. Qin. Before the end of the world began, this guy did a lot of rumor busting on TV. Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh softly when he heard this. With the world already like this, who knows if he is still alive? After hearing this, Li Jing nodded very firmly. He must still be alive. We were on the phone 2 hours ago. He is now at the biochemical research base in Nano. When the two were talking in a low voice, Zhang Xiyang suddenly made a gesture to silence them. Upon seeing this, the two of them immediately shut up and looked forward, only to see a large, tightly closed iron gate not far away. Zhang Xiyang observed the situation for a while, and after making sure there were no monsters around, he told the two to continue moving forward. The three of them walked quickly to the big iron door and saw clearly that it was actually a heavy safe door. Zhang Xiyang took out his identification card from his pocket. Then he operated the electronic lock, and the door made a crisp, unlocking sound. Seeing this, Zhang Xiyang reached out and gently pulled the handle, and the heavy iron door immediately opened a crack. So he turned around and looked at the two of them and said calmly, "Try to grab a light machine gun or submachine gun once you get in. You can also take more grenades and other things. Don't think about the rest. Bringing too much will only be a burden." Li Jing frowned immediately after hearing this. How could she handle these things? "I'll just take a pistol. You two should take more." Hearing this, Zhang Xiyang nodded and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen laughed when he saw this. "You guys pick it first. I'll be on guard at the door. You go in and choose first." After hearing this, Zhang Xiyang didn't say much. He immediately opened the door and slipped in. Then Li Jing quickly walked into the gate, and Yi Chen stood at the door on guard. 3 minutes later, Zhang Xiyang was wearing a military bulletproof vest with a Type 95 assault rifle in his left hand, a Type 82 9mm submachine gun in his right hand, and a Type 67 heavy machine gun on his back. His body was stuffed with various ammunition clips, and he had a camouflage helmet on his head. When Yi Chen saw him like this, he was stunned. "Do you have to be so exaggerated?" After hearing this, Zhang Xiyang smiled crookedly and replied, "I'm a professional after all, so it doesn't matter if I take a few more." As he said this, Li Jing came out with a pistol. She seemed a little embarrassed when she saw Yi Chen. "I can only lift this. I'm so sorry." After hearing this, Yi Chen quickly waved his hands, and Zhang Xiyang told Yi Chen to go in and choose. After hearing this, Yi Chen immediately revealed a wicked smile. "Then I won't be polite." After saying this, Yi Chen turned sideways and walked quickly into the armory. After entering, Yi Chen's eyes immediately lit up. There are really all kinds of light and heavy weapons here, and there are even 4 shoulder-fired rockets in the corner. "It's coming, it's really coming." As Yi Chen spoke, he began to collect the errors separately. In just 5 minutes, he emptied a 200-square-meter ammunition depot. At this time, Zhang Xiyang also urged at the door. "What's wrong?" Haven't you found a suitable guy yet? Upon hearing this, Yichin quickly took out a Type 97 shotgun and walked out. And by the way, he also hung a shotgun chain on his body. All right. When Yichin came out, Zhang Xiang's face was suddenly filled with disappointment. Why only take so little? After hearing this, Yichin's mouth twitched in embarrassment. All of this has been emptied out. Is that still not enough? Of course, he would not go out of his way to explain anything to the other party. It's enough, let's go. Zhang Xiang didn't say much. He immediately closed the door after Yichin came out. Then the three of them quickly walked towards the safety stairs and walked carefully all the way to the second underground floor. The entire second underground floor is a civilian living area, but at this moment it is filled with broken limbs, minced meat, and blood. Yichin couldn't help but gasp when he saw the scene in front of him. What kind of bloody battle took place here? Looking at the dense bullet holes all around, a bold guess suddenly popped up in his mind. Did a battle take place here before the end of the world? Because there can't be many soldiers surviving after the apocalypse, so it is impossible to cause such dense bullet holes. Yichin turned his head with a puzzled look and looked at Zhang Xiang beside him and asked. After hearing this, Zhang Xiang nodded slowly, then sighed softly and said, yes, this place had just been used as a temporary shelter. Those monsters that had been sleeping quietly in the laboratory suddenly went berserk. The result. At the end of his speech, Zhang Xiang bit his lips so hard that he could no longer speak. After hearing these words, Yi Chun fell silent, because he smelled a hint of conspiracy. So he slowly turned his head to look at Li Jing and asked softly, has the colored crystal core been stored here all along? Li Jing frowned immediately when she heard this. She thought for a moment before she slowly answered, no, it was transported here urgently when the meteorite was about to hit the blue planet. When Yichin heard this, he smiled knowingly. It turns out everything is such a coincidence. But when too many coincidences overlap, it is definitely not just a coincidence. Everything was planned. This was just a trap set up by someone or an organization in order to steal the colored crystal cores. Who is planning this? Are you from the GJ Alliance? So what is the relationship between the Queen of Thorns and GJ? While Yichin was still thinking deeply, suddenly a burst of gunfire was heard not far away, followed by the sound of a woman crying and shouting. Zhang Xiang was surprised at first, and then happy when he heard this. There are still survivors. Quick, let's go save her. Chapter 14. Seize the time to escape. Yichin could see that Zhang Xiang was a good person. He exudes a military integrity. But the world is different now. This is the end of the world where there is no integrity at all. In this world, any kindness may become a flaw that costs you your life. Thinking of this, Yichin couldn't help feeling a little sad. For a moment, he suddenly didn't want anything to happen to this man. As a result, Yichin couldn't help but quicken his pace. After all, this kind of person, there will be one less person to see in the future. Yichin shouted softly, then quickened his pace and tried to catch up. Li Jing, who was left last, was very confused. What's going on? Keep your voice down and don't attract the monsters. Slow down, you two. I can't keep up. After running quickly, the three of them soon arrived at the safe passage leading to the third floor. Yichin had just run down the stairs and had not had time to see the situation clearly. Zhang Xiang's submachine gun had already opened fire. Da-da-da-da. All the bullets in the volley hit the nearest pursuer. In just a moment, the pursuer's body was riddled with bullet holes. Green juice slowly flowed down the bullet hole and quickly spread on the ground. Seeing this, Yichin quickly pulled Zhang Xiang back. At the same time, he raised his voice by a few decibels and reminded them quickly. Be careful of the poison gas. He had just finished speaking when the green liquid underground began to corrode the ground and emit black smoke. Then, the pursuer, who had no sense of pain, slowly turned around. It had no eyes, but the three of them could truly feel each other's angry gazes. Go! I'll be the last one. Yichin pushed Zhang Xiang aside, then raised his shotgun and started firing. Bang, bang, bang. The 3-meter-tall pursuer was forced to retreat by the powerful shotgun shells. Seeing this, Zhang Xiang hurriedly took Li Jing and ran forward. After seeing this scene, Yichin almost got angry. These two people are still obsessed with the colored crystal cores. Before, they still had a chance to steal things if their pursuers didn't notice. But making such a big noise now will definitely attract all the pursuers in the cave. By then, forget about stealing the crystal core. The 3 terrifying people will have to be sacrificed here. Asshole, you shouldn't be soft-hearted. Damn it. Yi Chen roared and fired, and the pursuers were beaten back again and again. But the number of bullets was limited, and soon the sound of the gun firing empty was heard. No bullets! As soon as this thought came to mind, the pursuer in front of Yi Chen opened his mouth and roared. Seeing this, Yi Chen slowly took out his black gold sword. What the hell? Can you see me? While saying this, Yi Chen had already quickly stepped to the side. The next second, the pursuer pounced over with a whoosh. Yi Chen nimbly dodged its attack, then slashed fiercely at the opponent's anus. This pursuer has no sense of pain in his entire body and will not feel any pain no matter where he is hit. But the chrysanthemum area is an exception, because if this part doesn't feel anything, then it would be impossible to complete the entire digestion process. Therefore, this became the pursuer's only weakness. Of course, this is information that countless survivors in the previous life exchanged their lives for. After the pursuer's anus was stabbed, he immediately jumped forward several meters. Then it jumped on the spot, protecting its chrysanthemum with both hands, making extremely shrill roars from its mouth. Then the wounds all over the pursuer's body began to heal visibly. In less than 10 seconds, all the bullet holes and punctured anus were restored. This terrifying recovery ability is also one of the important reasons why the pursuer is so frightening. Unless they are blown into pieces with a bomb in one go, ordinary means are simply not enough to deal with them. Yi Chen knew this very well, so after stabbing, he immediately turned around and ran away. He wanted to take advantage of the pursuer's pain to escape. Only a fool would waste time with something like this that is hard to kill. Although Yi Chen reacted quickly enough, he was still trapped by 3 pursuers. Although his pursuers could not see him, they could feel the vibrations caused by his movements. So, the 3 pursuers joined forces to trap it within a certain range. Seeing this, Yi Chen stopped immediately, and then he began to slowly load bullets into the gun. The pursuer is very sensitive to sound, but their thermal imaging senses deceive their brains. So the 3 pursuers stood there for a long time without moving. Just after this meeting, Yi Chen, who had excellent eyesight, discovered something unusual. About 10 meters in front of him, a vine as thick as a thumb was slowly crawling towards him. Vine? Why are there vines on this underground fortification made of reinforced concrete? Suddenly, Yi Chen thought of the Queen of Thorns. If he hadn't interfered in this life, she would have still been able to obtain the colored crystal core. The vines that are crawling towards me now should be the supernatural power of the Queen of Thorns, right? Thinking of this, Yi Chen quickly prepared to cooperate with the other party to break through. Sure enough, after 2 minutes, the thumb-thick vines suddenly entangled the pursuer's left foot. Under the tremendous force of the vines, the pursuer was pulled far away. Upon seeing this, Yi Chen immediately rushed forward and pulled the trigger at one of the pursuers who was about to pounce. Bang, bang, bang. The pursuers who pounced on Yi Chen were beaten back. The other pursuer gathered all his strength and jumped up. But what neither it nor Yi Chen expected was, when the pursuer jumped to the highest point, he was suddenly entangled by a vine. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately pulled the trigger continuously, then put the shotgun back into the space warehouse and ran away. After running forward about 10 meters, Yi Chen finally saw the woman in front of him who was controlling the vines. But the moment he saw her, Yi Chen was indeed a little surprised. This Queen of Thorns turned out to be her. Yi Chen had just been distracted for a moment when a pursuer rushed out from the side. This pursuer was obviously much larger than the average one, and much faster than the other pursuers. So the Queen of Thorns' vines simply couldn't catch up with its speed. But just as this big guy stretched out his sharp claws and was about to catch Yi Chen, a blast of ice suddenly hit its cheek. Then the big guy in the air fell to the side. Then Zhang Shiyang's heavy machine gun opened fire at full power. Da-da-da-da. The whistling bullets fell behind Yi Chen as if they were free. It turned out that another pursuer had quietly approached nearby. If Zhang Shiyang had not suppressed the firepower in time, Yi Chen would have most likely been ambushed by this guy. Come here quickly. Li Jing's voice suddenly sounded behind Zhang Shiyang. At this moment, she was concentrating on condensing the second ice cone. Seeing this, Yi Chen said nothing and ran forward at full speed. But at this critical moment, an unexpected accident suddenly occurred. Yi Chen's pupils immediately constricted, and he threw himself to the side with all his strength. Get down now! Chapter 15 Rapid Upgrade. When Yi Chen pounced, he also knocked down the Queen of Thorns beside him. At this time, Zhang Shiyang also pulled Li Jing to the ground. The next second, a fire snake suddenly appeared and began to wreak havoc. The pursuer, who was in hot pursuit, was immediately burned and screamed in agony, retreating continuously. At this time, a female voice suddenly came from the front. "Climb over here quickly. I can't hold on for much longer." When Yi Chen heard this, he immediately felt it sounded familiar. But at this time, he didn't have time to think too much. The four of them crawled forward quickly on the ground and soon came behind the woman who was operating the fire snake. "There's a safe door at the back. Does anyone know the password?" After hearing the woman's words, Yi Chen realized that his way was blocked by a wall and an iron gate 10 meters ahead. Li Jing became excited when she looked up and saw the big iron gate. "It's the safe in the laboratory. The crystal is inside." As he spoke, Li Jing stood up in a panic and ran quickly towards the safe. With her operation, the iron gate, more than 3 meters high, was slowly opened. Seeing this, Yi Chen and others quickly hid inside. The iron gate was closed again, and all pursuers were kept out. Inside the safe, Yi Chen lay on the door and quickly adjusted his breathing. Only at this time did he have time to observe the situation around him. But when he took one look, he was so shocked that he almost cried out. Rather than being a safe, this place is more of a perfect refuge, because it not only stores a large amount of supplies, but also has a complete interconnected ecosystem. On the left are rows of lush green vegetables, and on the right are a large number of poultry. Below the poultry confinement facilities are hundreds of large fish tanks filled with a variety of fish. "Great, we are finally safe this time." The familiar female voice sounded again, and Yi Chen quickly turned around to look. It turned out that this woman was the mayor's wife, Yu Tianjing. But when did she become a level 1 mutant? Yi Chen was still surprised at Yu Tianjing's high level. A girl with a ponytail suddenly walked towards him and asked, "Are you all right?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen looked at the girl with ponytail in a daze. Then he couldn't help but ask, "May I have your name?" The ponytail girl blushed slightly when she heard this, but then he answered his question readily. "My name is Su Liqing." After saying this, she turned around shyly and walked away. Only Yi Chen, with a dazed look on his face, was left standing there. The Queen of Thorns, Su Liqing? Oh my god, this girl is actually the Queen of Thorns. Although Yi Chen had never seen the Queen of Thorns in his previous life. But her name is well known. At this time, Su Liqing's level was also level 1. After realizing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel even more worried. How come Yu Tianjing and Su Liqing upgraded so quickly? While he was still struggling with this problem, suddenly there was a strange movement in his body's abilities. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was a sign that his level was about to break through and upgrade. "Do you want to upgrade yourself too? Why do I feel so hot?" Zhang Xiang's voice suddenly sounded beside him. When Yi Chen turned around to look, this person had just completed the level upgrade. He actually became level 1. "I feel like I'm stronger." As he spoke, Zhang Xiang actually bent the barrel of his submachine gun with his bare hands. Seeing this, Yi Chen frowned slightly and began to think. It seems that there are treasures here that can help people level up quickly. Just when I thought of this, Li Jing suddenly shouted in anger in front of me. "Why is the password wrong?" Her voice quickly attracted the attention of several people. Immediately, everyone gathered around her. At this time, Li Jing was looking at a small safe in front of her angrily. This safe is about 1 person tall and about 1.5 meters wide. Its thickness is unknown, but the material looks very heavy. Zhang Xiang couldn't help but ask first, "Dr. Li, what's going on?" Li Jing looked at the safe with a melancholy face and said angrily, "Someone changed the combination to the safe, and I can't open it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang immediately stated that he was very strong and really wanted to try whether he could force the door open by brute force. But he tried for a long time, but got no results. Yu Tianjing and Su Liqing were just watching the fun from the side. Neither of them cared what treasure was inside. The most important thing now is to live well. Obviously, the environment here has achieved their goal. At this time, Yi Chen also figured out some things. If he guessed correctly, these people were the ones who discovered the colorful crystal core in the previous life. But because the safe was too heavy, he decided to keep it. Under the effect of the colored crystal cores, the levels of these people increased rapidly. This is why the Queen of Thorns, the strongest wood-type warrior, was born. I just don't know what happened. Yi Chen has never heard of the names of the other people in the apocalypse. Yi Chen made a bold guess that it was wrong. Perhaps in the end, only Su Liqing escaped from the air raid shelter alive. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. But the next second, a look of joy appeared on his face. because he finally made a breakthrough and his supernatural power level successfully reached level 1. After Yi Chen's level was upgraded, the volume of his nanoscale black material control doubled, reaching 1 meter in diameter, and his first awakened skill was nanomimicry. This skill mainly involves the mimicry of the nanoscale black matter he controls after fusing with other substances. To put it simply, Yi Chen can manipulate the fused matter into any form. This skill can help him better improve his armor and super minibus. If there are detailed drawings, Yi Chen can even make anything. So, now he can fuse and create 2 sets of armor or upgrade some vehicle functions. After thinking about it, Yi Chen finally decided to upgrade the super minibus first after going out. After all, the monsters in the early days of the apocalypse were not particularly powerful. And with this colored crystal core, the team will definitely upgrade much faster in the future. At the same time, Yi Chen's spatial ability was also improved. In the initial stage of awakening his superpowers, Yi Chen's spatial abilities were limited to private space storage. However, as his ability level increased, his spatial ability became stronger and stronger. At this time, Yi Chen awakened the first skill of his spatial ability, teleportation. Within a 10-meter radius around him, Yi Chen can instantly reach any location at will. But each time he teleports, he consumes up to 1/5 of his own energy. To put it simply, Yi Chen can only use this teleportation ability 5 times a day at most. While Yi Chen was still standing there in a daze thinking, Zhang Xiyang suddenly turned around and looked at him and asked, "Comrade, do you have a way to open the safe?" When they heard this, they immediately focused their attention on him. Yi Chen was also awakened at this time. Then he looked up and gave a sly smile. "Me, you can give it a try." Chapter 16, Exchange Things. Yi Chen walked towards the safe with a cunning smile. After a pretentious inspection, Yi Chen said that he was powerless to do anything about it. He could only open it by taking the safe out. Li Jing and others frowned upon hearing this. "This cabinet is too heavy. We can't take it away at all." But at this time, no one except Zhang Xuyang cared about what she said. Yu Tianjing and Su Liqing have even started planning to settle down here. Seeing this, Yi Chen stepped forward and started to discuss with Li Jing. "I could take the safe away, but I can't take the person away." Li Jing frowned when she heard this. What's the point of just taking things away? She must also go out to find Dr. Qin. "No, you can't take the things away." After hearing this, Yi Chen smiled and said, "I'm not taking it for free. I'm exchanging things with you." He deliberately said this loudly so that others could hear it. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, Yu Tianjing took over. "Do you really want what's inside? What's in the safe?" Li Jing was about to reply when Yi Chen interrupted him. "Whatever is in there has to be a way to open it. If you have a way to open it, just ignore what I just said." After saying this, Yi Chen began to wander around. This large safe is more than 500 square meters. Apart from an ecosystem, no daily necessities are stored inside. After seeing this, Yi Chen immediately had his own plan in mind. At this time, Yu Tianjing had also convinced Li Jing. Then she started to negotiate with Yi Chen on behalf of several people. "Tell me, what do you want to exchange with us?" When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help laughing in his heart. Just now he deliberately related the matter to everyone. Only in this way will he have a chance to exchange for the mysterious safe. Then Yi Chen said nothing more and directly took out 100 bags of salt, 100 bottles of soy sauce and vinegar, 100 barrels of soybean oil, and 100 bottles of white wine from the space warehouse. When several people saw these things, they were stunned. Is this kid crazy? He actually wanted to exchange these worthless ingredients for a big safe. Although I don't know what treasures are inside, they are definitely much more valuable than these things. Are you funny? Want to trade these soy sauce and vinegar things for a safe? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen nodded very seriously. Yu Tianjing couldn't help laughing immediately after hearing this. But her laughter was soon interrupted by a crash not far away. It was the pursuer banging against the iron gate. These collision sounds finally made Yu Tianjing face the reality. Now is the end of the world. It is no longer the peaceful and prosperous times. Seeing the other person's expression changing again and again, Yi Chen immediately guessed that this woman had finally faced reality. So he immediately struck while the iron was hot and nodded. "Yes, I'm going to use these things to exchange for the iron lump in your hand. I just took a look around. There is a complete ecosystem here, and it is also equipped with an air circulation and purification system. Here we have vegetables, poultry, fish, shrimp, and rice. You are a fire-type mutant, so it will be no problem for you to survive here. But the only regret is that there are no seasonings for cooking here. Coincidentally, I have it here. So, do you want to live with this unbreakable lump of iron, or do you want to exchange it with me for something practical? As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, everyone's faces turned ugly. Li Jing wanted to take the things with her to find Dr. Qin. But everyone was trapped in the safe, and there was no way to escape successfully in a short period of time. But this person seems to have a way to leave. After thinking about it, Li Jing couldn't help but ask again. Since you can take the safe away, then there must be a way to take us away. You find a way to take us with you. When Yi Chen heard this, he rolled his eyes. Don't take it for granted. You can change it or not. If not, I will leave immediately. Having said that, Yi Chen began to slowly pack up his things. Yu Tianjing frowned immediately when he saw this. She now fully recognizes the reality and believes that the conditions proposed by the other party are indeed worthwhile. So she immediately pulled Li Jing aside and patiently counseled her. Seeing this, Su Liqing walked up to Yi Chen and asked with a frown, "You really can't take us away?" When Yi Chen heard this, he immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at her. "I use my powers to move non-living things away. But there is really no way to deal with living people. It's very safe here, and the supplies here are enough for you to live for a long time." Su Liqing felt very disappointed when she heard this. Zhang Xiang said nothing after hearing these words. A few minutes later, Yu Tianjing turned around and walked over and spoke loudly. "Things can be exchanged, but these things are too little. We need to at least double them." When Yi Chen heard this, he didn't say much and immediately took things out of the space warehouse. Others saw him produce so many things like magic. Everyone was stunned at once. What kind of special ability does this kid have? However, Yi Chen didn't care about their curious looks at all. He took out the corresponding supplies and walked quickly to the safe. Then he gently stroked the safe with his right hand, and the entire cabinet suddenly disappeared. The next second, Yi Chen also disappeared from the spot. When everyone saw this, they opened their mouths in surprise. At this time, Su Liqing couldn't help but exclaimed, "He should have space-related abilities. I always feel like I've lost a lot this time." The others had different expressions after hearing this. But before he could say anything, the iron door of the safe was slammed again. After Yi Chen put the safe into the space warehouse, he teleported out of the safe. But unfortunately, there was a pursuer standing behind him. It was only then that he discovered that there were 5 pursuers gathered outside the safe, and the biggest one was banging on the door angrily. Yi Chen's sudden appearance gave the pursuers a sense of crisis. Then all the pursuers turned around and looked back at the same time, but their thermal vision was blank. Yi Chen stood there not daring to breathe. He waited until all his pursuers had turned their backs before slowly backing away. But at this moment, the monitor hanging in the corner slowly moved its angle. Yi Chen immediately broke out in a cold sweat after seeing this scene. Someone is watching you. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he heard the roars of his pursuers behind him. Damn, I was discovered after all? Yi Chen didn't have time to think about anything. He just ran outside at full speed. At this moment, the 3 pursuers rushed over like lightning. Yi Chen's speed was already fast enough, but the pursuer was running even faster. So even if Yi Chen ran as fast as he could, he still couldn't successfully increase the distance. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. The 3 pursuers were speeding up and closing the distance. Yi Chen listened to the roar that was getting closer and closer behind him, and his heart immediately became extremely nervous. Shit, someone can help me. Chapter 17, Early Heavy Rain. Yi Chen exclaimed anxiously. But what I didn't expect was that a figure actually rushed towards me the next second. This figure was actually running on all 4s, so his speed was extremely fast. In just a blink of an eye, the figure started to wrestle with the pursuer behind him. Only at this time did Yi Chen have the chance to look back. Fuck, what's going on? It turns out that the person who just saved me was also a pursuer. While Yi Chen was still surprised, a thug suddenly pulled him up. I could only see clearly after he steadied himself and stood still. It turns out that the person who came this time was Xiao Qing. Brother Xiao, how could it be you? Yi Chen understood immediately when he saw Xiao Qing. This was because Zhao Xuefei completed the upgrade ahead of time, and she controlled the pursuer to save herself. At this time, Xiao Qing didn't say anything more. He swung the baseball bat and hit the front hard. With a bang! A pursuer who just jumped over to launch a sneak attack was shot in the head on the spot. Then Xiao Qing shouted at Yi Chen urgently. Hurry up! The rain you mentioned has come early. Yi Chen was stunned when he heard this. Then he and Xiao Qing ran out desperately. Yi Chen was still thinking about the rain while running. In the previous life, This mutated acid rain would only fall 3 days after Doomsday. But this is only the first day after the apocalypse. How come it's ahead of time? Could this be the butterfly effect caused by intercepting Kaijing? Afterwards, under the cover of the pursuers controlled by Zhao Xuefei, Yi Chun and Xiao Qing finally escaped from the air raid shelter in a panic. At this time, the super minibus was parked at the gate. The dark clouds in the sky have become very low, and raindrops have begun to fall quietly. After the two successfully jumped onto the minibus, Xiao Qing immediately started the vehicle and stepped on the accelerator to drive forward. They had only walked 1/3 of the way back when the whole world was surrounded by heavy rain. At this time, Zhao Xuefei had fallen asleep on the sofa, and Yi Chen was sitting in the passenger seat with a lot of thoughts in his mind. It seems that my rebirth is bound to cause a lot of butterfly effects. The end of the world in the future may not be the same as before. Thinking of this, Yi Chen suddenly felt a little lost. If it is not the way he is familiar with, he must be more cautious in the future. This mutant acid rain has arrived ahead of schedule, and the mutation process of animals and plants around the world will be greatly advanced. If this is the case, the time left for all survivors to evolve and upgrade will be even less. In the environment after the Great Mutation, the fittest will survive. Yi Chen doesn't know how many humans can survive. Acid rain continued to fall, and the surrounding buildings, vehicles, and roads began to be corroded to varying degrees. The vegetation on both sides of the road began to change from green to dark green or dark gray. The zombies wandering on the streets began to hold their heads and wail in pain. The screams echoed throughout the city, frightening those who had managed to survive. Because the zombies temporarily lost their ability to move, Xiao Qing shortened the original return time by half. The super minibus drove smoothly into the community, and Yi Chen got off the car and pressed the car lift. The elevator slowly rose to the top floor parking lot on the 23rd floor. Afterwards, Yi Chen held Zhao Xuefei in his arms, and Xiao Qing carried Nyo on his back, and they quickly returned home. After returning home, Yi Chen quickly checked Zhao Xuefei's body. I finally felt relieved after confirming that she was just physically exhausted. At this time, Xiao Qing had already put the sleeping child back in a bed. He said with a smile while taking off his coat in the living room, "Sit on the sofa and rest for a while. Look, Brother Xiao will show you his skills." After saying this, Xiao Qing smiled and turned and walked into the kitchen. Seeing this, Yi Chen didn't say much, but just took out the safe. After observing for a while, Yi Chen immediately performed nano-level fusion. The black material quickly merged with the safe. After a few seconds, the door of the safe opened slowly and automatically. Seeing this, Yi Chen quickly squatted in front of the safe, and then began to look at the things inside carefully. I saw that the safe was divided into 3 layers, and the items on each layer were different. Dozens of folders are neatly arranged on the top layer. There is a number on each folder, which seems to be some experimental data. Yi Chen then picked up 2 folders and took a look. As a result, he found that he couldn't understand what was inside at all. If I could meet a doctor again in the future, then he must learn from the other party carefully. Putting the folder back in its place, Yi Chen began to observe the middle layer again. There are more than a dozen black boxes on this floor. The material of the box should be some kind of special metal, and each box has a label indicating it. Red flare refracts crystals, light-repelling black lens, water wave type non-Newtonian crystal. Yi Chen read out 3 names in a row and immediately confused himself. How come he had never heard of these crystals before? It seems that the Chinese Academy of Sciences has too much information that ordinary people dare not imagine. Although he didn't know what these crystals were used for, but he could feel that these crystals contained powerful energy fluctuations. Yi Chen was not in the mood to study these things at the moment. He was only interested in seeing what the colorful crystal core looked like. After searching for a while, I finally found the box of colorful crystals in the last row. Yi Chen carefully took it out of the safe and placed it on the coffee table. After taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the black metal box. In an instant, colorful light illuminated half of the room. At the same time, the black and gold armor on Yi Chen began to vibrate. He could feel very clearly that his special black substance was very much longing for the ability of Kaijing. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Chen decided to try to absorb it first. So he slowly reached out and took the colorful crystal in his hand. Then a powerful energy wave spread out. However, what made Yi Chen feel very strange was that he could actually control the range of this energy fluctuation. Therefore, under his deliberate guidance, the energy emitted by the colorful crystal never went beyond the scope of the room. Soon he felt a strange warmth and comfort in his hands. Then the feeling began to spread along the arms to the body, brain, limbs, and internal organs. Just a few seconds later, Yichen began to feel a burning sensation in his body. Then his ability level suddenly increased. It's already level 2, so soon? This colorful crystal is good. Yichen's excitement was beyond words. He almost jumped up from the ground with excitement. At this time, Xiaoqing rushed out of the kitchen with a knife in his right hand and a chicken in his left hand. Yichen, I seem to have upgraded. Xiaoqing's face was full of surprise and confusion. Upon hearing this, Yichen turned around and saw that Xiaoqing's level had also become level 1. Add a few more dishes today. Let's celebrate. Inside the room, the two of them were laughing and talking, and the smoke from cooking was thick. Outside the room, the whole world lost its color due to acid rain. The city's buildings and facilities are aging rapidly, and the zombies and plants are gradually becoming stronger and more upgraded in the rain. Some survivors who were unaware of the truth died in the acid rain. Their corpses turned into new zombies and then entered a new round of evolution. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, turning the inside and outside of the house into two starkly contrasting worlds. The place where Yi Chun and the others had become a paradise. But what they don't know is that a greater danger is quietly approaching. Chapter 18 Upgrade to Level 4. Acid rain continued to fall across most of the blue planet. Yi Chun and his team were having dinner in the apartment. Xiaoqing's cooking skills are not very professional, but he has no problem preparing a few home-cooked dishes. There were 7 dishes on the table, including chicken stewed with potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised carp, and cumin lamb. Several people looked at the table full of dishes and were filled with emotion. Who would have imagined that in this crisis-ridden apocalypse, they could still eat such delicious food? Zhao Xuefei and Xiaoqing are really grateful to Yi Chun. If it weren't for him, I would definitely be hiding somewhere and starving. Under the influence of Kaijing, Zhao Xuefei reached level 2 after waking up from a nap, and Xiaoqing also suddenly reached level 2 while eating. Both of them were amazed at such a rapid upgrade. Therefore, Yi Chun had no choice but to tell the two of them about Kaijing's matter. Several people were talking and laughing around the dining table, completely unaware that danger was approaching step by step. It turned out that although Yi Chun had tried his best to control the overflow of Kaijing's energy, however, the natural energy fluctuations it emits are still targeted by other things. An S-level zombie with talent quickly broke through to level 5 with the help of acid rain and became the first Lord-level leader among the more than 20 million zombies in the capital. After mutation, zombies gradually developed their own level divisions. They do not have their own language, and communication relies entirely on brain waves. Therefore, higher-level zombies have higher brain wave activity, and the more low-level zombies they can control. Zombies are divided into 5 levels. Those above level 5 are called high-level zombies, and those below level 5 are all considered low-level zombies. Level 5 zombies are called lords, and they can control approximately 50 to 100 low-level zombies. A level 10 zombie is called a zombie king, and can control approximately 200 to 500 low-level zombies and 2 to 4 lord-level zombies. Level 15 zombies are called overlords, who can control approximately 800 to 2,000 low-level zombies, about 10 overlords, and 2 to 4 zombie kings. Level 20 zombies are called zombie kings, who can control about 5,000 to 20,000 low-level zombies, and can also control about 10 overlords, about 25 zombie kings, and about 100 to 300 lords. Strictly speaking, zombies above level 25 can no longer be defined as zombies, because they have independent consciousness, superintelligence, and can even speak human language. In the previous life, there were 3 powerful beings above level 25 on Blue Star. The one from the Western continent calls himself Satan, and the one from the Eastern continent calls himself Nightmare. In addition to this, there is also a more mysterious existence called Ami in the Nanyang area. It is said that no survivor who has seen it survived. Beings like them who are above level 25 have abilities that are comparable to those of gods and demons. There are hundreds or thousands of zombie kings following them, not to mention the other low-level zombies. Of course, these are just the strong ones among the human zombies on land. There are even more powerful beings among animals and in the oceans. There are countless beast kings, beast emperors, beast gods, sea kings, sea emperors, and sea gods. However, these are things from the previous life. In this life, Yi Chen's rebirth triggered a series of butterfly effects. At this time, the first zombie lord to awaken in the city was slowly walking towards the apartment with a group of subordinates. In the apartment, Yi Chen was still talking about Kaijing. He said that this colorful crystal core can provide sufficient abilities for the psychics and help the beneficiaries quickly upgrade their levels. However, he didn't know whether there would be any side effects after the upgrade. Therefore, he had to discuss with the two of them whether to continue borrowing the energy of Kaijing. After the three of them discussed it, they finally decided to upgrade the level first. After all, after the heavy rain ends, the whole world will become a more dangerous place. So, in the next 2 days, the three of them relied on Kaijing's abilities to quickly upgrade to level 4. But Kaijing can only help a few people reach level 4. After this, it became very difficult for Yi Chun and others to absorb its energy. Then the three of them began to familiarize themselves with their new skills. After Yi Chun was upgraded to level 4, he gained 3 skills: Nano Fusion, Nano Mimicry, and Nano Shaping. The function of this newly acquired skill is similar to stereotyping, because Nano Mimicry can make objects change. But this change requires continuous use of energy to maintain. When Yi Chun withdrew the energy support, the camouflage materials turned into a pile of loose sand. So, when he acquired the Nano Shaping skills, he completely solved this problem. Fusion, Mimicry, and Shaping, 3 processes are synthesized together. After Yi Chun became familiar with all the skills, he began to transform and upgrade the black and gold armor and the super minibus. He integrated many of the weapons into shelter into his armor and vehicles. Because they're supported by nanotechnology, these weapons can be disassembled and reassembled at the nanoscale. Yi Chun was busy modifying the armor and the minibus, while Xiaoqing was busy practicing close combat skills. Because the 3 skills he obtained are really suitable for close combat. Xiaoqing's 3 skills are Lightning Paralysis, Lightning Stab, and Thunder Shock. Lightning Paralysis means that when he uses a skill, he can force the target to be paralyzed for 1 second. Lightning Thrust allows him to grab a lightning spear at will, then use lightning speed to perform a short-distance teleportation stab. Finally, Thunder Shock is a range attack skill. When in use, Xiaoqing can emit a 10,000-volt electric grid around his body. The electric grid will indiscriminately attack anyone within 5 meters of him. It is worth mentioning that Xiaoqing can combine the lightning paralysis effect with Thunder Shock. To put it simply, his electric net can have a paralyzing effect. After Xiaoqing became familiar with these, he was so excited that he didn't sleep for a whole day and night. Zhao Xuefei's situation was completely opposite to his. At this moment, she did not feel excited at all, but was tossing and turning in sleep. The 3 skills she acquired were mind manipulation, telepathy, and unknown prediction. The effects of these 3 skills are easy to understand from the literal meaning. The first one is that it can manipulate a certain living being with a weak mind. The second is the ability to sense the target's thoughts within a certain range. The third one is that it can predict the good or bad fortune of some unknown things. However, the accuracy of this prediction ability is not 100%. Zhao Xuefei conducted a special experiment in which she made 10 predictions. Her prediction accuracy is only 30%, and her error rate is as high as 70%. This was also one of the reasons why she couldn't sleep. Another thing that made him uneasy was her latest prediction of an unknown result. So, after thinking it over, she decided to go find Yi Chun and have a good talk. In the garage on the top floor of the apartment building, Yi Chun is debugging the upgraded super minibus. Zhao Xuefei walked towards him slowly with her hands behind her back. After seeing Yi Chun, she immediately quickened her pace and walked over. Seeing this, Yi Chun also put down the work at hand. "What's wrong, Xuefei? Why are you here?" Zhao Xuefei's feeling of uneasiness grew stronger. So she went straight to the point and spoke to Yi Chun. "I think we must leave here as soon as possible. If it's any later, I'm afraid something might happen." Chapter 19: Transformation of the Minibus. Yi Chun was a little surprised when he heard what Zhao Xuefei said. Because he had stockpiled so many supplies here, he originally wanted to stay here for a while before making any comments. But Zhao Xuefei is a psychic, and people like her usually have the gift of prophecy. To put it simply, the sense of crisis for psychic users is very strong. Thinking of this, Yi Chun quickly stood up and looked at Zhao Xuefei and asked, "Did you sense something?" When Zhao Xuefei heard this, she nodded slightly and said, "I dreamed about some really bad things. Anyway, I just feel this is unsafe, as if something bad is going to happen." After hearing these words, Yi Chun became more serious. Zhao Xuefei can see things that happen in certain periods of the future in her dreams. This is something he knew in his previous life. So after hearing this, he immediately picked up his phone and called Xiaoqing. But at this time, Xiao Qing's phone was out of reach. It seems that the city's communications have been completely cut off. Yi Chen put the phone back in his pocket, frowned slightly, and looked at Zhao Xuefei and said, "Go and bring Nyonyo here and put her in the car and wait. Once the car is upgraded, it will take you to find me." Zhao Xuefei felt warmed when she saw that Yi Chen trusted her so much. Then the two of them stopped talking and went about their own business. Yi Chen accelerated nanofusion, mimicry, and shaping, and carried out a subversive transformation and upgrade of the super minibus. First, he used his nanotech skills to embed the bomb shelter's weapons into the vehicle's hull. The two sides and the rear of the super minibus have been modified to create a fire output point. Each firing point is equipped with three 12.7mm Type 89 heavy machine guns. Although the Type 89 is far less powerful than the Gatling gun, the power of the three guns combined should not be underestimated. There are also two fire output points on the top of the minibus, and the configuration of one in front and one in the back realizes a cross-no dead-angle shooting area. The two firepower points on the top are equipped with four 12.7mm caliber QJZ 171 heavy machine guns. The QJZ 171 has higher shooting accuracy than the Type 89 and can carry out more precise strikes on targets 1,500 meters away. That's why Yi Chen placed them at the top, giving them a certain low-altitude defense capability. These are the weapons with the greatest firepower that Yi Chen could find in the air raid shelter. If he had access to a real arsenal, he would definitely be able to create even more amazing thermal firepower output equipment. The weapon upgrade of the super minibus is only a small part of the vehicle body upgrade. Yi Chen also used those rare metals to upgrade the strength of the vehicle body, and used nanopowers to upgrade the hardware of the vehicle computer system. Today's super minibuses are more intelligent and have added simple appearance camouflage technology. The in-vehicle AI has also developed preliminary anthropomorphic consciousness and can communicate smoothly with humans. Yi Chen originally wanted to name the car Gooden, but the AI refused to use such insulting words. In desperation, Yi Chen gave the AI a more literary name, Shabby Eagle. Sand sculpture, for short. Even though AI's computing power is very strong, it can't figure out Yi Chen's pun. Thus, the world's most advanced AI system, Shabbat Eagle, was born. Because of the sudden decision to leave the apartment early, Yi Chen's upgrade and renovation had to be suspended. After completing the above modifications, Yi Chen turned around and went downstairs. At the same time, in a secret underground bunker in the northern suburbs of the capital, a bloody battle just ended here. Of the 3,000 members of the organization, only a dozen are left alive. Most of these people were wearing special combat uniforms, and only two of them were wearing white robes stained with blood. The white robes are the attire of the leadership in this organization. So these two are the only remaining leaders of this secret organization. The middle-aged man in white robe is called Adam, a Chinese-French mixed race. The supernatural power he awakened was a rare, dark power. So the whole person looks like a gloomy feeling. The other person in the white robe was an Asian woman in her 20s. Her name is Qin Lingfan, and her awakened superpower is the opposite of Adam's, which is the light power. Adam said as he looked at the devastated base with a hesitant look on his face, "I didn't expect the alien virus to be so fierce. The vaccine developed by the organization is completely useless. Has communication with the European headquarters been restored?" After he finished speaking, there was no response from the audience. Not long after, Qin Lingfan walked in from outside with a cold look. When she saw Adam, she immediately frowned and spoke coldly. "Sent out 7 pursuers, and now only 5 have returned. That mecha guy does have some abilities." When Adam heard this, he snorted with disdain. "It's just good luck. When this damn acid rain stops, I will go and deal with him myself." When Qin Lingfan heard this, he did not refute anything, but took out his tablet and called up a surveillance video. The first advanced zombie was born. He is leading his group of zombies here at this moment. As he spoke, Qin Lingfan marked the apartment where Yi Chen lived on the electronic map. Adam glanced down at the electronic map. Then he waved his hand impatiently. "What's the use of knowing where it goes? We don't have colored crystal cores right now, so our upgrades are greatly limited. Now focus all your attention on Mecha Boy. Find it out. We must find it out before this damn acid rain stops. Send out all the pursuers and make sure to find Kai Jing for me." When Qin Lingfan heard this, she calmly replied yes, and then she started operating on the tablet. Hundreds of iron cages in the base's test room opened at the same time. One after another, the pursuers roared and jumped out of the iron cage. Finally, all the pursuers rushed out of the base at high speed and ran away in all directions. downstairs of the apartment building where Yi-Chen lives. At this time, Xiaoqing had already cleared out all the zombies in the entire building. After 2 days of hard work, he actually harvested more than 200 ordinary crystal cores. When Yi-Chen found him, he was busy fighting a zombie dog in the lobby on the first floor. Lightning thrust. Xiaoqing suddenly grasped a bolt of lightning in his right hand, and then he disappeared from the spot. The next second, when he appears again, the zombie dog had been pierced through the head by lightning. After seeing this scene, Yi-Chen couldn't help but clap his hands softly. Brother Zhao's methods are really getting more and more powerful. But we have to go now. When Xiaoqing heard this, he was stunned, because Yi-Chen originally said that he would live here for a while. But why did you suddenly say you were leaving at this time? What happened? Xiaoqing threw the dead dog on the ground, looked at Xiaoqing seriously, and asked. After hearing this, Yi-Chen sighed softly before replying. This is a long story. Let's talk about it on the way. Let's go to the garage first. I'll control the minibus to come down. At this time, Yi-Chen had already transferred all the supplies in the apartment to the space warehouse, so there is no need to go back and pack anything. But just as the two turned around and were about to leave, Xiaoqing suddenly stopped and turned to look outside. Seeing this, Yi-Chen stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiaoqing frowned deeply when he heard this. Then he slowly pointed outside the glass door. I always feel like he's watching us. Yi-Chen was stunned when he heard that, and then quickly turned his head to look in the direction of his finger. When he saw this, his face immediately turned ashen. Go, go! Hurry and meet up in the garage. Chapter 20 Zombie Lord. Yi-Chen pushed Xiaoqing away while controlling the nano armor to quickly cover his entire body. In just a blink of an eye, Yi-Chen's body was covered with black and gold armor. A black gold sword more than 1 meter long quickly formed in his right hand. When Xiaoqing saw Yi-Chen entering combat mode, he was immediately shocked and anxious. What happened? What happened to that zombie? When Yi-Chen heard this, he just replied a little nervously. This is a level 5 lord, a high-level zombie. Xiaoqing had also heard Yi-Chen talk about the levels of zombies. So, when he heard that the other party was a level 5 zombie, he immediately became nervous. However, Xiaoqing had no intention of escaping from the battlefield. On the contrary, he suddenly stepped forward and blocked Yi-Chen behind him. You go meet up with Sister Shui Fei first. Drive to the east intersection and wait for me. Yi-Chen was stunned when he heard this. I promised to protect him in this life. But before he could say the second word, Xiaoqing turned into lightning and disappeared. It's a lightning strike. In just a blink of an eye, Xiaoqing was standing at the door of the apartment lobby. At this time, dozens of zombies from all around also quickly gathered together. The level 5 lord was standing across the street, staring at Xiaoqing with his scarlet eyes. Ah! As the lord zombie roared, the surrounding zombies rushed towards the gate at the same time. Upon seeing this, Xiaoqing stomped his right foot heavily on the ground and then shouted loudly. Thunder shock! Countless electric arcs as thick as fingers appeared in the shape of a network. The first 7 or 8 zombies that rushed up were instantly paralyzed by lightning. Yi-Chen didn't dare to delay any longer at this time, and immediately accelerated and ran towards the underground parking lot. As soon as Yi-Chen made a move, the Lord also acted quickly. It didn't rush towards Xiaoqing at all, but rushed towards Yi-Chen. This Lord was extremely agile, without any of the slowness of a zombie. Like a nimble cheetah, it quickly bypassed Xiaoqing, who was blocking the door, and chased after Yi-Chen at the fastest speed. Yi-Chen also realized that danger was approaching quickly, so he immediately took out his electronic watch and contacted the in-car AI. Drive the car to the first intersection on the east side of the building. Prepare to pick up Xiaoqing and provide him with fire support. At this time, the super minibus had just come down from the elevator. After receiving Yi-Chen's order, the onboard AI idiot immediately operated the vehicle to drive out quickly. At the same time, the distance between the Lord and Yi-Chen had been shortened to less than 10 meters. Yi-Chen immediately made a prompt decision and ran up the stairs. Upon seeing this, the Lord immediately started chasing after it, and its running speed was much faster than Yi-Chen. When Yi-Chen saw this, he immediately cried out in his heart that something was wrong. Then he began to plan a counterattack by taking advantage of the terrain. Because in terms of speed alone, he definitely can outrun the level 5 zombie Lord. Yi-Chen quickly mimicked and shaped 2 Type 95 automatic rifles on his back. Both assault rifles have been specially modified using nanotechnology. Yi-Chen added automatic aiming and shooting devices to them. Yi-Chen can operate through the LCD display simulated by his arm. Hit me! Following Yi-Chen's order, His right hand quickly pressed the automatic shooting button. After the automatic shooting program was started, the infrared sights on the two automatic rifles were quickly activated. The zombie lord who was approaching at a high speed was immediately targeted. Da-da-da-da. Two automatic rifles fired rapidly, and countless bullet casings fell like rain. In order to support continuous and uninterrupted shooting, Yichin also simulated and created an automatic bullet loading device. That's not all. Yichin also directly connected the entrance of the space warehouse with the entrance of the loading device. In this way, the bullets in the warehouse can be supplied continuously. Now, in a sense, the bullets in those two Type 95 automatic rifles will never be exhausted. Although the level 5 zombie lord has excellent talents and his body has become as strong as steel. However, under the intensive and continuous bullet attacks, its body was gradually overwhelmed. The Lord's IQ is equivalent to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, and he still has the logic to hide when being beaten. So after enduring a barrage of bullets for several minutes, it began to jump up and down to avoid the attacks. It was just that the bullet seemed to have eyes and hit all of them without missing a single one. The zombie lord was annoyed and angry at this moment, and had to slow down and keep a safe distance from Yichin. As its speed slowed down, Yichin's psychological pressure suddenly decreased. Then he began to think about how to escape. Yichin had already arrived at the 13th floor at this time. He quickly slipped into the emergency exit door. Then he threw two suction-type induction mines into the space warehouse. This type of mine does not require gravity to trigger. It will explode as long as an object approaches. Throwing the two mines at the door of the safe passage, he quickly rushed towards the nearest window. When Yichin jumped up and smashed the window glass, the zombie lord happened to push open the door of the emergency passage. The induction mine exploded immediately, and a big hole was blown out on the 13th floor. The zombie lord was blown back by the huge shockwave. The violent explosion shattered its left arm, and a large area of its body was burned by temperatures of thousands of degrees. But from this we can also see the horror of the physical fitness of the lord-level zombies. If these two high-explosive mines were used on ordinary zombies, they would have been blown into pieces. On the other side, Yichin broke through the glass and jumped down. He began to adjust his body shape quickly in midair. Finally, he suddenly drew his knife when he was more than 20 meters away from the ground. The black gold sword pierced into the concrete wall to a depth of 30 centimeters. Under the huge inertia, Yichin created a crack more than 10 meters long on the outer wall of the building. After such a buffer period, Yichin's descent speed finally slowed down gradually. Finally, when he was still 4 or 5 meters from the ground, he pulled out his sword with force and landed steadily. Before he could even stand firmly on his feet, Xiaoqing's voice suddenly came from behind him. "What are you daydreaming about? Run!" When Yichin heard the voice and turned his head to look, Xiaoqing had already run to him like a gust of wind. He saw Yichin standing there without moving, so he immediately picked him up and continued running forward. To Xiaoqing's surprise, Yichin's full-body armor was not as heavy as he had imagined. Judging by feeling, this set of armor weighs no more than 20 to 30 kilograms. The armor with such strong defensive power is surprisingly so light. For the first time, Xiaoqing had the idea of wearing a complete set of armor. While he was making his wishful thinking, a hint of despair slowly appeared in Yichin's eyes. Because at this time, he had already looked up and saw the situation behind him clearly. So, he hurriedly reached out and slapped Xiaoqing's but hard. "Run! Run! Gee! Brother Xiao, can you go faster?" Chapter 21. Racing with Dad. Yichin whipped Xiaoqing on his butt. Although this approach is very uncomfortable, but at this moment, Xiaoqing really didn't want to argue with him at all. Because at this moment, there were thousands of zombies and a dozen pursuers running wildly behind the two of them. Yichin knew that these things must have been attracted by the sound of the fight between the two people just now. Xiaoqing was wearing a raincoat he had picked up from somewhere, and he was carrying a submachine gun and shooting at Yichin. The two of them ran wildly in the heavy rain without stopping. However, more and more zombies joined the pursuit from all around, and even the figures of pursuers appeared on the building in front of the two. At this moment, there was a hint of despair in the eyes of both of them. Are we going to have to fight a life-and-death battle with fate so soon? This life has just begun, okay? Stupid. Hurry up, Daddy. Yichin designed a new in-car AI system, so the identity code he wrote for himself in the program was biological father. Sha Jiao is absolutely not allowed to do anything that would harm Yichin, and he must do everything he can to protect his safety in times of crisis. So at the critical moment, Yi-Chen felt that the only thing he could rely on was the car. Fortunately, the super minibus did not disappoint Yi-Chen. After hearing Yi-Chen's call, it immediately accelerated and rushed towards this side. All firing points on the vehicle were deployed during the journey. In just 2 seconds, a minibus turned into a mobile fortress. Da-da-da-da. All the heavy machine guns on the vehicle opened fire at the same time. Dense bullets were pouring in all directions as if they were free. A dozen zombies who were about to catch up with Yi-Chen were beaten into sieves. The pursuers who wanted to come and catch people were now forced to hide due to the powerful firepower. The minibus was about 10 meters away from Yi-Chen and the others when it suddenly did a 180-degree drift turn. During the drifting process, the side door of the minibus suddenly opened. Xiao Qing, who was quick-witted and agile, took the opportunity to jump in carrying Yi-Chen. The two men fell into the car in a mess, and the minibus just happened to turn around at this time. Then the minibus stepped on the accelerator to maximum. "Dad, please fasten your seatbelt. The idiot is going to start racing." A mechanical reminder sound suddenly sounded in the car, causing everyone to be stunned. Who is this sand sculpture? Who is that stupid dad? Yi-Chen had no time to pay attention to everyone's gazes. He just stood up and rushed to the passenger seat. He spoke urgently while quickly operating the touch screen in front of him. "Shuefei, help brother Xiao check his physical condition. Stupid guy, prepare plenty of alkaline water for the bathroom." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuefei immediately used telepathy to help Xiao Qing check. The sand sculpture instructs the shower system to start synthesizing alkaline warm water. 200 liters of alkaline water is ready. 3 seconds later, the mechanical reminder sounded again. Yi-Chen studied the electronic map on the screen carefully and gave instructions loudly without turning his head. "Brother Xiao, go flush the toilet." After hearing this, Xiao Qing immediately frowned and said okay, then took off his clothes and walked towards the bathroom. When Nyo saw the corroded skin on her father's body, she was so scared that she burst into tears immediately. Seeing this, Zhao Shuefei quickly turned around, hugged him, and coaxed him. At this time, Yi-Chen suddenly pointed to a coordinate on the electronic map and said, "Drive the car here quick." As Yi-Chen gave the order, Xiaojiao had already read the coordinate data. Then the minibus rushed towards the target at high speed. Because the vehicle's engine was upgraded and modified by Yi-Chen. So at this time, the minibus, which was driving at high speed, actually had the style of a heavy truck. All the cars blocking the road were knocked away, and the rolling vehicles also caused some damage to the group of zombies behind them. At this time, all the weapons on the minibus had shrunk back to Nano state. 10 minutes later, the super minibus drove into the underground parking lot of a large supermarket. After entering the underground parking lot, Yi-Chen immediately instructed Xiaojiao to park the car in the front corner. Afterwards, Yi-Chen gave the vehicle a camouflage order while the vehicle was turned off. 3 seconds later, the black super minibus turned into an old van. Yi-Chen was speechless as he looked at the 3D image of the oversized van in front of him. "Stupid, you are such a fool. Is your van this big? Change it for me again." The idiot couldn't help but tremble at Yi-Chen's yelling. Then the appearance of the vehicle changed again. This time, the idiot disguised the minibus as a box truck. As soon as the camouflage was completed in the car, 3 extremely powerful hunters rushed over. But their thermal imaging vision is of no use at all. All the heat inside the car is isolated and dissipated by the special material contained in the car skin. So the 3 pursuers immediately became blind. Upon seeing this, Yi-Chen immediately let out a long sigh of relief. "Oh, it was finally a safe bet." Xiaojiao released the micro-reconnaissance robot. "I want surveillance footage from all key points nearby. We also need detailed information about the interior of this mall." After hearing the order, Xiaojiao immediately answered mechanically with a yes. Then a secret door opened silently at the bottom of the vehicle. More than 30 spider-type reconnaissance robots jumped out through the secret door. These robots have special suction cups on their feet, so there is no sound when they land or walk. Each of these micro-robots is only the size of a 5-cent coin. They move extremely fast and leave no trace of their movements. When in danger, they can disguise themselves as a coin or stone to avoid being discovered by the enemy. The 30 robots were divided into 2 groups, with 7 robots in each group hiding in several key corners near the car. Immediately, the LCD screen in the car showed real-time images of the surrounding area. Another group of 23 little spiders were divided into 4 teams and began to advance quickly into the mall. At this time, the group of zombies had already arrived near the shopping mall. Hundreds of zombies slowly walked into the underground garage. A dozen pursuers followed closely and began jumping up and down in the underground garage. By zooming in on the surveillance footage, Yichen discovered that the pursuers this time were slightly different from the ones he had encountered before. It was obvious that the pursuer this time was bigger and had sharper claws. But what surprised Yichen the most was that some of these pursuers actually had eyes. Yichen frowned immediately after seeing this scene. Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. So, Yichen ordered Xiaojiao to continue to enlarge the image of the pursuer's eyes. After special high-definition processing, the true appearance of the eyes could finally be seen. It's a camera. It was only then that Yichen discovered that these eyes were actually cameras. This would officially confirm that there were human beings behind these pursuers. Just as Yichen was thinking about this, a strange scene suddenly appeared on the surveillance screen. Yichen felt a chill as he stared at the screen, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. This is impossible. Chapter 22, Journey with Peace of Mind. Yichen looked at the screen with a surprised expression. At this moment, more than a dozen pursuers were distributed in a fan shape around. They began to destroy and dismantle car after car. If we continue to search like this, we will find their vehicle in less than 10 minutes. So, at this moment, Yichen was really anxious. But the pursuers have no intelligence at all. They have only the most basic instincts to kill and obey. To be able to organize such a planned search, there must be someone behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Yichen hurriedly ordered Xiaojiao to detect nearby radio waves. A few seconds later, the sand sculpture machine's prompt sounded again. Reporting to my dear father, 3 types of radio waves have been detected in the nearby space. The analysis results have been transferred to the screen. Please check it. Zhao Xuefei and Nyo were both stunned while listening to this broadcast. Father? Who does it call Daddy? Then, the 3 of them slowly turned their heads and looked at Yichen at the same time. Nyo couldn't help but ask first. Uncle Yi, who is calling Daddy on the radio? When Yichen heard this, his face immediately darkened. He suddenly felt a little regretful for playing such a joke on AI. However, once the core program is written, it cannot be improved. Helplessly, he could only turn around and smile. This car is like my uncle's own child, so there's nothing wrong with calling him Uncle Dad. After hearing this, Nyo's eyes widened in surprise. Is this car Uncle's child? How big does Annie's belly have to be to give birth to it? Children speak without restraint. When Nyo finished saying this, Zhao Xuefei almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Yichen's old face looked even uglier at this time, but he didn't want to discuss having children with a child. So, Yichen could only cough awkwardly and said, "Ask your dad about this when you have time. He has more experience than me." Yichen had already watched the video while he was talking. Xiaojiao received 3 types of radio. The first 2 are public channels, and the last one is an encrypted channel. The public channel is nothing more than the public's request for help, and the encrypted channel should be the channel for the operator to communicate with the pursuer. Thinking of this, Yichen immediately asked Xiaojiao seriously, "Can you try to take over their wireless signal?" Upon hearing this, Xiaojiao immediately made 13,900 attempts. Report to Dad, because the host hardware and software conditions are limited. So we are currently not able to crack or take over the other party's signal. But the success rate of information interference is as high as 87%. When Yichen heard this, he immediately nodded with satisfaction. "It's fine if I can interfere. Immediately disrupt. Keep these pursuers away." Xiaojiao received the order and started to execute it immediately. 1 minute later, Xiaojiao successfully sent out more than 330 misleading messages. The pursuers throughout the capital were instantly thrown into chaos. In the secret base in the northern suburbs, Adam became angry when he saw the pursuers running around. "I knew these damn beasts were unreliable." Asked Qin Lingfan to lead the team and set off immediately. "You must bring back the 7-colored crystal core today. 1 minute late will be a huge loss for us." Following Adam's rude order, Qin Lingfan and only 5 members of his team left in the rain. On the other side, the mall's underground parking lot. The zombies were slowly moving around in the garage. The pursuers had long since disappeared. Inside the disguised super minibus, Yichen and others were eating hot pot around a round table. Xiao Qing was now wrapped in bandages, so he could only chew slowly while enduring the pain. He quickly finished the last 2 bites of rice and suddenly spoke. "We must act together this time. With such a large mall, there are bound to be a lot of zombies inside. It's too dangerous for you to go alone." "I don't agree." It turned out that Yichen had just suggested that he sneak into the mall to collect supplies. However, Xiao Qing disagreed a lot, and he strongly requested to act together with Yichen. Yi-chun did not reply in a hurry, but turned his head to look at the LCD screen in front of him. Sha Jiao, have you finished investigating the situation in the mall? As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical reminder sounded on the radio. Reporting to my dear father, 63% of the investigation has been completed. A total of 2,122 zombies were found, and no other abnormalities were found. Upon hearing this, Yi-chun immediately put down the lunchbox in his hand. Only 63%? But it should be enough. Order the robots to set up a guard post. If there is any situation, report it immediately. This time Sha Jiao didn't reply immediately, but performed a signal test on his own. Report to my dear father. This command cannot be completed because the magnetic field nearby has been disturbed by us. Once you enter the mall, your chances of losing contact are as high as 67%. The risk is too great. I refuse to execute it. Yi-chun frowned immediately when he heard this. But before he could say anything, Zhao Xuefei suddenly interrupted. It doesn't matter. I'm still here. My telepathy is not affected by magnetic fields. I leave a spiritual mark on you, so I can pass on the information to you. When Xiao Qing heard this, he immediately nodded with satisfaction. After thinking it over, Yi-chun still felt a little worried. Brother Xiao, I think it's better for one of us to stay. There are too many pursuers this time. Nyonyo and Xuefei must both have a solid support. Before Yi-chun could finish his words, a stupid mechanical voice suddenly rang out over the radio. Dad, have you forgotten about the sand sculpture? Sha Jiao can be responsible for their safety. There are sand sculptures here. You can go on your journey with peace of mind. When Yi-chun and Xiao Qing heard this, their faces suddenly turned dark. Although what he said seemed to make sense, it sounded awkward no matter how he listened to it. What a good son you are. You are so filial to your father. Stupid guy. If you can't imitate human speech, then don't speak. After Yi-chun scolded Sha Jiao, he turned to look at Xiao Qing and said, Brother Xiao, I have armor to protect me and teleport to save my life. If something happens, it's easier for me to get out by myself. Today's situation is really not suitable for us to act together. I'll be relying on you a lot in the future. There's really no need to worry about this one loss. Besides, you are still injured. There's really no need for you to take the risk. After saying this, Yi-chun threw the lunchbox into the trash can. Then he spoke in a cold voice that left no room for negotiation. In the end times, time is life, and supplies are lifeblood. I went to the mall and collected as many supplies as I could. Sha Jiao will do the environmental reconnaissance. Xuefei will assist in information transmission, and Brother Xiao will be ready to provide support at any time. After saying these words, Yi-chun disguised himself in black and gold armor and walked towards the car door. At this time, Nyonyo suddenly stood up and asked in a baby voice, What about me? Why am I the only one without a mission? When Yi-chun heard this, he paused. Then he turned to look at Nyonyo and said with a smile, Nyonyo's mission is the most important. You are responsible for taking good care of Dad and Sister Xuefei. When saying this, Yi-chun also blinked hard at her. Upon hearing this, Nyonyo raised her hand and gave a cute military salute. Yes, I will complete the task. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. Yi-chun put on a black and gold mask and got out of the car. But what no one knows is that in a corner of the mezzanine on the top floor of the shopping mall, a huge black shadow was twisting on the ground. Hundreds of human corpses were scattered around the shadow. As Yi-chun stepped into the mall, the huge black shadow suddenly stopped. It seemed to sense the energy of the colored crystal, so it seemed very excited at this moment. Then, the black shadow became longer and longer and crawled towards the downstairs. Chapter 23, Strange Mall. Yi-chun sneaked in from the back of the mall. This is the inventory area of the mall, so there are only a dozen or so primary zombies wandering around. Yi-chun swung his black gold sword quickly and dealt with them easily and neatly. Afterwards, he took advantage of the situation and stole all the more than 10 tons of goods here and put them into the space warehouse. After searching the inventory area, Yi-chun groped his way towards the supermarket on the first floor of the mall. This time he still entered from the back of the supermarket. Near the back door is the home appliance area, so the first thing that catches your eye is rows of washing machines, air conditioners, and other electrical appliances. Based on the principle of not missing anything if passing by, Yi-chun immediately put all the home appliances into the space warehouse. He is now level 4, and the area of his private space warehouse has long reached a volume of more than 2,000 meters in length, width, and height. So these things don't take up much space in it. More importantly, These things can be used when building the base in the future. After sweeping the home appliance area, Yichen began to grope his way towards the video area of the supermarket. But after walking for a distance, he suddenly stopped. Wait, something seems wrong. It's too quiet here. Thinking of this, Yichen hurriedly hid himself nearby. The armor quickly changed color and blended into the surrounding darkness. After hiding in the dark corner, Yichen began to carefully observe the situation around him. There was not a single zombie in the huge supermarket. The only sounds were the wind and rain outside, and the rustling of leaves by the window. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Before the catastrophe, it was impossible for such a large supermarket to have only a dozen people in the inventory area. The disaster happened at 8 p.m., which is when the supermarket has the heaviest customer flow. And Xiaojiao just reported that there are at least 2,000 zombies in this mall. So where are all the zombies now? The more Yichen thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. So he immediately used the communicator to contact the minibus. But he tried several times but failed to connect to the sand sculpture. Is the magnetic field interference so strong here? Helplessly, Yichen could only hide in the dark and continue to observe carefully. But after observing for 20 minutes, the supermarket was still very quiet. It's really weird. Could it be that someone has lured the zombies here away? But even if that's the case, someone should come in now to collect the supplies. But it's been more than 20 minutes. Why is there no movement at all? Yichen waited patiently for another 10 minutes, but in the end, nothing special happened. No time to waste. Yichen muttered softly, then suddenly rushed out from his hiding place. Then he began to collect supplies as quickly as autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. There are all kinds of chocolate candies, biscuits and breads, potato chips, and shrimp crackers on the shelves. In short, whatever is here, Yichen will put into the space warehouse. It was such a big supermarket, but Yichen was busy for an hour and only finished half of it. At this time, Yichen had already arrived at the middle of the supermarket. When he arrived here, Yichen was immediately stunned by the scene before him. Suddenly, a large hole 3 meters square appeared in the middle of the supermarket. Yichen lowered his head and glanced into the cave. It was at least 10 meters deep, and the bottom of the pit was now full of bubbling acidic water. Could it be caused by acid rain? Thinking of this, Yichen quickly raised his head and looked upwards. I saw there was also a big hole in the ceiling above his head. And standing at Yichen's current position, he could see that the ceiling of the second floor was also pierced. Looking up through these two holes, it seems that there are more large holes. It shouldn't lead all the way to the roof, right? Yichen stood there and studied it for a while, then quickly turned around and continued to collect supplies. At the same time, inside the super minibus. At this time, Xiaoqing was coaxing Nyo to sleep in the bedroom. Zhao Xuefei stared at the surveillance screen with a serious look on her face. Suddenly, something that looked like a branch blocked the 13th split screen. Huh, where did the branch come from? While Zhao Xuefei was still puzzled, suddenly the other screens began to be blocked by branches and vines. What's going on? Zhao Xuefei hurriedly asked about the sand sculpture. Xiaojiao was silent for a few seconds before he responded. Even the idiot doesn't know the reason. The system has lost contact with these robots. We are trying to restore the connection now. Please wait. The sand sculpture is calculating quickly, trying to find a connection with the micro-robot. But Zhao Xuefei couldn't wait any longer. She had to tell Yichen about this. So she began to try hard to sense Yichen's thoughts. After a few minutes of trying, Zhao Xuefei finally sensed Yichen's brainwaves. But after establishing contact, Zhao Xuefei heard the other party say this. Wow, so many lace panties. Xuefei will definitely look great in it. We have to take them all away. We have to take them all away. When Zhao Xuefei heard this, her pretty face immediately turned red. What the hell is going on in this guy's head? But now it was too late for her to be angry. Yichen, the minibus has lost contact with the robot. The surveillance footage upstairs is completely blocked by tree branches. Come back soon. I have a very bad feeling. There's danger in the mall. It's more threatening than the zombie lord last time. At this time, Yichen was busy shopping in the underwear and detergent areas. When he heard the news from Zhao Xuefei, he immediately sped up what he was doing. Okay, I'll be right back. Have Sha Jiao start the vehicle first and be ready to evacuate at any time. Zhao Xuefei immediately replied, okay, when she heard that, and then immediately started asking Sha Jiao to start the car. But as luck would have it, a pursuer suddenly landed in front of the minibus. Zhao Xuefei was shocked when she saw this, and then immediately tried to stop the guy anxiously. Wait a minute, something's happening. At this time, Sha Jiao also scanned the presence of the pursuer. At this moment, it was looking into Zhao Xuefei's eyes through the front windshield. This is a pursuer with eyes, which means that someone is behind it. In an underground base 50 kilometers away, Adam was standing in front of a computer, and a girl was operating the computer in front of him. Chief, this is the area. The remaining energy of the colored crystals here has the strongest reaction. It should be the place where the 7-colored crystal core last appeared. Adam frowned immediately when he heard this. After thinking for a moment, Adam spoke coldly to the girl in front of him. Order the pursuers to conduct a carpet search. We must find clues about Kai Jing. The girl said yes and started typing commands into the computer. At this time, Adam picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke coldly. You guys haven't arrived yet? The energy reaction of the colored crystal suddenly disappeared an hour ago. It's been so long. Why haven't you arrived yet? A few minutes after Adam finished speaking, he finally received a reply from the other party. But there was a lot of noise in the walkie-talkie, accompanied by the sound of very intense fighting. Finally, Qin Lingfan's voice sounded on the intercom. We were attacked on the road. There's something wrong with this rainwater. The plants are starting to mutate. It will take another half an hour or two. The conversation was interrupted prematurely before she could finish her words. Adam frowned when he heard this. His hand clenched around the intercom and made a rattling sound. It looked like he had reached the limit of his patience. Now, even plants have evolved ahead of us. There is no time. There is no time. After saying this, Adam turned and walked quickly into the distance. On the other side, the situation in the underground garage was also extremely critical. The pursuer's huge iron fist has smashed down hard on the minibus. What's even worse is the zombie lord who was injured by Yi Chun. At this moment, he has already wandered outside the mall with his men. Chapter 24 Death Vine. The zombie lord's only remaining eye exuded an extremely resentful look. It could clearly feel that the strange and attractive energy fluctuations were inside. It also knew clearly that the enemy who had injured it must be there too. I must tear that bastard into pieces and take away his energy crystal core. Following a roar from the zombie lord, more than 100 zombies quickly rushed into the mall. Just as the zombie lord was about to charge, he suddenly looked up at the top of the shopping mall. A feeling of fear arose in my heart, but it was quickly covered up by greedy desire. Roaring again, the zombie lord rushed forward quickly. In the underground parking lot, the pursuers were constantly smashing the disguised super minibus. After each attack, Sha Jiao would accurately report the damage. Durability lost 5%. Durability lost 6%. Durability. Zhao Xuefei felt a little nervous as she heard the rising numbers. Xiaoqing also walked out of the bedroom at this time. The bedroom has been specially soundproofed, so the noise outside cannot be heard inside. So when Xiaoqing walked out, he was stunned when he saw the car being smashed in front of him. What's going on now? Xiaoqing quickly walked to Zhao Xuefei and asked urgently. Zhao Xuefei looked at Xiaoqing nervously and said, This monster seems to have discovered us. I can't control this monster with a camera. When Xiaoqing heard this, he immediately turned around and picked up the metal baseball bat. Stupid, there are several pursuers nearby. When Sha Jiao heard this, he immediately started to analyze the data. There are a total of 9 pursuers nearby. The closest one is 0 meters, and the farthest one is 132 meters. The others are between 40 and 80 meters away from this vehicle. Xiaoqing frowned immediately when he heard this. According to Sha Jiao's analysis, except for the one in front of the car, the closest one to them was only 40 meters away. How long does it take for the 40-meter one to get here? Xiaoqing asked while looking at the screen seriously. Upon hearing this, Sha Jiao immediately started to calculate quickly. It only takes 10 seconds, but I can interfere with the signal. This will buy you about 15 minutes. When Xiaoqing heard this, he couldn't help laughing. 15 minutes? That should be enough. After saying this, Xiaoqing turned and walked towards the car door. Xuefei, contact Yi Chun as soon as possible. I always have this uneasy feeling in my heart. This mall is weird. After hearing this, Zhao Xuefei immediately nodded vigorously. Then she began to try to contact Yi Chun again. Xiaoqing opened the car door and jumped out. On the other side, inside the northern suburbs underground base, a girl is remotely controlling the pursuer to smash the car. On the monitor, she saw a figure suddenly flash by out of the corner of her eye. Where did it come from? Is it a zombie? Before she had time to think more, the screen on the monitor turned into a pile of snowflakes. Seeing this, the girl was so angry that she smashed the keyboard. Then she sat down in front of another computer and started typing quickly. But the next second, Her tapping fingers paused. Such a big disturbance. What's in this mall? What the hell is going on? The girl complained while speeding up her typing. At the same time, the mall's underground parking lot. Xiao Qing swung the baseball bat and struck the pursuer's head fiercely. Each stick carries 1,000 volts of electricity, and it makes a crackling sound with sparks. The camera device implanted in the pursuer's brain was destroyed at that moment. The pursuer could not receive any instructions at this time. Its instinct is crazy killing and bloodthirstiness. But at this time it was beaten back and had no chance to fight back at all. Xiao Qing also put all his strength into it at this time, ready to take this guy away. Unfortunately, he seriously underestimated the pursuer's strong physical fitness. Because Xiao Qing used too much force, the alloy baseball bat was actually broken. After seeing this scene, Xiao Qing and the pursuer were both stunned. But during this moment of distraction, the pursuer finally found an opportunity to counterattack. The next second, the pursuer quickly swung his claws towards Xiao Qing. Inside the shopping mall or supermarket, Zhao Xuefei's anxious voice suddenly rang in Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen, where have you been? There's a problem in the garage. Yi Chen's face now looked extremely ugly, with beads of sweat the size of beans sliding down his cheeks. At this moment, he has already started the strongest firepower mode. All the weapons that could be mimicked in his black and gold armor were revealed. The submachine gun, heavy machine gun, shotgun, rocket launcher, and flamethrower were all aimed at the same thing in front of them. It was a slowly crawling vine, about as thick as a bucket in diameter. Countless forked branches swayed constantly, and each branch looked like the tail of a vicious rattlesnake. The rustling sound was like the whisper of death. This was the first time Yi Chun felt fear after his rebirth. Die, Death Vine! It turned out that the thing that was slowly crawling towards him at this moment was called the Death Vine. It is a variant of the woody vine plant Parthenocissus of the Vitaceae family. It used to have a very down-to-earth name called ivy. However, the variant ground ivy that is as thick as a bucket is no longer suitable for this name. The Death Vine is a new name given to him by people in the apocalypse. It is a highly aggressive carnivorous mutant plant. It can feed on any creature with flesh and blood, including the zombies that are everywhere today. The level of the Death Vine is determined by the thickness of its vines. If the vines grow to the thickness of a bucket, they will be at least at S-grade level. The end of the world had just begun, and Yi Chen encountered these super dangerous creatures one after another. Could it be that the script for this life is of SSS level difficulty? Even if I have dual talents and some cheats, I still don't have the ability to jump so many levels to challenge the big boss. If I fight the Death Vine now, I will definitely die. Moreover, this guy's vines are harder than steel and are not afraid of any kind of supernatural attacks. What's even more terrible is that it has extremely strong vitality and it cannot be solved by simply cutting a few vines. Yi Chen remembered it very clearly in his previous life that the only time a human had killed it was when 2 atomic bombs were detonated simultaneously. Of course, that death demon vine is several times thicker than this one and belongs to the SSS level ultimate boss. But Yi Chen couldn't deal with this little boss at the moment. Even if Yi Chen wants to blow it up now, he needs to have an atomic bomb first, right? Thinking of this, a hint of despair rose in Yi Chen's eyes again. But then he quickly calmed down. After all, having experienced 2 apocalypses, Yi Chen's psychological quality is naturally impeccable. After calming down, his brain started to work quickly. A few seconds later, Yi Chen really figured out a way to escape. But this method is a bit risky. If we fail like this, then the loss will definitely outweigh the gain. Chapter 25: Light in the Darkness. The size of the Death Demon Vine is generally very large. From the outside, the entire shopping mall building was covered with thick and lush vines. The current shopping mall has actually become a trellis for the Death Vine. The more than 2,000 zombies in the mall are actually just food it keeps in captivity. Yi Chen saw that the Death Demon Vines had surrounded him in 3 layers inside and outside. He immediately understood the other party's true intention. It was coming for the colorful crystal core in his body. The man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. It seems that the reason why the end of the world has such a hard time at the beginning is all thanks to this colorful crystal. If he could escape by chance this time, Yi Chen planned to study the solution carefully. We can't be targeted by a group of S-level terrorists every day in the future. In that case, no matter how many plugins you have, they will not be enough. Thinking of this, Yi Chen became more determined in his previous idea. He must make a bold attempt and tear a hole in the encirclement of the Death Demon Vines. Thinking of this, Yichen immediately took out the colored crystal from the space warehouse. When the death demon vine sensed the appearance of Kai Jing, it suddenly became more and more excited. The thick vines around began to shrink rapidly, and countless spikes on the vine trunk shot out like fired bullets. Yichen never expected that this guy would not give him any time to react. With no other options, Yichen could only throw the colored crystal to the side. At the same time, Yichen's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. He used the skill of space teleportation. "What?" Yichen whispered one as he teleported. The attention of the death demon vine was successfully attracted by Kai Jing. At this moment, it has no mood to care about the life or death of a two-legged reptile. Colorful crystal, a huge source of energy. All the attention of the death demon vine was transferred along with Kai Jing. At the same time, Yichen had appeared closer to the wall. But then he quickly disappeared from the spot. All that was left was the two, he whispered softly. But the next second, Yichen's figure suddenly appeared in front of Kai Jing again. Grabbed the death vine's vines before they touched the colorful crystal. Then, before the death demon vine could react, he threw the colorful crystal forward again. At the same time, Yichen disappeared from the spot again. He silently said, "3." Kai Jing continued to fly forward while spinning, and the death demon vine mobilized more than a dozen vines to grab it at the same time. But just a second before they were about to touch, Yichen suddenly teleported again and reached out to hold the colorful crystal. Then he teleported away again, leaving only the vines colliding with each other. 4. This time the death vine finally got angry. How could it allow this two-legged reptile to play tricks on it like this? The death vine was so angry that its entire body began to tremble. Then the shopping mall building shook violently. Countless glass and floor panels were shattered, and the walls of the building cracked with countless cracks of varying sizes. Yichen appeared less than 10 meters away from the wall. As long as he teleports once more, he will be able to successfully escape from the shopping mall building. And this time is also the limit of his teleportation. 5 times. His energy only allows him to use space teleportation 5 times. If you fail, you will become a lamb to be slaughtered. The death vines had already locked onto his position by this time. Countless vines flew quickly towards him. Seeing this, Yichen smiled slightly. He was waiting for this moment to be angry with the public. "The opportunity has come," Yichen exclaimed softly, put the colored crystal back into the space warehouse, and teleported away. This escape plan went perfectly as expected. But what Yichen never expected was, there is a big trouble on the other side of the wall. Yichen had just appeared and immediately collided heavily with a dark shadow. Then he followed the black shadow and crashed through the wall, falling back into the mall. Fortunately, Yichen was protected by the black and gold armor. Otherwise, such a huge impact force would have smashed him into a pulp on the spot. But even with the armor on, he was still knocked dizzy, and the buzzing sound in his ears lingered for a long time. At this time, Yichen finally looked at the dark shadow pressing on him. It was an extremely terrifying face, and half of the body had been blown off. The man's left eye and left arm were gone, leaving only his right eye full of resentment and his right hand tightly grasping his throat. It's the zombie lord from before. The collision just now was not a coincidence. This guy's been lying in ambush outside. He also sensed the energy fluctuations of the colorful crystal, so he did this while the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is simply outrageous. When did the zombie lord's IQ become so high? While Yi Chun was shocked, the zombie lord had already let out a victory roar. His right hand clasped Yi Chen's throat tightly like an iron clamp. The black armor on the neck began to make cracking sounds. Yi Chen didn't want to sit there and wait for death, so he immediately fired all the mimicry weapons at the same time. The rattle of machine guns, the sizzle of flames, and the explosion of rockets rang out one after another. The zombie lord was immediately blasted 4 or 5 meters away by a rocket. This guy never expected that this person was carrying a bomb. Yi Chen had just escaped from the zombie lord's hold. The vines of the death demon vine over there immediately attacked. At this time, Yi Chen's energy had been basically exhausted, and he had no ability to forcibly perform spatial teleportation. Is this life over so soon? When Yi Chen's eyes were filled with despair, suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared on the scene. The white light, like the sun, powerfully dispelled all the darkness around. The supermarket suddenly became as bright as day, blindingly bright. The death vine was so frightened that it retracted all its vines. The zombie lord covered his right eye in pain. Yi Chun was also dazzled by the light and opened his eyes. He just felt that someone suddenly picked him up, and then he was carried away by the other party. When the two were jumping and running, Yi Chun could clearly feel the other's surging softness. Yi Chun was immersed in it unconsciously for a while, and then he cried out in surprise, "Where's my A?" It turned out that Yi Chun's energy was exhausted. The black gold armor mimicked by nanomatter then melted and shrank into its original black mist state and merged into its body. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to feel the warmth and softness. "If you don't want to die, shut up." A cold female voice suddenly sounded in Yi Chun's ears. Then the two of them fell heavily to the floor on the third floor. The woman fainted after the fall. When Yi Chun got up, he discovered that the man was already covered with wounds. Did she have a fierce battle before she came? Was that strong light just now also her last energy? While Yi Chun was still making guesses, the white light on the first floor suddenly went out. The whole world fell into deep darkness again. After the strong light disappeared, the zombie lord was the first to react. He immediately stood up and rushed out of the building, then quickly disappeared into the darkness and lay dormant again. Soon, the death vine finally came to its senses. It could clearly feel that the alluring energy was still in the mall. Then it began to grow branches and vines rapidly, tightly wrapping the entire building. This time, there will be no room for error. Immediately, vines began to spread rapidly on every floor of the building. Soon, the sound of rustling climbing was heard near Yi Chun. But at this moment, there was not a trace of energy left in his body. Once discovered by the death vine, the only option waiting for him is death. Danger is only a stone's throw away from him. Chapter 26: The future is a dead end. Yi Chun's heart tightened when he saw the vines getting closer. Then he picked up the woman on the ground and ran away. The third floor of the shopping mall mainly sells household items, so he didn't have time to think about it and hid in a closet with the woman in his arms. Then he used up his last bit of energy to mimic a huge egg. The hard metal egg wrapped the two of them tightly. Yi Chun knew very well that the death vine could sense the energy of the colored crystal. Therefore, during this mimicry, high nickel alloy was deliberately used as the main material. The biggest feature of high nickel alloy is that it can effectively block magnetic fields, and energy itself is actually a magnetic field effect. Sure enough, when the metal egg wrapped Yi Chun and the other person, the death demon vine immediately became more violent. Countless vines sped up the search, and one vine even passed in front of the closet where Yi Chun was hiding. But it lost the sensitivity of the colorful crystal's magnetic field and could not lock onto Yi Chun's position at all. Inside the metal egg, Yi Chun hugged a beautiful woman tightly. Because the space inside the eggshell is small, the two people's sensitive parts are inevitably very close. At this time, Yi Chun finally had the chance to see clearly the appearance of the woman in front of him. She had an oval face, dark eyes under her eyebrows, silky hair, and a cold and noble look between her brows. This woman was Qin Lingfan, who was sent to capture Yi Chun personally. Qin Lingfan was just waking up at this time, and her eyes turned cold when she saw Yi Chun. "Damn it, let me go." It turned out that Yi Chun was hugging her tightly like a twist. Qin Lingfan's first reaction was that he was being taken advantage of, but the space here was too small, and she had no way to do anything to deal with Yi Chun. Yi Chun was very happy to see that the other party woke up and immediately smiled wickedly and said calmly, "Now that you're awake, let's have a good chat. Are you from the GJ Alliance? What is your purpose? Does the end of the world have anything to do with GJ?" Yi Chun's questions were more and more sharp. Qin Lingfan couldn't help but frown after hearing this. Who is this man in front of me? How did he know these confidential things? However, as an elite of the GJ Alliance, how could she easily betray her own organization? So, she immediately replied softly and coldly, "I have no idea what you are talking about. Let me go now, or you'll be dead." Yi Chun simply disdained her threats, because locking her in the metal egg with himself was part of his plan. He wanted to use this opportunity to gather some intelligence, and the space he created himself is basically the same as his private space. Here the other party can't do anything, but you can do whatever you want. So, Yi Chun leaned close to her cheek and spoke coldly. "You'd better be obedient, otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't do something worse than an animal." When Qin Lingfan heard this, his brows immediately tightened a little. So she spat at Yi Chun and said, "Scum like you really should be purified. Even if I die, even if I am doomed, I will never compromise with you." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Chun kissed her. Qin Lingfan was completely stunned at that moment. Her first reaction was that she was dirty. She actually had her mouth defiled by a scumbag. Yi Chun was interrogating Xiao Qing in the metal leg, but Xiao Qing was exhausted from beating him in the parking lot. The pursuer who had fought with him before had half of his head crushed by him. But even so, the pursuer still did not die. The powerful vitality and terrifying recovery ability made Xiao Qing feel helpless and desperate. At this moment, Zhao Xuefei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Yi Chun is in danger. We have to go in and rescue him. After hearing this, Xiao Qing turned around and jumped into the car without saying a word. The super minibus had already removed its disguise by this time. The sound of the sand sculpture machine lifting was heard on the radio again. My stupid dad is very dangerous. You must rescue them immediately. When Xiao Qing heard this, he immediately responded. Stop talking about useless things. What is the situation now? Where is Brother Yi Chun now? Upon hearing this, Xia Jiao immediately played the 3D diagram on the monitor. Then his mechanical voice sounded again from the radio. This is a blueprint of a simulated shopping mall. According to the clues provided by Ms. Zhao Xuefei, it's an idiot guess that my father is in a furniture store on the south side of the 3rd floor. Because there is no elevator to the upper floors, it is difficult for Xia Jiao to control the car to carry out on-site rescue. But Xia Jiao can carry out long-range attacks and poison interference from the periphery. Xiao Qing and Zhao Xuefei were stunned by what Xia Jiao said. Who would have thought that these conversations would come from the mouth of an AI? Isn't this thinking logic too human-like? If the words hadn't been so blunt, both of them would have thought that someone was hiding in the car and talking to them. But now is not the time to be surprised whether computers are human-like. Xiao Qing immediately grasped the key point and asked further questions. Long-range strikes are easy to understand, but what about poisoning interference? As soon as Xiao Qing finished speaking, a new picture appeared on the monitor. It was a paper schematic of a giant 3D vine. Xia Jiao began to explain the Death Demon vine based on the data input by Yi Chun. After the basic situation was introduced, Xia Jiao immediately followed up with something that really enlightened everyone. Since it is a plant, it cannot live without water and nutrients. Acid rain is its nutrient solution. Then Xiao has a way to restrain it. After saying this, Xia Jiao immediately turned the topic back to rescuing Yi Chun. My biological father's energy has almost reached the point of drying up. His body cells are very weak at this time. If we carry out large-scale, large-volume energy replenishment at this time, his cells will explode due to the extreme overload in a short period of time. So even if my dear father has the colored crystal in his hand now, it will be of no use. When Xiao Qing heard this, he immediately scratched his head. After a moment, he put down his hand and spoke slowly. Then let me go in and carry him out. Sister Xuefei, if anything unexpected happens to me, Nyo just. When Zhao Xuefei heard this, her brows immediately frowned. She did not rush to reply, but instead launched an unknown prediction very carefully. Then, she saw some fragments from the future in her mind. In the future clip, Yi Chun was covered in blood and Xiao Qing was covered in wounds. Behind them was a sea of fire, and countless zombies and monsters surrounded them. Their future is a dead end. The tears couldn't stop flowing down my cheeks. No, I won't. The future will definitely not be like this. Try it again. Only one more time. Can we get it right? Zhao Xuefei quickly wiped away her tears and then activated the skill Unknown Prediction again. Because the level 4 skill is activated twice in a short period of time. Her face had turned extremely pale, and drops of blood from her nose were dripping onto her clothes. But she didn't care at all. She just frowned and continued to observe a new fragment of the future. Chapter 27, It's Not Clean Anymore. Zhao Xuefei mobilized the energy in her body to launch the second unknown prediction. Even though her body felt very weak at this moment, and her nosebleed had soaked her collar, she still didn't care. She must see clearly what the future will look like. This time, what emerged in Zhao Xuefei's mind was still a fragment about the future. The scene was no longer of Yi Chun and Xiao Qing's miserable plight, but of himself and Nyo lying on the ground crying helplessly. There were no zombies or monsters around, only two lonely figures crying silently in the darkness. Why is it like this? Impossible. The future shouldn't be like this. The tears in Zhao Xuefei's eyes grew more and more intense, but the fluorescence around Nyo in her fantasy became brighter and brighter. Has Nyo awakened her special powers? But what about Yi Chun and Brother Xiao? Zhao Shuefei was unwilling to see only such a result. So she wiped away her tears again, ready to risk her life and try again. But Xiao Qing took the first step and grabbed her hand. Don't be stubborn. The outcome is not important anymore. I'll leave Nyonyo in your care. Please tell her that Dad loves her very much. After saying this, Xiao Qing let go of his hand and strode off the minibus. Zhao Shuefei turned around and tried to stop them, but she didn't even have the strength to stand up. Using the level 4 skill twice in a row just now had already made her mentally and physically exhausted. I hate it so much, Zhao Shuefei said to herself angrily while crying. She hated herself for not being able to do anything at the critical moment. If Yi Chun and the others can come back safely, I will definitely work harder. She no longer wanted to be a weak girl who could only hide behind and be protected. She also wants to fight like Yi Chun and Xiao Qing. The apocalypse is definitely an era where the former is king. The weak can only be a burden and the weak link in the team. I don't want this. I want to change. You must come back alive. Give me a chance. Zhao Shuefei bit her lips until they bled, and tears rolled down her face one after another. At this moment, she was truly enlightened. The true Queen of the Heart is quietly awakening. Outside the minibus, Xiao Qing put on his Bluetooth headset and then tightly grasped a military engineer's shovel in his right hand. The three pursuers around him immediately discovered his trace. But Xiao Qing was a little dissatisfied when he saw that there were only 3 people. Grandson, you called too few helpers. It's not enough for Master Xiao to fight. Call some more quickly. After Xiao Qing finished shouting, he immediately whispered to Sha Diao, turn off all signal interference. Sha Diao was very surprised when he heard this. So he immediately warned Xiao Qing in a mechanical voice. Warn, the consequence of doing this will make your rescue more difficult. What we need to do now is to reduce the number of enemies, not to deliberately increase them. When Xiao Qing heard this, he smiled coldly. You idiot, you know nothing. When I was in the army fighting, you were still just a pile of electronic components. Don't talk nonsense, just do it. Seeing that Xiao Qing was very determined, Sha Jiao could only do as he said. After the signal jammer was turned off, contact was quickly established between all the pursuers. Then more than 100 pursuers quickly turned around and rushed toward Xiao Qing. The 3 pursuers closest to Xiao Qing have received instructions. They will not launch an attack easily, but will wait for the arrival of the main force before taking action together. Because their target has never been Xiao Qing, but the colorful crystal core in Yi Chen's hand. When Xiao Qing saw that these people didn't rush up to him, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seems like you bastards want to catch us all in one fell swoop. Okay, then I'll lead you to sing straight to the Huang Long. You little bastards, come at me if you dare. After Xiao Qing said this, he made a lightning strike. The pursuer closest to him hadn't reacted yet. Immediately, a blue lightning pierced through his chest, making him feel cold all over. But even so, it just roared in pain, and there was no tragic sacrifice as imagined. Xiao Qing cursed loudly and kicked him. Then he used the inertia of the rebound to quickly run towards the shopping mall. At this time, more than 30 pursuers had arrived at the scene. Seeing this, Xiao Qing smiled wickedly, then rushed into the mall without looking back. Several pursuers who were closer followed directly, and the other pursuers also began to rush into the mall without hesitation. In the metal eggshell on the 3rd floor of the shopping mall, Qin Lingfan's mouth was swollen from being bitten by Yi Chen. But this is not the most unbearable thing. What she couldn't stand the most was having her ticklish spot tickled. At this moment, Yi Chen's right hand was holding his waist. Qin Lingfan is a strong woman who is not afraid even in the face of death. But she really couldn't stand being scratched on the itchy flesh on her waist by a stinky man. This is a double humiliation and torture, both physically and mentally. Qin Lingfan even felt that he was no longer clean. This man must be fucked, and when he gets out, he must be killed at any cost. She had a lot of hatred in her heart, but in the end she had to choose to compromise. Because only by staying alive can you have the chance to take revenge and to deal with this scum in front of you. Besides, this world has been destroyed anyway, and no one knows whether the GJ Alliance still exists. It would be better to just tell him some superficial secrets. At least I won't suffer here. Therefore, Qin Lingfan selectively told Yi Chen some things about the GJ Alliance. After half an hour of detailed discussion, Yi Chen roughly knew some inside information. You guys really want the world to be in chaos. Is this a good thing? It's all over now. The look Qin Lingfan gave Yi Chen was nothing but disgust. Okay, I know I've already told you. Take your dirty hands and dirty mouth away now. When Yi Chen heard this, he rolled his eyes. This metal eggshell is just a tiny space. Even if you want to take it away directly, there must be space. But since the other party hates me so much, I might as well make another deal with her. Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately smiled wickedly and said, Yes, yes, but you still have to agree to one thing from me. When Qin Lingfan heard this, his heart skipped a beat. She knew that this scumbag would not let her go easily. So Qin Lingfan glared at Yi Chen fiercely and said, Don't go too far. I swear to kill you when I get out. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen gave her a hard kiss. Qin Lingfan instinctively wanted to hide backwards, but how could he hide in such a narrow place? Suddenly, he was taken advantage of by the other party again. Asshole! Son of a bitch! I'll fight you! Qin Lingfan had tears in his eyes and pretended to bite. But Yi Chen puffed up his mouth and pretended to vomit. After seeing this scene, Qin Lingfan was stunned. If he spits this into his mouth, I can only die to atone for my sin. Out of fear, Qin Lingfan suppressed his hatred and clenched his teeth. Seeing this, Yi Chen's expression returned to normal, and he quickly asked another question. What level are you now? If you want to live, you must tell me the truth. I have a way to escape. Qin Lingfan was stunned when he heard this. She didn't want to bother with this scumbag anymore. But after hearing that the other party had a way to escape, he couldn't help but change his mind. You really have a way to escape? There are S-level mutant creatures outside. Chapter 28, 80% chance. Qin Lingfan looked at Yi Chen with suspicion in his eyes. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, As long as you cooperate, I'm 80% sure I can escape. Qin Lingfan still had doubts in his heart at this time. But after seeing how confident the other party was, he immediately became interested. Okay, then you tell me, how on earth am I supposed to cooperate with you? After hearing this, Yi Chen immediately repeated the question he had just asked. You have to tell me first, what is your current ability level? Qin Lingfan heard that this time he did not hide anything at all. Only level 2. The time is too tight. There is no time to focus on upgrading. Yi Chen's heart immediately tightened when he heard this. This woman was able to upgrade to level 2 in such a short time without the help of the colorful crystal core. This shows that she is either extremely talented or has made sufficient preparations in advance. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but look at the GJ Alliance with a higher regard again. But now Yi Chen doesn't have time to think about other things. He could only quickly gather his thoughts and speak. I can help you reach level 4 in a short time. When the time comes, if we work together, we will definitely be able to escape. Qin Lingfan was not too surprised to hear this, because she already knew what the other party's trump card was. But what surprised her was that he was willing to give the things to her. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you first when I get out? When Yi Chen heard this, he chuckled disdainfully. If I were afraid, would I still make this suggestion? Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to cooperate or not? Qin Lingfan fell into a brief silence when he heard this. At this time, Yi Chen naturally had his own plans. Whether this woman is talented or well-prepared, it will not affect her ability to reach level 4 in the near future. So Yi Chen lent her the energy of Kai Jing just to help her complete the upgrade a few days earlier. Yi Chen has tested it himself and found that colored crystal can only help humans upgrade to level 4. If you want to upgrade to a higher level, you must make your body cells and qualities stronger. Then, this process of human body transformation is definitely not something that can be completed overnight. After all, humans are living people, not zombies and mutant creatures. Yi Chen himself was very clear about his current situation. If he absorbs a large amount of colored crystal energy now, there is no need to wait for the other party to make a move, as he will be killed by the powerful energy impact. Therefore, he doesn't need to recover to his peak state in a short period of time. He could only recover a little energy, enough to help himself complete 2 space teleportations. With a life-saving skill of teleportation, the rest depends on how the Death Vine fights this woman. By the way, what he just said was the truth. What he said was that he had an 80% chance of escaping, but he didn't say that he would run away with the woman in front of him. In this world, at the end of the world, whoever is naive will lose. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Qin Lingfan saw a hint of cunning in Yi Chen's brows, but she had no intention of exposing the other party's intention. So she pretended to hesitate for a while before replying. There is no other way at this point. As long as you can help me level up, I promise to cooperate with your actions. When Yi Chen heard this, he immediately felt happy again. Does this woman dare to pretend anymore? Although he didn't believe what the woman said. But at this point, he really had no better solution. If you want to escape from the entanglement of the death vine, you really have to rely on this woman with light-related supernatural powers. Then Yichen didn't say any more and directly opened the entrance to the space warehouse. But this entrance can only be seen by him. However, both of them could clearly sense the energy overflowing from the colorful crystal inside. Qin Lingfan's face lit up with joy at that moment. Then he stopped talking and concentrated on absorbing it. Seeing this, Yichen hurriedly began to carefully absorb the energy supply from the colorful crystal. He knew very well at this moment that the other party would never attack him before he reached level 4. The metal eggshell isolates most of the colorful crystal energy, but it still made the sensitive death demon vine excited. However, it couldn't lock onto the location of the crystal core, so it could only speed up the crawling of all the vines in search. But at this critical moment, Xiaoqing suddenly led a group of pursuers into the mall. The death vine will not tolerate anything that breaks in. The vines on the first floor immediately launched an indiscriminate attack. Seeing this, Xiaoqing immediately used the lightning thrust as teleportation. Every time an attack is launched, a defense is completed and a vine will be pierced by lightning. His action only angered the death vine even more. Then more vines began to gather towards the first floor. However, the pursuers who broke into the mall were not vegetarians either. Vines as thick as buckets can't last more than a few minutes under their sharp claws. The smelly green juice splashed everywhere. The broken vines quickly lost moisture, withered and rotted, and wisps of black smoke with a hint of poison came out. But then new vines began to grow rapidly, and the death demon vine was not something that could not be cut down or killed. But what annoyed it was that more and more pursuers came in from outside. By the time Xiaoqing found an opportunity to run to the third floor, the number of pursuers in the mall had reached more than 200. The energy of the colorful crystal core also made the pursuers excited. All the pursuers began to climb desperately towards the third floor. The death demon vine immediately felt the threat of competition, so it immediately sent down more vines to snipe. When the pursuers were fighting fiercely with the death vine, the zombie lord hiding in the darkness gradually revealed half of his head. At this moment, he was carefully sensing the location of the colorful crystal energy. If there was a chance, he didn't mind rushing out and taking one more risk. In the early days of the apocalypse, the 7-colored crystal core was like an elixir of life. Whoever gets it will be ahead of the evolution of the entire world. Therefore, none of the 3 forces involved in the fight will give up. The war in the business world is destined to be a bitter battle to the death. Xiaoqing wandered alone among the 3 mutant creatures. Everywhere he looked were enemies, and he had no help at all. But he was still fighting without paying attention to anything else. He fought for a full 4 hours. During this period, no matter how hard or difficult it was, I never gave up. Just because he was unwilling to give up his brother, he would carry Yichen out even if he had to do it on his back. There was a fierce battle and blood flowing outside the metal eggshell, but inside the eggshell there was peace and tranquility. Yichen has recovered a quarter of his energy and can barely complete 2 space teleportations. But this is obviously not safe enough. It will take at least 3 consecutive teleportations to get out of the shopping mall building. But Qin Lingfan didn't give him more time after all, because Yichen clearly felt that the woman in his arms was about to break through to level 4. So, Yichen felt the other party's energy fluctuation. He immediately withdrew the metal defensive eggshell at lightning speed. In an instant, he and Qin Lingfan were completely exposed to the attention of the 3 mutant creatures. The next second, the death vine moved, the group of pursuers moved, and the zombie lord also moved. Yichen's mind was more focused than ever at this moment. His peripheral vision took in all the surrounding situations. Whether he's dead or alive, I'll be shocked just by looking at him. Wake up, old man! Chapter 29, Powerful Light System. At the critical moment, Yichen placed all his bets on Qin Lingfan. As long as this woman can wake up as expected, then his escape plan would be half successful. But the vines of the death demon vine were almost right in front of us. This woman didn't show any sign of waking up. It's all over. Could it be that this woman's talent is not as good as I expected? Isn't this a losing business? Wake up, old man. Yichen was too lazy to talk nonsense and just slapped Qin Lingfan in the face. The big-mouthed guy had already swung his phantom away, and Qin Lingfan then slowly opened his eyes. As those star-like eyes opened, a surge of energy overflowed from her body. Yichen heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. This woman finally reached level 4. Qin Lingfan blinked his confused eyes. Then he reached out and gently stroked his cheek and talked to himself. Why does my face hurt when I reach level 4? When Yichen heard this, he immediately felt guilty. However, at this time, the Death Demon Vine helped him resolve the embarrassment very well. Careful. Yichen picked up Qin Lingfan and quickly rushed to the side. The thick vines then smashed heavily on the place where the two were just now. Only at this time did Qin Lingfan finally wake up completely. Let go and let me come. Qin Lingfan pushed Yichen away, then swung his palm towards the vines not far away. Sanction holy light. Following her light shout, a beam of white light with a diameter of 1 meter shot out. Under Qin Lingfan's light speed attack, the Death Demon Vine had no time to react at all. In just a blink of an eye, the vines that were hitting the two people and a quarter of the building were neatly cut off. After seeing this scene, Yichen immediately swallowed hard. Oh my god! They both have level 4 ultimate skills. Why are others so awesome? It's true that comparing yourself with others makes you more angry and your money and goods will be thrown away. The light-related supernatural powers are simply awesome. You can't deny it. Yichen was still marveling at this woman's amazing skills. Qin Lingfan suddenly turned around and attacked him. Imprisonment of light. When Yichen heard the word holy, he initiated space teleportation without hesitation. Then the milky white halo passed his original position and hit the pursuer 3 meters away squarely. The moment the light circle hit the pursuer, it immediately turned into a large light beam 3 meters wide. The pursuer was neatly bound from head to toe in the beam of light. The beam of light then quickly tightened, pinning the pursuer to the spot. After seeing this scene, Yichen, who was hiding 10 meters away, swallowed hard again. This woman has so many unique skills. If she uses the combo of light imprisonment and holy light of punishment, then I will definitely be cut into pieces. This woman is so scary. I hope I never meet her again. Thinking of this, Yichen immediately shouted loudly to Qin Lingfan. I'll leave this to you. We will never meet again. After saying this, Yichen disappeared once again through space teleportation. As he disappeared, the energy fluctuations of the colorful crystal core also disappeared instantly. Qin Lingfan's first reaction was that this guy had hidden in the metal egg again. However, he himself did not know where he teleported to. At this moment, the Death Vine and the Zombie Lord had already approached. In the secret underground base, the girl operating the computer discovered Qin Lingfan first. It's Secretary Bai. It's great that she's still alive. Then, the girl began to give new instructions to all the pursuers. All of a sudden, the pursuers around the mall began to gather towards Qin Lingfan quickly. More than 100 pursuers who were closer to her had begun to cooperate with her to fight against the Death Vine. No one knew when the Zombie Lord quietly left the battlefield, because he had already discovered some trace of Yichen. Yichen reappeared in the supermarket on the first floor at this moment. However, what he was wearing at this time was not black and gold armor, but an oval metal egg. The colorful crystal core is hidden inside the metal egg, but its energy waves are isolated again. Yichen thought that doing this would be foolproof, but he never expected that the Zombie Lord would suddenly appear in front of him. At this moment, this guy's one I was filled with blood-red hatred. Its purpose is not just to get the colorful crystal, it also wants to tear Yichen into pieces with its own mouth. With a roar from the Zombie Lord, dozens of zombies hiding around all appeared. Then they pounced on Yichen together with the Zombie Lord. Upon seeing this, Yichen frowned immediately, because he was really in a difficult situation at this time. If we switch to armor mode now, the energy waves of the colorful crystal core cannot be blocked. But if you don't switch to the armor mode, then this egg of yours will become a delicacy for zombies. When Yichen was extremely conflicted, suddenly a blue lightning fell from the sky. The 4 zombies close to him were immediately knocked away by the electric arc. The next second, Shao Qing landed in front of Yichen like a god descending from the sky. At this moment, Yichen saw that familiar figure again. In his previous life, he also tried his best to protect himself behind him. The familiar scene appeared in front of him, and Yichen couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. Brother Shao. Shao Qing didn't look back, but just replied quickly. Run outside. I'll hold him back. After saying this, Shao Qing's right hand immediately grasped a blue arc of electricity. Lightning thrust. With Shao Qing's loud shout, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, Shao Qing suddenly appeared in front of the Zombie Lord with blue lightning. But this time his lightning failed to pierce the Zombie Lord as expected. Because the moment before he appeared, the zombie lord had already reacted quickly. It quickly reached out and grabbed an ordinary zombie to block in front of itself. Then he opened his mouth and spurted out a stream of blazing purple flame. Xiao Qing reacted quickly and fell backwards a moment the strange flame shot out. Then he turned sideways and quickly stood up with a somersault. Before Xiao Qing could stand firm after getting up, two zombies nearby pounced on him. So he could only unleash a set of combination punches with electric arcs. Xiao Qing successfully avoided the zombie lord's purple flames. But the zombies standing in the same line with him were not so lucky. The 5 zombies that were ignited by the purple flames instantly became hunched over. Then their bodies quickly turned into charcoal, and finally turned into 5 black charcoal sculptures with strange postures, and finally shattered into debris and powder on the ground. When Yichen saw this scene, he immediately opened his mouth in surprise. He looked at the zombie lord several meters away in complete disbelief. How is this possible? No, that's impossible. Do I want to be so unlucky in my new life? This zombie lord, how could it be him? Chapter 30. Fight to the death. Yichen looked at the zombie lord who could spray purple flames. I was in a short period of shock. He never expected to meet Ziyin Shura, one of the 10 legendary corpse kings, so early. Yichen remembered it very clearly. This was the most brutal, bloody, and sinister subtop mutant creature among the 10 corpse kings of the apocalypse. What's even worse is that I heard that this guy holds a grudge. Thinking of this, Yichen really didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He quickly took off the metal eggshell and quickly transformed into the black and gold armor in combat form. The moment the armor was formed, Yichen immediately simulated all the strongest firepower. Brother Xiao, we must kill it today. As soon as these words were spoken, the sounds of machine guns, submachine guns, shotguns, grenade launchers, and rocket launches rang out. Upon seeing this, Xiao Qing immediately unleashed a thunderous shock. After shaking off the zombies that were in the way around him, he immediately rushed forward with a lightning charge. Lightning thrust. Xiao Qing took advantage of the moment when the zombie lord was shot and his body was unstable. With a quick lightning thrust, he attacked the enemy when he was off guard. The blue electric current instantly penetrated the zombie lord's body. After seeing that he succeeded, Xiao Qing immediately yelled and started kicking. Go away! The zombie lord staggered forward 2 steps after being kicked. Seeing this, Yichen immediately concentrated all his firepower. Die for me! Da-da-da-da! Ta-da! Ta-da! Bang, 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 bang! The sounds of various guns firing mixed together. The sounds of grenades and rockets exploding were one after another. Yichen alone actually gave off the momentum of an assault company. Under the powerful firepower output, the zombie lord was beaten to the ground and looked miserable. Although it was one of the 10 corpse kings in the later period. But now it is just a zombie lord who has just reached level 5. Its physical fitness and strength are not enough to make it immune to attacks from thermal weapons. So with Yichen's amazing move just now, he reduced its HP to 1/2. Yichen and Xiao Qing couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this. Fuck, he's not going to die. This firepower is enough to kill an ordinary zombie hundreds of times. It can be seen from this that zombies with S-level talents are really difficult to deal with. But the more difficult it is, the more Yichen must kill it today. Otherwise, when it grows up, you will definitely be the one to die. Yichen was determined to kill the zombie lord. However, such a noisy commotion here had already alarmed the death demon vine and Qin Lingfan. As a result, countless thick vines and pursuers rushed towards the first floor. When Yichen looked up and saw this scene, his brain started working quickly. It seems that we must use the opponent's force to counter the opponent's force. Thinking of this, Yichen began to search for Qin Lingfan quickly. Sure enough, before long he saw a beautiful figure with eyes full of anger. The little girl was running towards him quickly, protected by 2 tall pursuers. After determining the woman's location, Yichen turned around and glanced at the zombie lord who was struggling in a panic. After some simple planning, he fired a shotgun shell at his head. Bang! The zombie lord raised his bloody right arm to block the attack. His one eye glared at Yichen with hatred. Seeing this, Yichen smiled wickedly and shouted, Come here and bite me if you dare. After shouting this, Yichen immediately jumped towards Qin Lingfan. The zombie lord was completely furious at this time. How dare a lowly, 2-legged creature challenge me like this? After a roar, the zombie lord jumped and caught up with Yichen. But at this time, several vines of the death demon vine were almost there. Yichen had no choice but to quickly adjust his body shape and nimbly dodge each vine's entanglement. The zombie lord directly sprayed out purple flames. Even someone as powerful as the god of death, Mo Tung, could only fear and avoid it when encountering the purple flame. In an instant, the only people left in this space were Yi Chun and the zombie lord. Now, Yi Chun secretly called out to himself. Then he leaped towards Qin Ling Fan with all his might. At the same time, he was shouting loudly in a very obscene manner. "Honey, please save me. Otherwise, no one will kiss your little mouth anymore." When Qin Ling Fan heard this, he was so angry that his hair almost exploded. This guy actually dared to bring up this matter. "I'm going to destroy you now." Imprisonment of light. Holy light's sanction. Qin Ling Fan threw out a halo with his left hand, and then shot out a beam of light with his right hand. Yi Chen frowned and stared at Qin Ling Fan's every move very seriously. The speed of light in air is 299,792,458 meters per second, and the distance between him and Qin Ling Fan is about 30 to 35 meters. Although her skills cannot reach the true speed of light now, but it is still easy to fly 30 meters in 1 second. So at the moment of fighting, Yi Chen simultaneously activated the space teleportation. With a swish, Yi Chen suddenly disappeared in midair. This made the zombie lord who was following closely behind him stunned for a moment. Before it could react, a circle of light suddenly hit it. Then the aperture quickly expanded to cover its entire body. The next second, a beam of light hit its crotch hard. When Yi Chun, who was hiding 10 meters away, saw this scene, he immediately covered his little cutie as a reflex. This woman is so cruel. Was she coming here just now to make me childless? It was just a few kisses. Is there any need to harbor such hatred? It's over. How about we kill her today as well? But I recalled her terrifying instant skills. Yi Chen decided to give up this stupid idea for the time being. Now that I don't have enough energy, it would be great if I could kill the zombie lord. Thinking of this, Yi Chen turned around and wanted to slip away quietly. But the next second, the zombie lord's body slammed towards him hard. "Asshole, don't even think about leaving." Yi Chen reacted quickly and dodged by rolling forward. The zombie lord was thrown heavily to the ground, creating a half-meter deep hole on the ground. The zombie lord then spat out a mouthful of black blood. Yi Chen stood up and couldn't help but feel happy when he saw this. This woman is not as bad as I imagined. This will immediately bring death to yourself. The chicken is gone, but you're not going to die? That's fine. I'll take care of you myself. As he spoke, Yi Chen quickly transformed into a black and gold sword. Then he rushed towards the zombie lord quickly. "Die for me." When Yi Chen rushed towards the zombie lord, Qin Ling Fan immediately emitted another circle of light. She wanted to seize this opportunity and catch this cunning man. However, what she didn't expect was that Yi Chen had already taken all the situations into consideration. So, Yi Chen changed his tone and shouted while sprinting quickly. "Brother Xiao, help me." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Qing's figure suddenly jumped up in front of him. Thunder shock. Xiao Qing's body was completely wrapped in blue electric current. Then he controlled the electric current to quickly converge into a current column. The aperture was blocked by the electric current column, and its kinetic energy that was flying forward was immediately stagnant. Yi Chen took advantage of this rare opportunity and swung his knife to chop hard at the zombie lord's head. But at this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out in the darkness. Then a blood mist splashed in front of Yi Chen. Chapter 31. Escape by Luck. When Yi Chen was about to swing his knife to chop off the zombie lord's head, suddenly a gunshot was heard somewhere in the darkness. Then a blood mist splashed in front of Yi Chen. Fortunately, the blood was not his own. The blood and pulp came from a zombie behind him who had been shot in the head. Yi Chen's knife did not stop because of the gunshot. The alloy sword chopped down fiercely, splitting the zombie lord's head in two. But if there hadn't been that gunshot just now, he would have probably died together with the zombie lord. Who saved me? Yi Chen didn't have time to think about it. He quickly reached out and dug out the zombie lord's crystal core, then rolled forward and left the scene. The next second, a straight beam of light passed through his original position and pierced through the body of the zombie lord. At this time, Yi Chen stood up and turned around, giving Qin Ling Fan an expression that said, "I knew it." Qin Ling Fan was immediately furious when he saw this. But she couldn't get over it easily now, because the death vine seemed to be aware of her danger. So dozens of vines are surrounding the surroundings with number 360-degree perspective. In desperation, Qin Ling Fan shouted loudly to the pursuers himself. "Catch him! We must not let anyone escape." Upon hearing this, the pursuers immediately sent over 100 people to rush towards Yichun. Seeing this, Yichun immediately shouted to Xiaoqing, "You go first. I'll follow you." In his previous life, Xiaoqing did the same thing too many times. So in this life, Yichun is ready to switch roles with him. But what he didn't expect was that Xiaoqing had no intention of backing down. What nonsense! We are brothers, let's die together. Let's do them together. After Xiaoqing said this, he immediately grabbed a blue lightning and teleported out. The next moment, a pursuer who pounced towards Yichun was pierced through the thigh. Yichun was touched when he saw this, but a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seems that I will never be able to repay Xiaoqing's kindness in my lifetime. Let's die together. Yichun opened fire again, and countless bullets, grenades, and rockets scattered in all directions. The zombies, pursuers, and vines were all hit head-on. At this time, the zombies who had awakened their superpowers to level 3 and 4 finally remembered to launch superpower attacks. All of a sudden, a variety of energy attacks including wind blades, flames, ice cones, lightning, poison gas, etc. Yichun and Xiaoqing could only fight while running, and the shopping mall soon turned into a sea of fire. The death vine was afraid of fire, so its attacks became timid. In the end, the vines even moved extremely slowly. Yichun felt very strange after seeing this scene. Although plant-based mutants are afraid of fire, but a dignified S-rank death vine shouldn't be so timid. Could there be other reasons? What Yichun didn't know was that at this moment Xiaojiao was operating the super minibus to secretly add water to the roots of the death demon vine. It turns out that Xiaojiao found the location of the main root of the giant vine through magnetic field scanning. So it quietly goes over and starts to secretly discharge alkaline water towards the main root. After more than half an hour of disdainful efforts, the death demon vine finally suffered a certain impact. Without the vine's restraint, Yichun and Xiaoqing found it much easier to deal with the zombies and pursuers. But at this time, Qin Lingfan was no longer entangled by the vines, and his hands were free to take care of Yichun again. Fortunately, the gunshots in the dark always sounded very timely. Every time a gunshot was heard, Qin Lingfan had to dodge. This directly leads to more or less deviations every time she uses her skills. Finally, Qin Lingfan couldn't stand it anymore. The pursuer. Go find the person who's hiding. Tear him apart. A dozen pursuers immediately left the battlefield and ran quickly towards the darkness in the distance. But even so, the person hiding in the dark would still fire a shot from time to time. Qin Lingfan had to pay attention to the cold gunshots that could be fired at any time. An hour later, Yichun was covered in blood, and Xiaoqing was covered in wounds. Behind them was a sea of fire, and countless zombies, pursuers, and vines surrounded the two. Qin Lingfan, who was 50 meters away, looked down from above, his hands ready to unleash attack skills at any time. The scene at the scene was just as Zhao Xuefei had predicted. This is simply an unsolvable dead end. Yichun and Xiaoqing stood back to back, both of them with sad looks in their eyes. But at this moment, the death demon vine, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly became manic. Countless huge vines began to swing wildly. The stairs in the mall were instantly shredded into pieces, and countless pieces of building rubble mixed with huge vines fell rapidly. Seeing this, the pursuers immediately protected Qin Lingfan and evacuated quickly. None of the slow-moving zombies dodged. As the building was shattered and collapsed, Yichun and Xiaoqing spread their legs and ran as fast as they could out of the mall. But at this time, the energy in their bodies has reached the bottom. Without technical assistance, it would be difficult for them to escape from the collapsed area of the shopping mall in a short period of time. The shadow of death hung over the two of them. The giant death vine is harvesting all life within its territory in a unique way. Is it really a death this time? No. Suddenly, Zhao Xuefei's voice came into their minds. The next second, two tall pursuers sprinted over diagonally. However, they had no intention of attacking at all. Instead, they quickly picked up the two of them and ran out. Qin Lingfan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth after seeing this scene. She thought she had successfully captured the target, so he didn't order the other pursuers to go over and help. But she had no idea that the two pursuers were no longer under the control of the base. 50 kilometers away, in the underground base, the girl operating the computer was almost going crazy. What's going on with these two guys? Why are they out of control? Did someone hack into the control system? Why is there no prompt on the firewall? The girl was so anxious that she started pulling her hair. But Qin Lingfan has not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. By the time the girl operating the computer reacted and was about to command other pursuers to retrieve the target, the two pursuers had already carried the person away, and no one knew where they were. The tall shopping mall was reduced to a pile of ruins, and all the huge vines retracted into the ruins. Countless zombies were carried away by the recycled vines, and dozens of pursuers failed to escape successfully. Qin Lingfan stood on the roof of the next building and frowned. Only then did she realize that the two pursuers who were supposed to catch her didn't come. Hateful. Is there a traitor in the organization? I knew that the Japanese couldn't be trusted. Yamada Sakura, just wait for me. After Qin Lingfan muttered to himself angrily, he turned around and shouted at the pursuer with the camera. Disperse and search immediately. We must find that scumbag. As soon as she finished speaking, hundreds of pursuers immediately dispersed. 3 kilometers away from the mall, Yi Chun and Xiao Qing had been placed in a store. The two pursuers jumped onto the roof to take charge of the alert, and the superbus performed a beautiful drift and appeared on the street. Not long after, the minibus stopped steadily in front of the store. The car door opened, and Zhao Xuefei wiped her tears and rushed towards Yi Chun. Xiao Qing patted him on the shoulder and got into the car. Zhao Xuefei was holding Yi Chun, and before she could say anything, she suddenly froze in place. Then she whispered in Yi Chun's ear. Yi Chun immediately disguised himself as a battle armor and protected Zhao Xuefei behind him. Then the armor switched to full fire mode, with all gun muzzles aimed at a window on the second floor opposite. Since you've caught up with me, show yourself. If not, I will open fire. Chapter 32 New Partner. Yi Chun looked at the window on the second floor opposite with vigilant eyes. Just now, Zhao Xuefei secretly told herself that there was a normal human being with no ill intentions hiding here. It was because she said this that Yi Chun did not open fire directly. Sure enough, after about a few seconds, a figure slowly appeared at the window, and then she swiftly jumped down from the second floor. After landing steadily, she slowly put a spear behind her back. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. I helped just now at the mall. Yi Chun naturally understood what she meant. I guess all the cold shots from the dark were fired by her. Yi Chun quickly retracted all his weapons, opened his mask, looked at the woman, and spoke quickly. I know. Thanks for what you did just now. What is your purpose here? We can keep it simple. The woman smiled gently when she heard this, then quickly walked to a place less than 5 meters in front of Yi Chun and stopped. She first looked at Yi Chun's armor, and then turned to look at the minibus next to her. It's hard to survive alone in the end times, so I want to join you. The woman looked at Yi Chun seriously and said. Yi Chun did not rush to express his opinion, but turned his head and glanced at Zhao Xuefei. Zhao Xuefei's face looked very ugly at this time. What happened in the mall just now has drained a lot of her spirit and energy, but at this time, she activated her telepathy to investigate. After making sure that the woman had no ill intentions, she slowly nodded to Yi Chun. After getting confirmation, Yi Chun immediately turned to look at the woman and said, Okay, let's get in the car first. The noise in the mall is too loud. More zombies will be attracted here soon. The woman didn't say much after hearing this, and the 3 of them quickly got on the minibus. After getting in the car, the woman was immediately surprised by the configuration in the car. She thought it was just an ordinary minibus, but I never expected that there would be a whole new world inside. The sound of the sand sculpture machine continued to sound on the radio, indicating that tens of thousands of zombies nearby were slowly gathering here. Yi Chun didn't have time to think too much and immediately entered the armor's mimic eggshell mode. Everyone was very surprised to see the appearance of the eggshell man. Yi Chun explained that this could avoid being tracked by monsters. Then he didn't say much, just walked straight to the driver's seat and drove away. Zhao Xuefei lay down on the sofa very weakly to rest. Not long after, Xiao Qing came out of the bedroom holding the girl. He was stunned at first when he saw the woman, and then Yi Chun briefly explained the situation. Then the woman began to introduce herself. Her name is Bai Qianfei. She is 20 years old and was once a national top shooting athlete. After the end of the world, she awakened her wind-related abilities, and her level is now around level 2. The skills he currently possesses are Wind Sorrow and Wind Speed, both of which can manipulate the wind. To put it simply, anything she launches can be assisted by wind, accelerated, or even have its trajectory changed. Wind Speed is an auxiliary skill that can be used on humans, which can increase the speed bonus by about 2 times. Just now, during the battle in the mall, she used this skill to evade her pursuers. After hearing Bai Qianfei's introduction, Yi Chun immediately nodded with satisfaction. This woman is a rare long-range shooter. If it is used in conjunction with others in the future, its role cannot be underestimated. However, in Yi Chen's previous life, he had never heard of such a person as her. I guess they couldn't survive the initial period of the apocalypse. Xiao Qing put Nyonyo down next to Zhao Xuefei, and then took the initiative to take over the driving job. After Yi Chen freed his hands, he finally shrunk the metal eggshell on his body. When it shrank to the size of a grapefruit, it was thrown directly into the space warehouse. Yi Chen was tired and hungry at this time, and he was too lazy to communicate more. So he took out a bunch of semi-finished fast food from the space and threw it on the table. I'm going to take a shower first. You help me get these things. No need to wait for me. Just eat first. Bai Qianfei was stunned when she heard that Yi Chen was going to take a shower. She hasn't taken a bath since the end of the world. This guy actually installed a shower in his car? Looking at Yi Chen, who was slowly walking down the bedroom, Bai Qianfei asked awkwardly with a red face. Can I wash it later too? After hearing this, Yi Chen replied without even turning his head. Okay, let's do it one by one. I'm so tired. I need to take a hot bath to relieve my fatigue. After saying this, Yi Chen opened the door and walked in. In the shower room of the minibus, water kept washing Yi Chen's body. The warm water made him feel very comfortable, and the tiredness he had just felt was gradually dispelled. While taking a shower, Yi Chen had already thought about the modification and upgrade of the black and gold armor. In addition, he also plans to upgrade the minibus again. He also had a brief blueprint of Xiao Qing's armor and Zhao Xuefei's auxiliary machine in his mind. Now he just had to take the time to make them happen. As for Bai Qianfei, who had just joined the group, Yi Chen planned to test her for a while first. After all, having no ill intentions does not mean that this person can be trusted 100%. More than half an hour later, Yi Chen walked out of the room wearing casual sportswear. At this time, all kinds of delicious food have been placed on the table. Except for Nyo, who was eating the cake, no one else among the 4 people present moved quickly. Yi Chen knew that this was everyone's way of showing respect for him, so he didn't say much. After sitting down, he picked up his phone and said, "Get up quickly. Let's eat." Yi Chen picked up the first piece of food with chopsticks, and then Zhao Xuefei and Bai Qianfei picked up their bowls and chopsticks and started eating. Xiao Qing did not come over to eat. He sat in the driver's seat and munched on a chicken leg. We need to find an open place to temporarily camp. Miss Bai, do you have any suitable place to recommend? Yi Chen asked while eating rice and looking at Bai Qianfei. When Bai Qianfei heard this, she immediately put down her bowl and chopsticks in a restrained manner. An empty place? What you up to? Anything else you need? She knew that Yi Chen's question definitely had other meanings. Otherwise, he would just start looking for an empty spot. Since he is asking me specifically, he must have his own ideas. Sure enough, Yi Chen said with a slight smile on his face. I'm going to test some new weapons. Aren't you a shooter? Then you must know where is the best place to conduct shooting training. When Bai Qianfei heard this, she immediately nodded slightly. In that case, our team's training base is pretty good. That should satisfy your needs. After hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slowly and said okay. Then Bai Qianfei told Xiao Qing the address. Xia Jiao immediately calculated the longitude and latitude coordinates, and the car navigation started automatically. Bai Qianfei did not pick up the bowl and chopsticks again, but asked with a red face. Then, can I go take a shower first? After hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slowly and said, Of course, go ahead and wash if you want. There's a change of clothes for you on the bed. They are all from the mall, brand new and never opened. Bai Qianfei said thank you, then quickly stood up and went into the room. Women take several times longer to shower than men. This point is vividly demonstrated in Bai Qianfei. An hour and a half later, Xiao Qing had driven the car to the vicinity of his destination. But Bai Qianfei was still hiding in the room and didn't come out. Xiao Qing slowed down the car slowly, his eyes full of vigilance. Yi Chen, something seems to be wrong. Chapter 33. Ambush without malicious intent. Yi Chen is currently using a notebook to design new armor. When he heard Xiao Qing's words, he immediately stood up and walked over. After he sat in the passenger seat, Xiao Qing spoke again. Something feels wrong here. It's so clean here. There's not a single zombie or monster. Also, it seems like someone is watching us quietly nearby. After Xiao Qing said this, he immediately turned around and looked behind him. His gaze fell on the bedroom. Yi Chen immediately understood what he meant and turned to look at Zhao Xuefei. Zhao Xuefei understood and immediately used her skills again to check on Bai Qianfei. Afterwards, Zhao Xuefei's voice rang in their minds. She really didn't mean any harm, but there are other people around. There are about 6 or 7 people, but the exact location is unclear. Yi Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. Then he stood up and whispered to Sha Diao, "Launch the drone and immediately conduct aerial reconnaissance of the surrounding area." Sha Jiao mechanically replied yes, and then the dark box on the roof opened. A drone quickly took off and then flew rapidly in a circle 300 meters above the ground. A few seconds later, the sand sculpture machine's prompt sound rang. No suspicious creatures were found within a 3-kilometer radius. "Do you want to enter the building to conduct reconnaissance?" After hearing this, Yichen raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Send the micro-spider robots to scout." After hearing this, Sha Jiao answered very embarrassedly, "The main spider robot recovery rate is 0. None of the ones we sent out last time returned successfully." Yichen frowned again after hearing this. Then he took out a pile of material from the space warehouse. 2 minutes later, 4 spiders the size of ping-pong balls were born. "Use this to push it up first." Sha Jiao said yes, and then began to import the program into the robot. After a dozen seconds, the 4 robots began to move. Finally, they quickly crawled out through the gap in the car door and ran towards the large building 200 meters away. At this time, Yichen had already walked to the front of the bedroom. After knocking on the door several times, Bai Qianfei opened the door with a red face. "I'm sorry it took so long." She kept one hand protecting her chest while speaking and looked very embarrassed and ashamed. After seeing this scene, Yichen immediately asked curiously, "What happened? How are you?" When Bai Qianfei heard this, she looked up and glanced at Yichen. Then she blushed and nodded slowly. "Okay, everything is fine." At this time, Yichen glanced at the bed in the room. Most of the clothes on top were gone, leaving only a bra lying there alone. Doesn't this woman like to wear it? Thinking of this, Yichen's eyes suddenly became complicated when he looked at Bai Qianfei. Bai Qianfei seemed to realize something at this time, so he explained hastily and awkwardly, "It's not what you think. It's just too small. I can't wear it." Yichen was stunned when he heard this. Just now, he estimated that this woman was at best AB. Did you get the wrong number? Yichen didn't want to dwell too much on this issue, so she casually took out a dozen bras from the space warehouse and said, "Choose whichever one you like." Bai Qianfei's face immediately turned redder when she saw this. Zhao Xuefei, who was sitting on the sofa, was stunned. "You gave a girl such a personal gift the first time you met her. Is it really okay?" Bai Qianfei also noticed Zhao Xuefei's eyes. Then she quickly grabbed a D-cup bra and returned to the room. "One is enough." After saying this, she quickly closed the door. Yichen stood at the door with a confused look on his face, then turned to look at Zhao Xuefei awkwardly. "What size are you wearing? Would you like to have one too?" Zhao Xuefei's face turned dark after hearing this. Then she suppressed her anger and spoke word by word. "Don't even think about it. Using my words." Yichen felt very confused when he heard this. He then took back the bra and knocked on the door again. "Hurry up, I have something to ask you." 2 minutes later, Bai Qianfei opened the door again. She looked at Yichen somewhat embarrassedly and said, "If you have any questions, just tell me directly." Yichen didn't speak directly, but pulled her to the co-pilot's monitor. What is displayed on the monitor at this time is the real-time aerial view of their location. Bai Qianfei was obviously surprised and uneasy after seeing this scene. Seeing this, Yichen smiled coldly and then whispered an order to Sha Diao, "Turn on thermal imaging." Upon hearing this, Sha Diao immediately issued instructions to the drone. Then the display changed color and the drone's thermal imaging function was activated. At this moment, there were 7 more heat sources on the real-time screen. Judging from the shape, there should be 7 people. Bai Qianfei's face immediately turned very ugly after seeing this scene. Yichen put his hands in his pockets and looked at her and said, "Should you explain something?" Bai Qianfei bit her lip lightly when she heard that. After 2 seconds, she looked up at Yichen and said, "We don't have any ill intentions." After hearing this, Yichen nodded slowly. "I know. Otherwise, they would have been 7 bodies. What I need now is an explanation. I'll give you a chance." Bai Qianfei sighed heavily when he heard this. He then pulled a walkie-talkie out of his bag and shouted, "Don't hide. You've been discovered. We need to have a good talk." A few minutes later, in front of the base gate, Yichen stood in front of the car wearing black and gold armor. Xiaoqing stood at the rear of the car holding a baseball bat. Bai Qianfei stood with her 7 accomplices. It turned out that her so-called accomplices were just 7 half-grown children, who looked to be about 13 or 14 years old. At this moment, the 7 people stared at Yichen with their eyes wide open. "Oh my god, this is so cool. Iron Man in the dark style, I love it so much. Where are Spider-Man and Cap?" Is Doctor Strange in the car? I like Hawkeye. Is he hiding nearby? The children were talking at once, and Yi-chun felt speechless after listening to them. Do these guys really think that a superhero will come to save them? Thinking of this, Yi-chun immediately lowered his throat and spoke in a cold voice. In this world, the only one who can save you is yourself. Miss Bai, I'm waiting for your explanation. You only have one chance. I hope you can seize it. Bai Qianfei seemed a little embarrassed when he heard this, but she still took a deep breath, looked up at Yi-chun, and spoke calmly. Some of these people are members of the training team at the base. Some of them are children I rescued from around here. We have no ill intentions. We just want to join your team. They need someone to protect them. Otherwise, they won't be able to survive. Yi-chun frowned immediately when he heard this. Is this Bai Qianfei also a saint? You can join a team, but the prerequisite is that you can contribute your own strength to the team. In the end times, there are not many resources to support idle people. Yi-chun was just about to say this out loud. Zhao Xuefei's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Yi-chun, there are other situations in the base. Chapter 34 Training Base. When Zhao Xuefei's voice sounded, Yi-chun's brows immediately furrowed. So he immediately asked about the situation in his mind. It turned out that there were dozens of zombies kept in captivity in this base. When Bai Qianfei saw Yi-chun's expression, her face immediately turned a little ugly. However, Zhao Xuefei had no intention of issuing a warning at this time. So Yi-chun and Xiao Qing did not show how nervous they were. After thinking for a moment, Bai Qianfei suddenly pointed in the direction of the base gate and said, "Why not just go in and take a look? Seeing is believing. I guess what I say is not as true as what you see with your own eyes." After saying this, she ordered the group of half-grown children to open the door. Yi-chun exchanged a glance with Xiao Qing, then followed these people slowly into the base. This design training base is very large, covering an area of approximately 70,000 square meters, and is divided into 3 buildings and a large playground. Bai Qianfei took Yi-chun and walked towards the largest building. Then everyone went straight down the stairs. After entering the underground, everyone quickly took out flashlights for illumination. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a distribution room. Bai Qianfei turned her head and glanced at Yi-chun and said, "There are 2 diesel generators here. Wait a moment, I'll turn on the electricity." Bai Qianfei entered the distribution room and started the generator. Soon all the lights on the second underground floor came on. At this time, Yi-chun heard the hoarse shouts of zombies in front of him. At this moment, Zhao Xuefei's voice came into his mind. "The zombies are in the room on the right, 50 meters ahead of you." Upon hearing this, Yi-chun immediately looked up and looked around. As a result, he soon saw a small red that was extremely difficult to find in the ventilation duct not far away. That should be their micro-spider robot. Then, Zhao Xuefei's voice came into Yi-chun's mind again. "Okay, stop looking. Sha Diao, and I will always keep an eye on you." Zhao Xuefei is still a little uncomfortable with the name AI. So every time she screamed, she could not help laughing. Yi-chun smiled slightly and said nothing, but turned to look at Bai Qianfei and said, "Don't keep me in suspense. What's going on here?" Bai Qianfei sighed again after hearing this. Then she turned and looked at the group of half-grown children around her. "Show it to me." A group of half-grown children immediately started laughing after hearing this. Then they ran quickly toward the corridor ahead. Yi-chun could see clearly that was where the zombies were. "Let's go too. Follow me." Bai Qianfei's pace obviously quickened. Yi-chun and Xiao Qing looked at each other, then took a step forward and followed. A few minutes later, Bai Qianfei brought the 2 to the underground shooting training ground. But what was placed in the shooting range was not a bullseye, but a dozen slow-moving zombies. At this time, Yi-chun seemed to have guessed something. "Are you training them?" Yi-chun directly expressed his thoughts. Bai Qianfei just smiled and didn't respond. The next second, 7 half-grown children appeared with training guns and compound bows and arrows. They didn't say much and started shooting as soon as they saw the zombies. Xiao Qing was a special forces soldier, so he is very familiar with firearms. Just a sporting rifle. After hearing this, Yi-chun nodded slowly without saying anything, because he is now carefully feeling the fluctuations of energy nearby. No energy fluctuations? There isn't a single person with superpowers among this group of half-grown children. This is simply incomprehensible. Yi-chun looked a little surprised, then turned to look at Bai Qianfei. "Are they just ordinary people?" Bai Qianfei nodded slightly when she heard this. "Yes, I am the only one who has mutated here. I don't know what happened. I'm the only one who didn't change. Bai Qianfei didn't understand the matter of superpowers, but Yichen knew more than her. After the apocalypse began, most of the world's human beings turned into zombies. Those who survive will undergo genetic mutations sooner or later due to their physical fitness and talents. This mutation process is the process by which superpowers are generated. Of course, the earlier a person's gene mutates, the better their talents and qualities. A large number of those who mutated late in the later period died prematurely in this doomsday. Because the whole world is changing rapidly. Being slow means falling behind, and falling behind means death. If it weren't for Bai Qianfei gathering these people here, these half-grown children may not be able to survive at this time. The end of the world is really cruel to human beings. Okay, let them stop. We can talk now. Bai Qianfei nodded slightly when she heard that. Then she shouted stop to everyone in the training ground. However, the people inside did not completely obey her orders. 3 people were still shooting fiercely. Xiao Qing had good eyesight and could immediately tell that they were bloodthirsty. These 3 people are too violent. After hearing this, Yichen nodded slowly without saying anything. Bai Qianfei quickly responded. Their families all died tragically at the hands of zombies. So, Yichen understood what Bai Qianfei meant. So he spoke directly. No need to explain so much. I can accept them joining the group, but we have to agree on 3 rules. Bai Qianfei was very happy to hear this, and quickly nodded and said okay, 3 times. Afterwards, Yichen made 3 rules with her. First, these people cannot enter his minibus. Bai Qianfei can take them in other vehicles to follow. Second, he would never tolerate traitors and would immediately execute anyone who posed a threat to the team. Third, Bai Qianfei and these people must strictly obey his orders. Otherwise, it will be regarded as betrayal. Bai Qianfei was stunned after hearing these 3 requests. She never imagined that this handsome guy who looked so gentle would actually be a hegemonist. But even so, Bai Qianfei nodded and agreed after thinking for a moment. Afterwards, Yichen took out the supplies and handed them to her, asking her to distribute them to the half-grown children. Yichen is not a saintly bitch, but he is not a cold-blooded person either. If these people are loyal and friendly enough, he doesn't mind helping more people within his ability. But if anyone among these people dares to play tricks on me, I'm really sorry. He definitely solves each problem he finds. In the last days, only those with a ruthless heart can truly stand firm. After temporarily solving the problems here, Yichen came to the firearms modification workshop of the base. Everything here is a resource that Yichen can use. After preparing everything, Yichen took out all the rare metals in the space warehouse. Then he began to upgrade and modify the new armor according to the blueprints. The biggest change is that Yichen added a power source to the armor. This allows the original pure metal armor to be directly upgraded to intelligent armor. To put it simply, the upgraded black armor is getting closer and closer to the steel road armor. This time, Yichen not only upgraded and modified his own armor, he also specially designed a half-body mechanical armor for Xiao Qing. Yichen worked on the design drawings of the 2 sets of armor for 2 consecutive days and nights. Finally done. Now all that's left is manufacturing. Strike while the iron is hot, and get it done before you go to sleep. After saying that, Yichen spread out the drawings. Then open your hands and carefully sense the direct energy. Nano fusion start. The mysterious black substance began to spread towards the rare metals. After Yichen waited for them to completely merge, he immediately clenched his fists and shouted. Begin nanomimicry. Chapter 35 Second Upgrade and Renovation. Shooting Training Base. Inside the firearms modification workshop, Yichen began to simulate the new armor according to the design drawings. The mimicry was completed from the inside out, taking a full 5 hours. By the time the new black gold armor shell was completed, Yichen was already sweating profusely from exhaustion. But the core part at the end is still empty. Yichen tried hard to regulate his breathing, then took out the grapefruit-sized metal egg. He wanted to mimic the armor's power core based on the metal egg. It's a small core part, but it's the most difficult part of the entire armor. Yichen worked hard for another 3 hours and finally completed the mimicry of the last core part. After the final assembly and fine-tuning, Yichen's latest black and gold armor 2.0 was completed. After confirming all the details again and again, Yichen concentrated his abilities and activated the shaping skill. Nano shaping. With Yichen's light shout, the new black and gold armor quickly took shape. All joints instantly become one, with no gaps on the surface of the perfect popular shape. Compared with the first generation, the new armor is more in line with human ergonomics and aerodynamics. There is a slightly raised hexagonal star design on the front chest of the armor. The center of the hexagon is where the colorful crystal core is placed. It is the main energy source of the entire armor. In 3 of the 6 corners of the hexagon, high-level crystal cores with the attributes of fire, ice, and wind are placed as backup energy sources for the armor. These crystal cores were exchanged for soy sauce, vinegar, etc. in the air raid shelter. After the energy part and the armor are perfectly combined, the new armor is completely completed. Then, Yichen turned his back to the armor and used his mind to command it to merge with himself. In an instant, the armor quickly disappeared from the spot and then quickly appeared on Yichen. In just a breath of time, the new black and gold armor was already on his body. At this time, Yichen's mask could be seen from the outside, although it was still a black robotic face. But when viewed from the inside, it has become a completely transparent cover. This is both a mask and a display of the smart armor, showing a lot of data of various sizes. The entire set of armor is made using nanotechnology, so the overall weight is only about 5 kilograms. However, its defensive power is several times stronger than that of an armored vehicle. The new armor has many improvements and upgrades in form and function. However, the weapons stored inside are still existing thermal weapons. Yichen's nanomimicry is a rapid assembly based on the logic of the blueprint and cannot be created by imagination alone. Therefore, without the support of blueprints, Yichen was still unable to simulate and shape high-tech weapons such as lasers and light waves, relying solely on his own imagination. After Yichen put on the new armor and adapted to it for a while, he immediately canceled the armor mode. As a result, the armor was quickly folded and shrunk into a vest. Yichen looked down and thought it would be a good idea to use it as a bulletproof vest. Then, he curled up on the sofa wearing the alloy vest and fell into a deep sleep. 2 hours later, Yichen slowly woke up and then worked overtime again to make a set of heavy mecha. This mecha is a heavy exoskeleton equipment, about 4 meters tall and weighing 1.5 tons. The overall mecha abandons the streamlined design and adopts tough pure machinery plus nano-black technology. The heavy mecha is based on the Dawn mecha and uses nanotechnology to add heavy equipment such as howitzers, anti-tank guns, and rockets. In addition, the mecha's 2 arms are each equipped with 3 12.7mm caliber Type 89 heavy machine guns and a 2-meter-long large chainsaw sword. The machine gun's ammunition has been modified using nanotechnology, and each machine gun can hold up to 3,000 rounds of bullets. Yichen installed an advanced lightning crystal core as a kinetic energy source for the mecha. This mecha was tailor-made specifically for Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's powerful combat capability coupled with the assistance of the exoskeleton mecha is simply a combination that adds wings to a tiger. This mecha can still perform nano-melting and shrinking. When the mecha mode is released, it will fold and shrink into the size of a vest. Using nanotechnology to fold and shrink a 1.5-ton mecha into a 15-kilogram metal vest is Yichen's current limit. If you want to shrink further, you can only try again after upgrading your level. After finishing the mecha, Yichen worked overtime to make a helmet for Zhao Xuefei. This helmet is similar to the one worn by Doctor Who in X-Men. It's just that Yichen's current scientific knowledge is limited. He could only try to create based on the knowledge he learned from the school before the end of the world. The main function of this helmet is to help Zhao Xuefei amplify the active frequency of her brain waves, because most of her psychic abilities are emitted through brain waves. Moreover, she was hiding in a minibus with super strong defense to help everyone. Therefore, Yichen believes that having this helmet is enough at this stage. After finishing the equipment upgrade, Yichen took a short rest for an hour and then started to get busy again. This time he is going to design and modify a super minibus. Now the defense and technology of minibuses are more than sufficient. Therefore, this time Yichen wanted to focus on strengthening the minibus's adaptability. This time, Yichen added 2 sets of air generation and purification systems to the minibus. With a purification system, minibuses are not afraid of most of the toxic gases from the outside world. If a toxic gas environment is encountered that cannot be purified, the minibus can activate the air generation system. The principle is very similar to the air circulation system of a submarine. In order to cooperate with the 2 systems, Yichen also upgraded and modified the sealing performance of the minibus. In addition to the modification of the vehicle body itself, the onboard spider robot and onboard drone have also been upgraded. The spider robot has been equipped with micro-weapons and self-destruct functions so that it can carry out assassination missions when necessary. The drones are equipped with AI, intelligent control systems, and air-to-ground thermal weapons. The drone AI system replicates some of the vehicle-mounted systems. In this way, the driver can remotely control the drone to perform tasks through the vehicle-mounted wireless signal, making the drone truly intelligently controlled. Air-to-ground thermal weapon systems are even simpler. Yichen simply used nanotechnology to integrate a domestically produced 9mm submachine gun into a drone. The only bright spot is that he upgraded the submachine gun Nano with a magazine, increasing the drone's ammunition capacity to 5,000 rounds. After Yichen finished all his things, he fell into a deep sleep again. This time, he slept for a full 10 hours. The reason why Yichen was so sleepy was that he had just had a beautiful dream full of springtime beauty. There is a beach in the middle of the city, and Yichen is sitting on a lounge chair wearing a pair of shorts. He was surrounded by a group of extremely hot beauties. Some of these beauties massaged his shoulders, some massaged his legs, and some massaged his feet. Such a dream is simply too beautiful. But just when Yichen was enjoying it very much, Zhao Xuefei, wearing a bikini, suddenly sat on him. Then she stretched out her snow-white hands and began to shake her shoulders desperately. Yichen, wake up! Hurry up and get over here, to the minibus! Something's wrong! Wake up! Chapter 36 Emergency. Yichen was awakened by Zhao Xuefei's telepathy. After waking up, he picked up his mecha vest and ran towards the parking lot. By the time he arrived in front of the minibus, Xiaoqing, Zhao Xuefei, and others had already confronted each other. What's going on? By Qinfei. I need you to give me an explanation. Yichen attacked by Qinfei without any reason. Because he trusts his own people in the team, he believed that Xiaoqing and Zhao Xuefei would never cause trouble easily. So the one asking the question must be by Qinfei. Sure enough, when he saw Yichen coming, his face immediately turned very ugly. She had just made 3 agreements with the other party 2 days ago, but today her people had caused such a big trouble. In desperation, Bai Qianfei could only apologize to Yichen sincerely. I'm sorry, I didn't teach them well. Yichen became even more confused after hearing this. He just wanted to know what happened now. I'll apologize later. I want to hear what happened first. As soon as he finished speaking, a chubby boy stood up. Sister Bai, why do you want to apologize to him? What's so great about them? You just take advantage of the fact that you have a nice car. Su Tsong has successfully cracked their firewall just now. We can control this car now. After listening to what the little fat man said, Yichen immediately understood the general situation. These mostly naive kids move their own car. The super minibus is one of Yichen's bottom lines, and he will never allow anyone else to get involved. He was just curious about how the kid named Su Tsong hacked into the sand sculpture system. Bai Qianfei's eyes turned very sharp as she looked at the little fat boy. Shut up. You've done something wrong, and you still dare to make excuses. Do you have any sense of shame? Yichen could see that Bai Qianfei was really angry. It seemed that she was also very annoyed about this matter. This means that what happened just now has little to do with her. Yichen strode to the front of the car and handed the mecha vest to Xiaoqing. We've just made some bulletproof vests. One for each of us. Xiaoqing was immediately delighted when he took the mecha vest. Then he put it on neatly. What surprised him was that the metal vest was unexpectedly soft, just a little heavy. At this time, a little girl couldn't help but protest. Why don't we have it? Why don't you make a few more bulletproof vests? We are not adults yet, so we need more protection. With the little girl taking the lead, other half-grown children immediately followed suit and started to protest. Bai Qianfei frowned even more tightly upon seeing this. Yichen simply put his hands on his hips and glared at everyone fiercely. Give me a reason. He shouted this loudly, instantly suppressing all the protests. At this time, the girl just now stood up and spoke again. I just said that. We are not grown up yet and need more protection. Yichen remained expressionless when he heard this. What does it have to do with me? The girl was stunned after hearing what Yichen said. What does it have to do with him? It seems that it has nothing to do with him. Before, they were spoiled children at home and received special care and protection in society. What right does this man have to say such things? At this moment, a man in the crowd also strode forward. We are the future of Daxia. You adults have an obligation to protect our safety. Do you have any qualities? When Yichen heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he walked up to the boy and slapped him in the face. The boy staggered after being slapped and almost fell down. You know, they had just had 2 full meals these past 2 days thanks to Yichen's care. But human greed will never end. After they solved the problem of food and clothing, they immediately developed more greed. The siege and protests were triggered by the meal issue. because the only rations they had were instant noodles and steamed buns. But Xiao Qing made a bowl of beef noodles for Nyonyo today. These people coveted the food in the minibus, so they united to fight for more good food. Zhao Shuifei also used telepathy to explain the matter in detail. Yichen looked at the boy with a cold expression. Quality is not needed in the end times. Seeing this, the others immediately raised their guns and crossbows and pointed them at Yi Chun and the others. Seeing this, Bai Qianfei immediately stepped forward and blocked the crowd. Are you crazy? Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday? At this time, a strong boy suddenly sneered and said, "We will naturally remember what Sister Bai said. But now, we are just fighting for fairer treatment. We are all human beings. Why can we eat instant noodles while they can eat beef? Besides, we are still minors. Why can't we receive special care? They must have a lot of supplies in their car. We ask for an equal distribution." After the boy finished speaking, others immediately followed suit. Bai Qianfei's expression immediately turned very ugly. She really never expected that these half-grown children could be so unreasonable. Then, she looked at Yi Chen very embarrassedly and said, "I'm so sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Seeing this, Yi Chen sighed softly and said, "It's not your fault, but you are part of the team. I have an obligation to remind you that the Virgin Mary cannot survive in the last days." Bai Qianfei's cheeks immediately turned red when she heard this. Then she slowly lowered her head and said no more. In fact, Yi Chen understood her quite well. He knew that most people at this time had not lost their kind nature. In the last days, there are indeed quite a number of people helping each other, and those who are able to help are helping those who can be helped. But as the end of the world becomes more and more cruel, this kind nature of many people has been quietly wiped out. It's not surprising that Bai Qianfei has this problem now. Yi Chen even suspected that Zhao Shuifei and Xiao Qing had similar problems. This time, everyone can see the cruelty of the end of the world earlier. In this last days, there are no such things as children or adults. Everyone is either a partner or an enemy. This is a world of life and death, a world where one needs to fight for the right to survive with powerful mutant creatures. The weak will eventually be eliminated, and only by recognizing the reality earlier can you live longer. So Yi Chun is not going to interfere in this matter this time. He believed that Xiao Qing and Zhao Shuifei could make the right choice. But before the two made their choice, he decided to give these half-grown children a chance. So he looked at the people in front of him with a cold face and said, "There are a lot of supplies in the car. There are meat, canned food, burgers, pizza, and many, many delicious things, including the instant noodles in your hands now. We fought hard to get all these from those zombies. Why do you think you can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? If you want to eat well and live comfortably, you can, then you have to have the ability to fight for it." When everyone heard this, there was silence. Then the strong boy suddenly started talking. "Don't think we don't dare. We just don't have the right vehicles to get around. Didn't you say that we should fight for it ourselves? We think this car is perfect. Hand over the car keys." Chapter 37, Only One Chance. Yi Chen remained indifferent to these people shouting. He just looked at Xiao Qing and Zhao Shuifei indifferently. What do you think should be done about this? Yi Chen's words surprised the two of them. The two had not expected that Yi Chen, who was always decisive, would actually ask for their opinions on such a matter. However, Xiao Qing quickly understood what Yi Chen meant. "Just go ahead and do your work. I know what to do. Just now, I was too soft-hearted." Yi Chen felt very comforted when he heard Xiao Qing say this. In the end times, the most taboo thing in a team is the virgin bitch. A sanctimonious bitch can easily drag down the entire team. Then he turned to Zhao Shuifei and said, "Shuifei, the human heart. You should see it more clearly than I do." After saying this, Yi Chen turned and looked at Bai Qianfei. "Bring Su Tsong with me. I have something to tell you." Yi Chen turned around and walked to a room not far away. Bai Qianfei frowned slightly when she heard this. Then she waved to a short boy. "Su Tsong, come with me." Seeing this, Su Tsong frowned tightly and thought for a moment before leaving the team. The others all didn't take it seriously, and some even encouraged Su Tsong. "Don't be afraid. There are so many of us, they dare not do anything to you." After hearing this, Su Tsong just nodded without saying anything, and then followed by Qianfei and walked forward. The group of boys thought Yi Chen wanted to negotiate with them. Therefore, at this moment, their expressions were as arrogant as they could be. Seeing this, Xiao Qing clenched his fists, then turned to look at Zhao Shuifei and said, "Sister Shuifei, please get in the car and help look after Nyonyo." Just let me deal with these little bastards. After hearing this, Zhao Xuefei nodded slowly, then turned around and got on the minibus. When the group of people saw this, some of them immediately wanted to follow suit. But Xiao Qing opened his arms and stopped them all with a sly smile. Don't worry. Tell me if you have anything to say. I'm really patient. On the other side, in the room where Yi Chun was, at this time, he had already placed a large-caliber sniper rifle on the table. When Bai Qian flew in and saw the gun, she stood at the door in a daze for a moment. The king of 10,000 snipers. She blurted out the name of the gun. It turns out that this gun is the 14.5mm caliber anti-material rifle independently developed by Daxia. This gun needs to use Daxia's specially made DGJ-02 14.5mm tungsten core, discarding sabot bullet, and DG-02 14.5mm armor-piercing explosive incendiary bullet. The gun is 1.6 meters long, and the barrel is 1.2 meters long. The automatic mechanism is removed, and it can only be loaded in a single shot to reduce weight and improve accuracy. The maximum effective range is 4 kilometers. The gun is equipped with a white light sight and an infrared thermal imaging sight, which can effectively strike targets, including light armored vehicles, within the effective range. According to relevant data, this sniper rifle can easily penetrate the front armor of the Western Federation's Bradley infantry fighting vehicle within 2,600 meters. The armor-piercing explosive incendiary bombs it launches not only have strong penetrating power, but also produce more than 20 effective fragments after the explosion. The fragments can also penetrate 12 millimeters thick hard steel plates. It is an ideal type of ammunition for lightly armored targets, such as armed helicopters, infantry fighting vehicles, armored vehicles, light ships, etc. As a gun enthusiast, Bai Qianfei is very familiar with this king of snipers. But she never thought that she would see it here. When Yi Chen saw the other party's reaction, he couldn't help but smile. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll give it to you. He said this very lightly. But Bai Qianfei was shocked after hearing this. Send it to me? Really? No. This is too expensive. Although she said this, her body had already walked to the table honestly. Yi Chen continued to smile, then walked forward and handed the gun to her. As the sniper for my team, this is the treatment you deserve. There's no need to be polite. Bai Qianfei's cheeks turned slightly red when she heard this. Then she turned to look at Yi Chun and said with a frown, Can we still be teammates? After hearing this, Yi Chen nodded affirmatively. Then he stuffed the gun into Bai Qianfei's arms and said, You don't have to pay for other people's mistakes. Besides, the end of the world won't pay for your mistakes. Do you understand me? Yi Chen didn't make his words too clear, but Bai Qianfei already understood what he meant. These half-grown children I'm raising are indeed a little bit unruly. Su Tsong, who had been standing at the door, couldn't help but interrupt. We have no ill intentions. I just want to live a better life. He clearly lacked confidence in what he said. After hearing this, Yi Chen said in a cold voice with his mouth slightly tilted. Who wouldn't want to? But the end of the world has its own rules. It's a life and death competition. If you want to get more, you must have the corresponding strength. After saying this, Yi Chen walked straight to Su Tsong. He did not rush to speak, but looked down at him coldly and condescendingly. Su Tsong felt very awkward when Yi Chen was staring at him. After looking at it for a while, Yi Chen took out a notebook from the space warehouse. He put the notebook into Su Tsong's arms and said, You have one chance to be part of our team. Show me how you hacked into the car system just now. Su Tsong's eyes suddenly lit up when he took the notebook. This is the latest flagship version of the Fruit laptop. He wanted to own it before the end of the world, but the price was too high and he couldn't afford it. Su Tsong stroked the notebook lovingly, then turned on the computer and started operating it. I need to copy some software over. After hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slightly, and then signaled Su Tsong to prepare it himself. At this time, Bai Qianfei also walked slowly to his side, with a sniper rifle on his back. This is a very good gun, but there is no bullet. When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled slightly. There are a lot of bullets, but I hope you can make the right choice. Bai Qianfei frowned when he heard this. She understood what Yi Chen meant, but those people were just half-grown children. Do they still have a chance? After hearing this, Yi Chen sighed slowly and said, Yes, but they can only rely on themselves. After saying this, Yi Chen took out a bullet belt and handed it to Bai Qianfei. Here are 100 rounds of ammunition. Take them first. The bullets are a bit heavy, and it's inconvenient to carry too many. Bai Qianfei and Yi Chen were both telling the truth, so they didn't say much. When the two of them came out of the room again, Bai Qianfei was immediately stunned by the scene before her. When Xiao Qing saw the two people coming, he immediately smiled and said, "Okay, it's all done." Yi Chun frowned as he looked at the guys rolling on the ground. It seems that Xiao Qing finally softened his heart, but these people's crimes do not deserve the death penalty. Let's do this for now, and leave the rest to me. After hearing this, Xiao Qing immediately nodded, then turned around and walked directly into the car. Yi Chun walked directly to the side and looked at Su Tsong and asked, "Are you ready?" Upon hearing this, Su Tsong immediately picked up the fruit notebook and said excitedly, "Ready. If you use this new computer to crack it, I can go 10 minutes faster." After hearing this, Yi Chun smiled lightly, then turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. "Please start your performance, but please remember, you only have one chance." Chapter 38, Going to the National Academy of Sciences. Su Tsong seemed very nervous after hearing what Yi Chun said, but when he put his hands on the keyboard, he quickly became like a different person. His eyes were full of seriousness, and his 10 fingers were almost creating phantoms on the keyboard. 20 minutes later, Su Tsong proudly pressed the retract button. Then the computer screen shows that the data is loading. After more than 10 seconds, the door of the super minibus suddenly opened with a click. Seeing this, Yi Chun opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Only then did Bai Qianfei slowly step forward and softly introduce. This guy used to be in the computer department of Capital University. According to him, he is the youngest student in the school in recent years. After hearing these words, Yi Chun nodded slightly, obviously feeling very satisfied with Su Tsong. However, he still wanted to consult Zhao Xuefei's opinion. After all, if you don't have a good heart, no matter how great your skills are, they will be useless. Wait me a moment. After saying this, Yi Chun slowly got on the minibus. After getting Zhao Xuefei's affirmative answer, he slowly walked back to the car door and extended his right hand. "On behalf of the team, I welcome you to join us." When Su Tsong heard this, he clenched his fists excitedly. However, he did not rush to get on the car, but looked back with some regret. At this time, the group of half-grown children were still lying on the ground crying. What about them? Su Tsong turned around and looked at Yi Chun and asked slowly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun frowned slightly. "We are not saviors, and we can't control too much right now. If you have someone who is especially important, you could be allowed to give an extra place." When Su Tsong heard this, he immediately frowned. There was no one in this group that he particularly cared about. No one he cared about was in this city. After thinking for a moment, Su Tsong slowly shook his head. Then he asked Yi Chun in a very expectant tone, "Can we leave some supplies for them then? I know supplies are very precious right now, but I really don't want to look at them." After hearing this, Yi Chun didn't say much, but just sighed softly. Then 10 large boxes were thrown out of the car by Yi Chun. That was 3 boxes of instant noodles, 3 boxes of canned meat, and 4 boxes of purified water. "These are your wages for the next month. It's lent to you by the team. Remember to return it." When Su Tsong heard this, he immediately nodded vigorously. Then he walked quickly towards the minibus and Yi Chun pulled him into the car. Bai Qianfei looked at the supplies on the ground and felt conflicted. Then she slowly walked to the car door and asked softly, "How much can I get paid per month?" After hearing this, Yi Chun raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he forced a smile and looked at her and said, "Everyone in the team gets paid the same for the same work. You and he are the same." Bai Qianfei nodded slightly after hearing this. Then she turned and looked at the person on the ground and said, "Leave my share too. I think they can live longer." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun nodded with a hint of satisfaction. It seems that Bai Qianfei has also made her own decision, although there is still some softness in her heart. But she is a woman, so there's nothing to worry about. It's just a dozen boxes of ordinary supplies. I can buy them all back at any supermarket later. "Good," Yi Chun replied casually with okay. Then he started taking things out from the space warehouse. Bai Qianfei and Su Tsong saw him create so many things out of thin air. I was so surprised that my mouth opened wide. After leaving the supplies, Yi Chun immediately ordered Xiao Qing to leave the base. The people on the ground cried even louder after seeing the vehicle drive away. Some people even picked up guns and fired at the car several times. But the bullet didn't leave any trace on the car. So everyone began to focus on the supplies around them. These people started fighting each other in order to get more supplies. After seeing this scene in the rearview mirror, Bai Qianfei and Su Tsong frowned in pain at the same time. At this time, the two finally understood why Yi Chun gave up on them. The minibus drove quickly and quietly on the dim road. Afterwards, more and more zombies began to appear in everyone's sight. But because of the protection of the super minibus, people inside don't need to worry about safety issues at all. Bai Qianfei and Su Tsong were a little reserved when they first joined the team. So after the two got in the car, one kept studying the gun and the other kept studying the new computer. After getting in the car, Yi Chen directly threw a level 3 wind crystal core to Bai Qianfei, asking her to improve her ability level as soon as possible. When taking the crystal core, Bai Qianfei seemed a little excited. Only then did she realize that Yi Chun was a boy who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. After Yi Chun gave the crystal core to Bai Qianfei, he began to study the map carefully. Bai Qianfei quickly became friends with Zhao Xuefei, and Su Tsong had a lively conversation with Sha Diao. The atmosphere inside the minibus was warm and harmonious, but outside it looked like hell on earth. There were broken limbs and mutilated bodies everywhere. The continuous acid rain continues to corrode the entire world mercilessly. Some of the vegetation on both sides of the road dried up and died, while others began to undergo amazing mutations. Yi Chen looked up at the rain outside the car window, and his frown immediately deepened a little, because he knew that the heavy rain would last for a whole week. Then the end of the world will become more dangerous and terrifying. Considering their team's current firepower configuration, they are not completely confident that they can handle everything with ease. How to quickly update and upgrade the weapons and equipment of the team and vehicles became a problem that Yi Chun had to consider seriously. After Yi Chun thought about it for a long time, his eyes stayed on the coordinates of the Chinese Academy of Sciences for several minutes without moving away. The National Academy of Sciences is located on a hill outside the eastern suburbs of the capital. The entire Chinese Academy of Sciences was built around this hill. Yi Chen had heard a rumor before that the mountain where the Chinese Academy of Sciences was located had actually been hollowed out a long time ago. The purpose is to conduct some very confidential experiments underground. After thinking about this, Yi Chen decided to take everyone to visit the Chinese Academy of Sciences first. Even if they didn't discover any big secrets, it would be easy enough to find some advanced laser equipment. Yi Chen plans to study this kind of thing carefully in order to update the weapons and equipment of the armor and mecha. Stupid. Navigate according to the newly entered coordinates. Upon hearing the order, Sha Jiao immediately released the drone for aerial reconnaissance. It then performs route simulation based on the data fed back by the drone. Xiao Qing corrected the route according to the prompts displayed by the sand sculpture. An hour later, the super minibus finally arrived at the back door of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. There is a 3-meter-high iron gate here, and there are only 7 or 8 scattered zombies in front of the gate. Seeing this, Bai Qianfei immediately pulled out a dagger and said, "Leave these to me." Hearing this, Yi Chen turned and looked at her. Only then did I realize that this woman had actually reached level 3. Then he looked at the zombies outside the car. The talents of these zombies are very ordinary, and most of them are around level 2. Okay, then be careful. The sand sculpture will cooperate with you to find the best control position. Keep the comms open. As he spoke, Yi Chen took out his cell phone, Bluetooth headset, and a new raincoat and handed them over. Bai Qianfei nodded slightly upon seeing this, then quickly connected the headphones and put on a new raincoat. This raincoat is a military-grade camouflage model, very suitable for sniper operations. After Bai Qianfei made all the preparations, she quietly got out of the car and acted quickly. With the help of her wind-based abilities, she quickly cleared out the zombies wandering around. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he slowly disappeared into the dim rain. What no one knew was that at this moment, in a room on the top of the mountain, a high-powered telescope was quietly watching the minibus. When Bai Qianfei sneaked in first, a voice suddenly sounded in the room. "Send someone to keep an eye on the person who comes in. Remember, don't alert the enemy. Everything is going according to plan." Chapter 39: Mysterious Enemy. Inside the minibus, Su Tsong was arranged to sit in the co-pilot seat. A wireless Bluetooth keyboard is connected to the onboard computer. Under Yi Chen's instructions, he began to use computers to try to break into the network system of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Because a few minutes ago, a drone had just sent back the latest information, and there was actually a network in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The presence of a network proves that there is a computer system running inside. So for safety reasons, Yi Chen decided to let Su Tsong try to crack the firewall first. Su Tsong's hands were almost typing away on the keyboard. The confidentiality level is very high. I still need some time. After hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slowly. "It's okay. Just do your own thing." After saying this, he turned and looked at another in-car screen. "Stupid, switch to the real-time drone footage." Help me find out where Bai Qianfei is now, because she was carrying a mobile phone that was connected to the minibus network. So the drone quickly found the source of her signal. Then, the display screen was aimed at the rooftop of a building. Bai Qianfei was squatting quietly in a corner, lurking. But soon Yichen discovered something wrong. He saw a figure flash in front of a window in the building. Zombies or humans? Yichen couldn't help but mutter softly. Then he picked up his phone and dialed Bai Qianfei's code number directly. Bai Qianfei gently touched the answer button on the Bluetooth headset. "Hey, what's up?" She spoke very softly, but Yichen could hear it clearly. Yichen didn't waste any words and reminded directly. "There's a tail following you, but I can't be sure whether it's a human or a zombie." After hearing this, Bai Qianfei just replied, "I know." Then she slowly moved and took out a submachine gun. This gun was also given to her by Yichen, and it is very suitable for close-range combat. After the reminder last night, Yichen turned to Xiaoqing and said, "I'll go in and provide some support. I'll leave the car to you. By the way, there is a button on the heart of the bulletproof vest. Press it in a crisis, and there will be a surprise." When Xiaoqing heard this, he was stunned. Before he could ask any more questions, Yichen had already walked to Zhao Xuefei's side. "What's going on in there?" At this time, Zhao Xuefei had already activated telepathy to conduct a reconnaissance. Then, she looked at Yichen cautiously and spoke slowly. "There are people inside, at least 4, but I can't guarantee its accuracy, because there is an unknown magnetic field interference inside." When Yichen heard this, his brows immediately frowned. Unknown magnetic field interference? Does this mean that there are also mutated creatures like the Death Vine? When a mutant creature reaches a certain level, the powerful biomagnetic field it generates will interfere with the perception skills of psychics. Thinking of this, Yichen's face instantly became a little ugly. Currently, their team's combat capability is not enough to face powerful beings above S level alone. Thinking of this, Yichen hurriedly gave orders to Shadiao. "Deploy the spider robots immediately. It is imperative that we gather comprehensive intelligence as quickly as possible." Upon hearing this, Shadiao immediately answered mechanically yes. Then the drone began to rapidly descend, and then 2 micro-spider robots fell from the sky. They landed on the withered dead branches and then quickly climbed down the trunk. On the other side, 2 miniature spider robots also crawled out from the bottom of the minibus. They quickly entered the gate and then began to move forward quickly, following the cover of withered weeds. After the spider robot was released, Shadiao immediately divided the screen into 4 frames. Each screen is a real-time monitoring screen of one of the machines. Yichen stared at it carefully for a while and spoke only after finding nothing unusual. "Brother Xiao, I leave this to you. I'll go in first. Feel free to call you if I need support." After hearing this, Xiaoqing nodded vigorously. At this time, Su Tsong suddenly interrupted and said, "Don't worry, Brother Yi. I will try my best to help." After saying this, the guy typed on the keyboard a little faster with both hands. Yichen chuckled upon seeing this, then reached out and gently touched the hexagonal star on the metal vest. As the palm passed, the metal vest began to expand rapidly. The flowing nanometal began to quickly cover Yichen's entire body. In just 2 breaths, a set of streamlined black and gold armor was put on. Xiaoqing, Su Tsong, and Zhao Xuefei were all stunned when they saw this scene. "Is he really Iron Man?" Yichen got out of the car amid the 3 people's unanimous exclamations. Then he disappeared in a flash. On the second top floor of the central building of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a voice suddenly came from behind a high-power telescope. Disappeared? What kind of supernatural power does that person have?" The person who spoke was a tall and thin man in his 30s, wearing camouflage clothes. After a moment of shock, he immediately picked up the intercom and spoke nervously. "Everyone, pay attention. There is a..." The tall and thin man suddenly got stuck in the middle of his words, because he didn't know how to describe Yichen for a moment. It didn't matter that he got stuck. There was an immediate sound of impatience over the intercom. "Hawkeye, speak clearly. What's coming in?" The tall and thin man called Hawkeye couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. "There's a dark version of Iron Man coming in. Everyone stay alert and act according to the plan." As soon as he said this, his companions who were lying in ambush around him were shocked. "What the hell? The dark version of Iron Man is coming? Did this Hawkeye really call the Avengers here?" The intercom was silent for a few seconds before it rang again. This time it was a husky baritone who spoke. "Hawkeye, I'm Sandstorm, requesting to recheck your intelligence." He asked this question very seriously and Hawkeye immediately responded seriously after hearing it. Sandstorm, it's me, Hawkeye. There's a black Iron Man coming in through the back door, but he suddenly disappeared from the spot. So, I can't be sure where he is now. The man named Sandstorm heard this, but did not respond. He had no time to pay attention to the content of the walkie-talkie at the moment, because the dark version of Iron Man suddenly attacked from behind. Yichin used his knee to push the powerful Sandstorm 3 meters away. But soon Sandstorm stopped retreating, drew his saber, and counterattacked. While drawing the knife, he also secretly pressed the alarm on his waist. At the same time, all his companions received the alarm signal. The movement of the Sandstorm can be said to be extremely fast. But what can't be done is that Yichin's equipment is too good. The saber caused sparks to fly as it slashed across the armor. Yichin took the opportunity to quickly grab his arm, then punched Xiaobao's head hard. His punch was so powerful that if it hit Xiaobao hard, he would at least be knocked unconscious if not killed. But Sandstorm has a lot of combat experience. The moment Yichin grabbed his arm, he immediately predicted his opponent's next move. He quickly stretched out his leg and kicked Yichin hard in the abdomen. Then he stretched out his legs to push against the other person's body, and then fell backwards with the help of the pulling force. This series of actions were completed almost simultaneously, and then Yichin's fatal blow just grazed Xiaobao's chin. Yichin missed his attack and was about to reverse Sandstorm's wrist to find a grappling move. Suddenly, 3 gunshots were heard behind me. Immediately, Yichin was shot in the back and head. Sandstorm support has arrived. Chapter 44 people left behind. 2 shots to the body and 1 shot to the head. This is a typical Mozambican shooting method. Is the other party a professional soldier? Sparks flew from Yichin's armor on his back and head. But these bullets can't penetrate the alloy armor at all. Yichin found that if he didn't take any real action, he would not be able to intimidate the other party in a short period of time. So he directly mimicked and shaped all the weapons. In just a moment, dozens of machine guns, rockets, and flamethrowers of various models appeared from Yichin's arms, shoulders, back, and legs. At this moment, Yichin had turned into a humanoid weapon. After seeing this scene, Sandstorm and the jackals who came to support were stunned. He really was standing there in a daze, not moving at all. Heavy machine gun, rockets, flamethrower. It also has an infrared sight. How can we fight this? The jackal standing behind Yichin has been locked by 7 or 8 red dots. At this time, Xiaobao also had a heavy machine gun pointed at his head. This firepower configuration is equivalent to that of a reinforced company. Let's just fight. Having said that, Xiaobao threw the gun in his hand directly to the ground. The jackal sighed helplessly upon seeing this. In the face of absolute firepower, resistance means death. However, he could feel that the other party had no intention of killing him. Seeing the 2 men put down their weapons, Yichin slowly began to communicate. I don't mean any harm. Can we talk about this? After saying this, Yichin slowly moved the gun away. Sandstorm and the jackal looked at each other, nodded, and slowly stood together. Yichin stood opposite the 2 of them, staring at them with vigilance. Please notify your companions. Don't engage in unnecessary exchanges of fire. I don't want to be an enemy of the former Daxia soldiers. The 2 were stunned when they heard this. Then they quickly understood what the other party meant. The former Daxia soldier. Yes, there is no concept of a country on Blue Planet now. The entire Blue Planet almost became a Death Star. In the future, there will only be survivors in the world, and there will be no country. When the jackal heard this, he immediately picked up the intercom and spoke. I am the jackal, and I am already defeated by Sandstorm. The other side has no intention of engaging in an exchange of fire, and we are trying to negotiate. After he said this, there was no response on the intercom. This is a tacit understanding among professional soldiers. The jackal pretended to report the situation, but in fact he was explaining the current situation. The person on the walkie-talkie will not respond after hearing this to avoid exposing more targets. This is what they do just in case. Otherwise, if all their people are involved, there will be no chance of turning the situation around. But their wishful thinking soon fell through. At this time, the drone and spider robot have locked the position of Hawkeye and another partner. After Zhao Xuefei got the news, she immediately reported it to Yichin. So, Yichin called Bai Qianfei in front of the 2 of them. Under the north window of the innermost room on the west side of the 5th floor. After hearing this, Sandstorm and the jackal just frowned slightly and didn't react much. But suddenly someone screamed in the intercom in the jackal's hand. Damn it, I've been discovered. It turned out that this position was the attacker bat who had just found a new position and was ready to provide support at any time. Bad is a short, agile man. He moved immediately after hearing that his position was exposed. But as soon as he showed his head, a red that locked onto it. Shit, stop locking it. It's all over. Before he could finish his words, another voice suddenly came from the intercom. I was also targeted by the drone. Let's talk. We must have a good talk this time. 10 minutes later, in the conference room on the 7th floor of the central building of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This is where Hawkeye conducts secret observations. This meeting room has been simply remodeled. The conference table was turned into a makeshift bed, with some weapons, ammunition, and food placed on it. After a quick observation, Yichen fixed his sights on Hawkeye. Okay, now you can start introducing yourself. Hawkeye was stunned when he heard this. Introduce yourself? Does this guy think they are here for an interview? But now it seems they have no other choice. After thinking about it, Hawkeye frowned and spoke slowly. We are the Special Internal Guard stationed at the National Academy of Sciences. My name is Su Biao. Having said this, he fell silent. When the others saw this, they immediately frowned. Sandstorm spoke first. My name is Zhang Chongqing, and I'm their squad leader. If you have anything to say, just come to me. The bat couldn't help but speak at this time. My name is Fuyo Chong, and I know where the vault is. If you want, I can take you there. When Yichen heard this, he almost laughed out loud. Treasury? Do those gold bills still have meaning now? Do you dare to make this play more fake? At this time, the jackal reached out and patted the bat on the head and said, Put away your little thoughts and don't treat people as fools. As he spoke, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it and started smoking. My name is Zhuangzhong, and I have the highest military rank among these people. Tell me anything you want to know or get. It turns out that Hawkeye, Sandstorm, Jackal, and Bat are all code names for these people, and the names they introduced just now are their real names. After hearing this, Yi Chun frowned tightly. But he still asked the question he wanted to ask most. Where have all the zombies here gone? Zhuangzhong took a deep puff of his cigarette when he heard this. Then he slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke and said, It turns out that 11 of our comrades survived. Then there were only 4 of us left. Where do you think the zombies went? Yi Chun understood immediately after hearing this. The zombies in this yard should have been dealt with by them. This is normal, as the Chinese Academy of Sciences is not a place where the public gathers. There are not many people in Daxia who can work and live here. When Yi Chun was about to ask the second question, Fu Youqiang interrupted with an emotional tone. If it weren't for that group of selfish people, how could the company commander and his men have died? Yi Chun frowned slightly when he heard this. He did not ask about the specifics of what happened, because he had seen too much of the dark side of human nature in his previous life. Okay, second question. Is there a secret laboratory in this mountain? What's in there? When the 4 heard this, their expressions became unnatural. They never expected that the other party would ask about the laboratory. At this time, Zhuangzhong gently threw the cigarette but on the ground and said, There's not much food here, and the few supplies and weapons we have are all here. If that's what you came for, you can take your things and leave. When Yi Chun heard the other party's reply, he immediately became more interested in the previous question. So he walked forward slowly, looked at Zhuangzhong, and asked word by word, What's in the lab? The 4 of them saw that the other party was so persistent about the laboratory issue. Immediately, their expressions became slightly solemn. Who is this person? Why does he care so much about what's in the lab? Before Yi Chun could wait for a solemn answer, he heard Zhao Xuefei's anxious voice. Big trouble is coming again. Hurry up and find a way to hide. Chapter 41, The Secret of the Laboratory. Yi Chun frowned after hearing Zhao Xuefei's warning. Then I started communicating with him in my mind. What's the big trouble? Explain the situation more clearly. Zhao Xuefei only discovered it at this time. It turned out that I was so nervous just now that I didn't explain the situation at all. It's the pursuer. 2 of the pursuers just jumped into the National Academy of Sciences. When Yi Chun heard this, he immediately turned around and walked quickly to the window to check the situation. The 4 of them immediately exchanged glances upon seeing this. Then he walked quickly and solemnly to Yi Chun and asked, What happened? Yi Chun didn't say any more nonsense and immediately turned to look at him. There's trouble here. We need to work together. After hearing this, Zhuangzhong frowned and began to think. He didn't know whether the Iron Man in front of him was trustworthy. He also had no idea what kind of trouble the other party was talking about. So he immediately turned to look at Su Biao and said, See what's going on? Upon hearing this, Su Biao immediately turned around and walked towards the laptop on the table. But when he was operating the computer, he discovered that something was wrong. The system control has been hacked. Someone hacked into our network. When Su Biao said this, he looked at Yi Chun with surprise. Yi Chun also received a notice from Zhao Shuefei at this time. She said Su Tsong had successfully taken control of the hospital's network. They are now using the hospital system to conduct additional reconnaissance. At this time, Zhuangzhong also had to reassess the situation. He looked at Yi Chun and said seriously, "You have a great team? Okay, we can work together. But I need to figure out what's going on right now." Yi Chun didn't say anything more and contacted the minibus directly. "Su Tsong, share the control of the system. From now on, we need to work together inside and outside." Soon Su Tsong in the minibus started to operate as required. Su Biao regained control of the hospital's network. Then he quickly operated on the computer. A few seconds later, the pursuer's figure appeared in the picture. When he saw his pursuers, Su Biao was completely shocked. "This is impossible. How did it get out?" When Zhuangzhong heard this, he immediately walked over quickly. "I was stunned when I saw the image on the computer screen. It shouldn't be the one below. Could it be?" Having said that, he turned to look at Yi Chun and said nothing more. Yi Chun also turned around at this time and saw the reactions of the two. At this time, he knew that these people must know something about the pursuers. So this is what the lab down there is researching. Is this something developed by the National Academy of Sciences? Yi Chun's expression was very serious at the moment, and there was a hint of disgust in his eyes when he looked at those people. When Su Biao saw the other party's reaction, he immediately understood that the other party must have misunderstood something. So he quickly took over and explained. The National Academy of Sciences is just researching ways to deal with it. This thing is a biological weapon developed by the Western Federation. We in Daxiao will never conduct such a conscienceless experiment. Yi Chun's expression gradually relaxed after hearing this. If the National Academy of Sciences had already been researching the pursuers before the end of the world, maybe we could find a way to deal with them here. After all, it is impossible to have the opportunity to carry out internal explosion on the pursuers every time. "Take me to the lab? We don't have much time." Zhuangzhong frowned when he heard this. He could see that Yi Chun obviously knew a lot about this monster. So he asked quickly, "Have you encountered this thing before you came here? How many are there?" Yi Chun was a little surprised to hear this question, because judging from the question alone, he should know something. "I've seen about 200 to 300 of them, but I can't verify the exact number." The four were stunned when they heard Yi Chun's answer. Then he sighed deeply and solemnly. It seems that what Dr. Qin was worried about has finally happened. After saying this, Zhuangzhong turned around and strode out the door. "Take the stuff and go to the lab." Hearing this, the other three turned to look at Yi Chun. Yi Chun nodded slightly. Then the five of them quickly walked towards the basement. Bai Qianfei had already moved to the water tower at this time. With the help of a piece of clinker cloth, she blended perfectly into the surrounding environment. At this time, she saw a pursuer enter the central building. Then, she quickly contacted Yi Chun. "There's a monster coming to your side. Be careful." Yi Chun replied, "I know," and then urged everyone to move forward quickly. After the five people reached the second underground floor, they quickly came to a special elevator. But when everyone arrived, they found that the elevator had no power. Fu Youqiang slapped his forehead and said when he saw this, "Look at what this has caused. I forgot that the elevator needs electricity. I'm going to the security room to deliver electricity. You wait here for a moment." Yi Chun checked the floor plan of the central main building before coming in. The security room this person was talking about is on the third floor of the building. At this time, if you go out from the basement to the third floor, there was a good chance he would run into the pursuer who had slipped in. Wait a moment. When Fu Youqiang turned around and prepared to leave, Yi Chun suddenly stepped forward and stopped him. Then he took out a dozen grenades and 7 or 8 high-explosive bombs from the space warehouse. "Take these things with you, just in case." Everyone's mouth widened when they saw this scene. Why does this guy look like a mobile arsenal? The machine guns and rockets just now were terrifying. Now he can easily produce more than a dozen grenades and bombs. "You have space-related abilities?" Zhuangzhong asked directly. After hearing this, Yi Chun admitted it directly without hiding anything. Then he asked reflexively, "What about you?" When Fu Youqiang heard this, he took the things and ran away. Zhuangzhong and others, however, looked solemn. Yi Chun noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he quickly shut up. Could it be that these people don't have special abilities? This thought just popped up in Yi Chun's mind. Zhuangzhong suddenly started talking. "None of us have acquired superpowers." As expected, Yi Chun did not show any surprise at all after hearing this. But he really didn't understand why he should care about this matter. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Su Biao quickly spoke up. This is a long story. It turned out that the four of them were the few survivors of the company without superpowers. The other brothers, some strong and some weak, have awakened their special powers. Some can manipulate fire, some can use lightning, others can control metal, and so on. With the assistance of superpowers, coupled with the physical fitness and combat experience of special forces, they quickly cleared out the ordinary zombies in the yard. But no one had expected that a very powerful monster suddenly appeared here a few days ago. This monster is the Pursuer that Yichen mentioned. The Pursuer is physically too strong and has great regenerative abilities. So after several fierce battles, all the brothers with special powers were sacrificed. When those people died, Su Biao, Zhuang Zhong, and others could only hide in the security room and worry. They wanted to rush out and fight the monster, but were stopped by the company commander with a military order. The company commander said that they were the spark of the Special Operations Company and must not sacrifice in vain. But in the end, the company commander died first with his brothers. So, the four of them decided to continue with the company's unfinished mission. They stayed in the laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, waiting for their superiors to send people to restart it. Because they know that what is being studied in the laboratory is the Pursuer. Yichen fell completely silent after hearing this. As expected, men in camouflage uniforms never disappoint. While Su Biao was still talking, the elevator behind him suddenly connected to the power. Seeing this, Zhuangzhong immediately took out a card and placed it on the reader. Then he entered the password, and the elevator door slowly opened. He stood at the door, turned his head, and looked at Yi Chun and said, "Since there will be no more support, then let's get it done." Chapter 42. Empty everywhere. Seeing this, Yi Chun nodded vigorously. Then Su Biao asked a few people to go down first, while he stayed behind to support Fu Yanxiang. The others didn't hesitate and took the special elevator to continue going underground. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the elevator stopped steadily. However, the elevator did not open directly, but required the password to be entered solemnly again. Yichen saw such high-standard security measures. I immediately became more curious about the things in the laboratory. After the elevator door opened, Zhang Chongqing was the first to go out and turn on the power. Then rows of lights lit up, and a huge exhibition hall appeared in front of Yichen. Many high-tech products are displayed here. Some of them Yichen had seen on TV before, while others he had never heard of. At this time, Zhang Chongqing had already run to a big door in front. He stood inside and operated everything, and only turned around and spoke after he was sure it was safe. "Everything is fine." Upon hearing this, Zhuangzhong immediately replied, "Okay," and called on Yichen to follow him. But he discovered it when he ran to the iron gate. Yichen didn't follow him at all. "What are you writing about? Hurry up." He was only halfway through his words when he froze. Upon seeing this, Zhang Chongqing immediately turned around and looked back. "Oh my gosh, where's the stuff?" It turned out that everything in the exhibition hall was gone at this time. Not only were the items gone, but even the display cases that held them were gone. Everything at the scene was emptied out by Yi Chun. But he acted as if nothing had happened, walking slowly and leisurely with his hands behind his back. "This place is nice and big. It's a shame not to put something in such a big place." When they heard this, their faces turned green. "Wasn't there anything placed here just now? Don't bully us because we are honest and decent people. But now is not the time to worry about these things." So, Zhuangzhong pretended nothing happened and said, "The Pursuer specimen is inside. This door has not been opened since the apocalypse. So, I don't know what's behind the door." Yichen immediately became curious when he heard this. So he quickened his pace, walked to the door, and asked suspiciously, "After the disaster, didn't you think of coming to rescue the people inside?" Zhuangzhong sighed deeply after hearing this. "When the disaster first happened, we did think about coming down to rescue them. But someone from the lab called and said, they said that the door of the laboratory must not be opened under any circumstances." So, when Yichen heard this, he immediately understood. Something terrible must have happened in the laboratory at that time. Then, Yichen began trying to contact the super minibus. But the magnetic field here is very strong, and all signals cannot be transmitted normally. It seems that the technical support on the car cannot be used. With no other options, Yichen could only bite the bullet and take the risk with the two of them. Then, he turned around and looked at Yichen seriously and said, "The automatic rifle has too low firepower. Give me something more powerful." As he said that, he directly put the 95 semi-automatic rifle in his hand behind his back. Yi Chun was speechless when he saw this, but he still readily took out a Type 80 general-purpose machine gun from the space warehouse. After seeing this heavy thing, Zhang Chongqing's eyes widened. Oh my god, it really is a mobile arsenal. You have all 80 channels? What else do you have? Give it to me too. Yichen thought for a moment after hearing this, then took out a shotgun and threw it to him. Zhang Chongqing understood immediately after taking the shotgun. The other party wants to do close-range fire suppression on their own. I understand. You two will fight each other hard later. Leave the surrounding matters to me. After saying this, he slowly walked to the electronic lock and entered the secret. Zhuangzhong had already checked the machine gun by this time. Yichen also raised 2 heavy machine guns directly on his shoulders. At the same time, his right hand was holding a newly mimicked black and gold sword. Prepare! 3, 2, 1. Open the door! Following a solemn order, Zhang Chongqing quickly pressed the door opening button. The heavy alloyed door slowly opened, and a dozen zombies immediately swarmed in. Zhuangzhong and Zhang Chongqing were very familiar with the appearance of these people. They were once the pride of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the targets that needed special protection in the laboratory. But now these people have become bloodthirsty zombies. So, they have no choice at this moment. Fire. Following a solemn order, the 3 men immediately opened fire at full force. Zhuangzhong and Zhang Chongqing were still normal for a while, but they beat the approaching zombies and made them retreat again and again. But Yi Chen's side was extremely exaggerated. The powerful firepower of his armor directly smashed all the zombies in front of him into pieces. After seeing this scene, Zhuangzhong suddenly felt that he was being too cautious. Finally, the last zombie turned into debris. Yi Chen and others finally stopped attacking. Zhang Chongqing was the first to go in to scout the situation, and after making sure there was no danger, he signaled the 2 to come in. Yi Chen and Zhuangzhong walked into the laboratory together. After entering, Yi Chen was immediately shocked by the equipment and instruments inside. There are many world-class advanced equipment here, such as laser cutting machines, laser 3D printers, thulium laser therapy devices, high-efficiency fiber lasers, fiber amplifiers, ultra-short and ultra-intense lasers, and so on. When Yi Chen saw so many high-tech laser instruments, his eyes immediately flashed with greedy red light. This is all mine. Zhuangzhong didn't react much when he heard this. He just glanced at Yi Chen and said in a cold voice, "Once the trouble is solved, you can take whatever you want." After hearing this, Yi Chen didn't say much, but turned around and made an okay gesture to him. At this time, Zhang Chongqing had already walked to the innermost safe. I remember Dr. Qin mentioned that this safe is very important. All the research data on that monster should be in here. When Zhuangzhong heard this, he immediately walked over quickly. But he walked to the safe and studied it for a long time, but still had no clue. So he turned around and asked Yi Chen for help. But when he turned around, he found that there was nothing behind him again. In such a large laboratory, there was only a tempered glass container containing the pursuer's body. Isn't this guy too fast? Do you have to be so anxious? Didn't you say that I would give it to you after you solve your problem? His face turned a little green, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made a clattering sound. Zhang Chongqing knew that he was almost reaching his limit of endurance. So Zhang Chongqing immediately stepped forward, took Zhuangzhong's hand, and said, "The most urgent task now is to solve the trouble outside. Those PhDs and the National Academy of Sciences are gone. These things will just be a pile of scrap metal if they are left here." Zhang Chongqing's words quickly calmed Zhuangzhong down. At this moment, he didn't have much opinion about Yi Chen. He was just too obsessed with getting revenge on his pursuers. Then, Zhuangzhong turned around and looked at the safe behind him and asked, "Can you help me open it? Maybe there's a way to deal with that monster in here." Yi Chen was also very happy after hearing this, and immediately expressed his willingness to give it a try. But just as he walked to the safe, a loud noise was heard above the 3 men's heads. Then the whole laboratory began to shake. It feels like an earthquake at this moment. But soon everyone discovered something was wrong. It's the vibration caused by the explosion. But this is 100 meters underground, an explosive that can cause vibrations here. It can only be a missile. Chapter 43, Laser Weapons. The laboratory is about 100 meters underground, but the earthquake was still felt significantly. This indicates a very large series of explosions on the ground. Based on his experience, Zhang Chongqing judged that this was at least the effect of a missile-level bombing. After hearing his remarks, Zhuangzhong immediately frowned and retorted, "It can't be a missile. The explosiveness of the missile is not continuous. It should be an explosion caused by the chemical area. It was bad in Hawkeye. They must have caused the explosion. After hearing these words, Zhang Chongqing actually wanted to argue. What if it's a continuous bombing by the enemy? One missile is not enough. So here come 2, 3, and 5. When Zhuangzhong heard this, his face immediately turned ugly. His contemptuous look made Yi Chen feel a little embarrassed. So Yi Chen quickly took over and explained. The National Academy of Sciences is very important, but they're still not as valuable as those missiles. We were not supposed to be under missile attack. An explosion in the chemical area is more likely. After hearing this, Zhuangzhong nodded in agreement. Then he looked at Yi Chen anxiously and said, "Can you find a way to open the safe?" After hearing this, Yi Chen frowned slightly and thought for a while before speaking. "I just received 2 laser cutting machines. If it's laser cut, there shouldn't be any problem." After hearing this, Zhuangzhong nodded with relief. Then he looked at Zhang Chongqing and said, "Go check if the elevator is still usable, and organize the first line of defense just in case." When Zhang Chongqing heard this, he immediately nodded and said yes. After he left, Zhuangzhong turned around and looked at Yi Chen and said, "You take care of the safe, I'll check other places." Yi Chen said okay, without even raising his head. Then he waved his hand and a laser cutting machine appeared. When Zhuangzhong saw the magic-like operation, he couldn't help but shout, "Damn it. This space system is so convenient." Yi Chen didn't bother to pay attention to Zhuangzhong's surprise. He stood up and started walking around the laser cutting machine. The laser cutting machine in front of us is quite large, occupying more than a dozen square meters. After Yi Chen made a simple estimate of its volume, he began to calculate the remaining fusion amount of his own nanomatter in his mind. After manufacturing new types of armor and mechas, his remaining nanomatter could fuse up to 70% of the machine. So after thinking about it for a while, Yi Chen made a bold decision. Dismantle. He wanted to remove all the useless parts from it. Doing so can greatly save the amount of nanomaterials used. First comes the housing, which is of little use, then the other non-laser components and the computer. The main condition for Yi Chen's nanomimicry and shaping is to be familiar with the structure of the object being created. There are 2 ways to understand the structure of creation. The first is to have a design drawing, and the second is to directly perform nanofusion on existing objects. After the nanomaterials merged with a mimicked object, Yi Chen naturally understood its internal structure. Those 2 sets of armor and mechas were designed by Yi Chen based on his memories of his previous life. Zhuangzhong watched Yi Chen dismantle the machine like crazy. He didn't understand and didn't dare to say anything, so he could only turn around and explore further away. After Yi Chen was busy for a few minutes, the laser cutting had already taken a quarter of the thing apart. It should be about the same. After muttering this, Yi Chen immediately summoned nanomatter for fusion. In just a dozen seconds, the laser cutting machine was completely wrapped in black nanomaterials. Then the machine, which was more than 10 square meters in size, shrank rapidly and finally became a black ball the size of a walnut. Yi Chen waved his hand gently, and the black ball quickly flew into his right palm. "It's done." After Yi Chen said this, he gently clenched his right hand. The black ball instantly sank into his palm and then quickly merged with the armor. The next second, Yi Chen suddenly swung his right hand vigorously. Immediately, a red laser sword 100 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide appeared. The laser sword shot out from a square jet at the front end of his middle finger and index finger. Now Yi Chen's sword-holding posture looks very much like a swordsman in the fantasy world. The laser emitted by the sword finger of his right hand is his lightsaber. "Try it." Having said that, Yi Chen slowly walked back to the safe. Then he slashed vertically towards the safe door quickly. The safe door made of alloy was as fragile as tofu under the laser sword. Yi Chen only swung once and cut off the entire door. With a bang, the heavy safe door fell to the ground. Yi Chen took a step forward and saw the situation inside clearly. What surprised him was that there were actually 5 crystal cores of about level 4 inside. Yi Chen would naturally not let go of these things. It seems that Daxia had already been researching these things before the end of the world. It's a pity that this end of the world is much more cruel than anyone expected. After storing the crystal core into the space warehouse, Yi Chen went through the names of all the classified confidential folders. Of course, he would store each one he saw in the space warehouse. This kind of valuable information is extremely rare, and there is a high chance that you will need it in the future. No! After checking all the folder names, Yi Chen said no with regret. Then he turned to look at Zhuang and repeated it loudly. There's no research report on the pursuer in it. Is it not placed here? Or was it taken away by someone? Because some of the folders are empty. Zhuangzhong frowned tightly when he heard this. 2 days before the end of the world, Dr. Qin went on a business trip. Could it be that he took away the information about these monsters? Thinking of this, Zhuangzhong couldn't help but sigh heavily. At this moment, a call suddenly came from his walkie-talkie. Jackal, damn you. If you don't come up now, you don't have to come up. I can't hold on any longer. Hurry up. Zhuangzhong was very excited to hear Hawkeye's voice. The fact that someone is still talking at least proves that he is still alive. So he picked up the walkie-talkie and responded immediately. We'll go up right away. You must hold on. If you can't beat them, just run. Zhuangzhong ran and shouted into the walkie-talkie. Seeing this, Yichen quickly turned around and followed him to the elevator. At this time, Zhang Chongqing poured a basin of cold water on him. The power supply system seems to have been blown up. This elevator is no longer usable. The two of them heard this only when they ran to the front of the elevator. In an instant, both of their faces turned very ugly. But this little problem is not difficult for Yi Chun. It's okay. I'll take you upstairs. Got a rope? Zhuangzhong and Zhang Chongqing were both stunned when they heard this. But their backpacks are not short of tools such as ropes. After a few minutes, Yi Chun tore open the elevator door with his bare hands. Then, he used his hands and feet to grab the wall of the elevator shaft and climbed up. Zhuangzhong and Zhang Chongqing were tied to ropes and hung in the air, being pulled up little by him. Yi Chun thought awkwardly as he crawled. Whenever I have the chance in the future, I will definitely equip the armor with a jet flight device. Otherwise, using Iron Man as Spider-Man would be very embarrassing. While Yi Chun was trying hard to climb the elevator shaft, the Chinese Academy of Sciences on the ground had turned into a sea of fire. More than 100 pursuers besieged the central building. Fu Youqiang, Su Biao, Xiao Qing, and Bai Qianfei each guarded a direction, trying their best to prevent the pursuers from getting closer. At this time, the super minibus was leading more than 30 pursuers to circle around the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Everyone was using their own methods to cover the return of Yi Chun and others. Inside the super minibus, a smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Xuefei's face. Very good. Yi Chun and the others are finally here. Chapter 44, A Life and Death Battle. The basement on the second floor below the National Academy of Sciences Central Building. Yi Chun climbed out of the elevator shaft with great effort. At this time, the outside was in a mess. It turned out that not long after they went down to the laboratory, the pursuers quickly found this place. In order to protect everyone, Fu Yangqiang had to deliberately expose himself to attract attention. Then another pursuer also surrounded him, and Fu Youqiang was caught in the dilemma of being surrounded from front and back. Fortunately, Su Biao appeared in time to help him share half of the pressure. But what the two did not expect was that the support from the pursuers would come so quickly. In just over 10 minutes, more than 30 pursuers rushed into the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The two had no choice but to fight and retreat, leading the pursuers to the chemical building where flammable and explosive materials were located. Fu Youqiang used the bomb given by Yi Chun to set a trap. Su Biao cooperated with him to lead most of the pursuers into the chemistry building. Then there was a violent explosion, and the dozen or so pursuers who rushed into the building were blown to pieces. But it was this explosion that attracted more pursuers and zombies. Fu Youqiang had his arm blown off because he ran a beat slower. Su Biao dragged him and beat him while retreating towards the central building. However, there were more and more pursuers around, and thousands of zombies quickly gathered at the gate of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. At the critical moment, Bai Qianfei shot off the upper body of the pursuer who was rushing towards the two of them. When professional sniper Su Biao heard the gunshot, he immediately opened his mouth in surprise. Oh my god, he's the king of all snipers. But his excitement had not yet fully manifested. The following scene made him feel as if he had fallen into an icy cave. The pursuer, half of whose body was blown off, was now recovering visibly. Half of its body was blown off, and its head was smashed into pieces, but it's not dead yet. At this moment, Su Biao finally realized how terrifying the monster was. Da-da-da-da. The sound of heavy machine gun fire came from a distance. Countless 12.7mm bullets were fired crazily at the eager pursuers in all directions. The two knew just by the sound that this was the Type 89 heavy machine gun produced in Daxia. From the sound, it wasn't just one shot, but 4 shots. Reinforcements have arrived. Su Biao's eyes were full of excitement. But when he turned around to look, he only saw a black minibus speeding towards him. The minibus made a large arc deviation about 5 meters away from the two people. A man quickly jumped out of the car, rolled beautifully on the ground, stood up, and shot directly. The man held a submachine gun in his hand and fired a volley of bullets at the pursuer in front of him. After the shooting, the man did not change the magazine, but simply threw the gun away and turned into a blue lightning and disappeared. Then he reappeared behind his pursuer, not far away. A bolt of blue lightning pierced the back of the monster's head, instantly causing the tower to fall to the ground and twitch. This series of movements is smooth and seamless, and is extremely cool. The person who came was none other than Thunder God Xiaoqing. It's just that there are too many pursuers at the scene. Moreover, the zombies outside the hospital have begun to pour into the hospital. Now we are in another, greater chaos. Zombies not only attack humans, but also their pursuers. This actually helped everyone at the scene, but the weak zombies are no match for the powerful pursuers. More than 100 pursuers cleared out an area in just 10 minutes. Everyone was forced into a corner with no way to retreat, and they could only hold on in one direction, struggling to hold on. In order to relieve the pressure on several people, the minibus took the initiative to attract pursuers and zombies to chase and kill itself. In this way, everyone held on until Yi Chun and others climbed out of the elevator shaft. After Yi Chun came out, he pulled up the rope behind him. After Zhuangzhong and Zhang Changcheng came out, they immediately rushed out at full speed. As soon as he rushed out of the building, Yi Chun immediately camouflaged all his weapons. Full fire! At the same time, he yelled at Xiaoqing angrily. Didn't I tell you how to use the vest? Why don't you use it? Save it for the new year! Yi Chun shouted very anxiously and had no time to care about politeness. At this time, Xiaoqing's energy had already run out. It was only after Yi Chun yelled at him twice that he finally remembered. This guy said before that when you are in danger, you can press the heart area of the vest. Then he reached out and pressed hard on a 5-pointed star-shaped bulge on his left chest. Then the vest changed immediately and quickly. The metal vest began to expand rapidly. A metal skeleton quickly emerged, and soon he was wrapped in an oval metal frame. Suddenly, in just 2 breaths, the oval frame was surrounded by rapidly derived metal parts. Finally, a metal shell was formed, and a 4-meter-tall mechanical, crazy mecha appeared. Xiaoqing was standing on the torso of the mecha at this moment. No matter how he moves, the mecha will react in the same way. Zhuangzhong, Su Biao, and others were stunned when they saw this scene. Mecha? Fuck, is this even possible? This is so damn cool. Yi Chun's full power output reduced the pressure on several people to the greatest extent possible. Therefore, he had no time to explain the operation methods to Xiaoqing in detail. He could only simply shout over the comm system. I joined the neural control system. Whatever you want to do, just use your brain. Get moving. When Xiaoqing heard this, he was stunned at first. Then he thought about it according to Yi Chun's suggestion. Gun. As soon as this thought came to mind, dozens of heavy machine guns immediately appeared on the mecha. Seeing this situation, Xiaoqing was really happy to return it. Ha! Let's see how arrogant you bastards are. Die for me! Following Xiaoqing's roar, dozens of guns on the mecha opened fire at the same time. You know, Xiaoqing's mecha is equipped with large-caliber heavy machine guns. There are even 2 12.7mm caliber anti-aircraft heavy machine guns on the shoulders of the mecha. With his full firepower unleashed, the pursuers had no chance of fighting him head-on. After Yi Chun finished shouting to Xiaoqing, he swung his right hand and a rough red laser sword appeared. When Su Biao saw this scene, he immediately screamed in surprise. Laser sword? Damn, this guy is definitely not a basketball player. Jedi Knights, alien technology. Zhuangzhong and Zhang Changcheng felt bitter after hearing this. There are no Jedi Knights. These are all technologies stolen from below. Yi Chun had no time to respond to other people's exclamations. He once again exerted full speed and quickly rushed into the group of pursuers. All of Yi Chun's weapons continued to output power, and the laser sword in his hand was swung out to create an illusion. Laser has no gravity, so the faster Yi Chun swings his arm, the faster the sword will cut. Brush, brush, brush! After several sprints and rises and falls, 7 or 8 pursuers were immediately split in half. But what makes people's scalps tingle is that they are still not dead even after being chopped off. The broken body was actually slowly splitting apart and growing new organs, bones, and flesh. After seeing this scene, Yi Chun's pupils shrank instantly. This is the Manhwa 2, an upgraded version of the original. Oh my god, The GJ alliance is really fast. While Yi Chun was stunned, the four pursuers around him pounced on him at the same time. By the time Yi Chun reacted, they were already very close. What to do? Keep cutting. The more you cut, the more you get. If I don't chop it, my armor won't be able to withstand the attack for too long. What should I do? Chapter 45, I want to go home. While Yi Chun was stunned, four pursuers pounced on him at the same time. By the time he wanted to react, it was too late to do anything. But at the critical moment, one of the pursuers suddenly turned around and pounced on the other. Da-da-da-da. A burst of heavy machine gun fire also came from behind Yi Chun. Then the remaining two were shot down by the rain of bullets. Yi Chun took advantage of this opportunity to quickly withdraw. After a few jumps, he arrived next to Xiao Qing's mecha. It turned out that Zhao Xuefei and Xiao Qing rescued him at the same time. Xiao Qing shouted loudly while continuing to output crazily. What were you daydreaming about just now? Why do I feel like these ghosts are getting more and more the more we fight them? Yi Chun replied helplessly when he heard this. This is the upgraded second-generation hunter. We can't win with our current strength. Find a way to retreat. I'll cover your back. Having said that, Yi Chun rushed out in one step. However, his laser sword has been retracted, leaving only thermal weapons still firing continuously. Xiao Qing became anxious upon seeing this. When has he ever hidden behind his brothers to survive? This kid has grown in ability. After saying this, he suddenly turned around and shouted to the four solemn people. You retreat first. We'll cover them. Hurry up. After shouting these three sentences, Xiao Qing controlled the mecha and rushed forward quickly. Under the crazy firepower output of Xiao Qing and Yi Chun, the pursuers around were beaten so hard that they could hardly move. Zhuangzhong and the others were all infected by the righteousness of the two men. How can a soldier be afraid of death? Immediately, the injured Fu Yuqiang struggled to walk up to Zhuangzhong and said, How can we let civilians stand in our way? I have a way to hold these monsters back. It's just that my hands and feet are not convenient now, so I need a brother to accompany me on the road. His expression was calm when he said this, but his attitude was extremely resolute. The words accompany him on the journey have already explained his choice very well. When Zhuangzhong heard this, he was about to say that he would go by himself. But Zhang Chongqing rushed over and supported Fu Youqiang. I'll accompany you, so you don't feel lonely on the road. When Su Biao heard this, he was about to argue. But when I walked closer, I found that Zhang Chongqing was also injured. His abdomen was completely soaked in blood. Because it was too dark, I could only see that there was a tear in the clothes, but I couldn't see how deep the wound was. In today's end times, injuries like these are basically a death sentence. But even so, Su Biao couldn't help but tear up. You two bastards, Zhuangzhong, take them and go first. I also know his method. I will do it myself. When Zhuangzhong heard this, he frowned and said nothing. Fu Youqiang was so angry after hearing this, but he laughed instead. You know nothing. My plan is confidential. Don't make trouble here. Get as far away as possible. Su Biao immediately became anxious when he heard this and put the gun behind his back. Isn't it just to light some firecrackers and send these bastards to heaven? Secrets, what the hell? Are you capable of doing this with your missing arms and legs? Get lost, leave this to me. Su Biao turned around and was about to leave, but Zhuangzhong reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Let go, or I'll... Su Biao stopped talking midway, because Zhang Chongqing spat out a large mouthful of black blood at some point. Fu Yuqiang's face became paler and paler. The two men supported each other and forced a wry smile at Su Biao. Don't waste your time. You two should live well in the future. After saying this, the two men turned around and staggered towards the oil depot. The two men ran while shouting in pain. Let them lure all the bastards over here later. The more the better. If there is less, I'll feel like I'm losing out. Zhuangzhong and Su Biao's eyes couldn't help but secretly fill with sparkle. This separation between life and death was the most difficult moment for them to endure. But they all knew that now was definitely not the time to hesitate. Walk! Zhuangzhong shouted while trying not to cry. Su Biao reached out and wiped his tears, then turned around, picked up the gun, and pulled the trigger. You guys are a bunch of bastards. I'm going to fight you guys. Da-da-da-da. The two angry Special Forces soldiers vented their sorrow with machine guns. Upon seeing this, Yi Chun quickly moved over to inquire about the situation. After Zhuangzhong briefly explained the situation, Yi Chun couldn't help but feel sad. It turns out that no matter what time it is, people wearing camouflage uniforms are the most reliable. Brother Xiao, Cooperate with us to lead the pursuers away. Su Tsung, you and Sha Jiao come over to pick us up in 5 minutes. Xiao Qing and Su Tsung responded okay at the same time on the intercom. Then Yi Chun, Xiao Qing, Zhuang Zhong, and Su Biao began to fight and retreat. Zhao Xuefei was also controlling the two pursuers at this time, providing support on both sides of everyone. The minibus outside the yard began to accelerate, turn around, and rush towards Yichun. In the oil depot, two wounded Special Forces soldiers had set up the bomb. Because there is no detonator, they will have to detonate it manually later. At this time, Zhang Chongqing turned his head and looked at Fu Youqiang and said, "Hey, I think you still have a chance of being saved. Let's go now. Just leave this to me." When Fu Youqiang heard this, he sat down immediately. There is a high-powered bomb behind him. Stop talking bullshit. Report to the Jackal immediately. Please send me home. I miss my family. When Zhang Chongqing heard this, his eyes suddenly turned red. Then the faces of my relatives flashed through my mind. Yes, let's go home. After saying this, he picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted loudly, "Jackal, I'm Sandstorm. Everything is done. Bring your grandson over here." On the other side, Yi Chun, Zhuang Zhong, and others had also retreated to the front of the oil depot. After hearing the call, Zhuang Zhong immediately shouted to Yi Chun, "Let's get started." After hearing this, Yi Chun nodded slightly and immediately called a super minibus over. The minibus was traveling at an incredibly high speed, knocking down several pursuers along the way. After the last drift turn, it stopped steadily less than 2 meters in front of everyone. The car door opened quickly, and Yi Chun waved for everyone to get in. Bai Qianfei, Zhuangzhong, and Su Biao entered first. Xiao Qing then quickly took off his mecha, put back into his vest, and jumped into the car. Yi Chun stood at the door of the car, holding the handle, and continued shooting. "Drive!" Sha Jiao started the car immediately after hearing that, and then Yi Chun shouted again. Rushed through the oil depot. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Only Zhuangzhong understood what he meant at the first moment. "You are crazy." Although his words sounded a bit blaming, his eyes were already full of business. Su Biao reacted immediately, picked up the walkie-talkie, and started shouting, "Bats! Sandstorm! Pay attention to the position of the car door." Xiao Qing, Bai Qianfei, and Su Tsung quickly understood what Yi Chun meant. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. It turned out that Yi Chun deliberately stood at the door and did not go in, just wanting to help the two Special Forces soldiers when he passed by. The minibus sped towards the oil depot. A large group of zombies followed closely behind, and the pursuers also surrounded them from all directions. In just a few seconds, the speeding minibus rushed in. Yi Chun put away all his weapons and masks, stretched out his arms, and shouted loudly, "Give me your hand!" Chapter 46, Replenishing Ammunition. When passing by the oil depot, Yi Chun reached out and tried hard to grab one, even if only one person can be rescued. But the two of them just stood there and watched with a smile. As the vehicle passed by, everyone leaned on the windows. Some are crying, some are shouting, some are reluctant, and some are praying. The two people in the oil depot always had smiles on their faces and waved gently as they said their final goodbyes. The minibus did not slow down or stop, and it carried everyone quickly through the oil depot and drove out from the other end. Countless zombies and hundreds of pursuers swarmed in. Zhang Chongqing fell on Fu Youqiang's shoulder first, and the black blood from his abdomen had soaked a large area of his body. Fu Youqiang silently shed a tear when he saw this, and then resolutely raised his gun and shot at the bomb. The power of the bomb increased more than 10,000 times with the help of fuel. The entire warehouse instantly turned into a big mushroom cloud. Yi Chun retreated into the car at the moment of the explosion. As soon as the car door closed, a hot shock wave swept in. Xiao Qing was already sitting in the driver's seat, and the vehicle was swaying due to the shock wave. The zombies nearby were directly vaporized, and about half of the pursuers were blown to pieces on the spot. The super minibus has a body made of special alloy. Therefore, it can still drive normally in the face of high temperature and high explosion. Xiao Qing rushed out at a speed of 200 miles per hour, leaving everything behind him far behind. When the remaining pursuers reacted and wanted to give chase, the minibus had long disappeared into the darkness. The car drove quickly out of the city, but everyone remained silent for a while. The depressing atmosphere made everyone feel suffocated several times. After a few minutes, Yi Chun spoke first to break the silence. "The dead are gone, and the living must move on. What are your plans next?" At this time, Yi Chun had taken off his armor, revealing his true face. When Zhuangzhong and Su Biao saw that Iron Man was so young, they were immediately surprised. You're still a child? As soon as Su Biao opened his mouth, Yichen was so angry that he rolled his eyes. I'm 19, okay? What child? He is a child. As he spoke, Yichen pointed at Su Tsung, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Hearing this, Su Biao turned around and saw that there was indeed a child sitting over there. Then he turned to look at Zhuangzhong and said, Shame on us. We were rescued by a bunch of kids. Zhuangzhong frowned slightly after hearing this, then turned to look at Yi Chun and asked, Who are you anyway? Yi Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Who? The survivors of this world. How about it? Would you like to join the team? When Zhuangzhong heard this, his brows tightened again. Then he looked at Yi Chun and said seriously, We don't have special powers. Aren't you afraid of being dragged down? When Yi Chun heard this, he smiled bitterly again. What if I have superpowers? We are too weak in front of mutant creatures. So only by sticking together for warmth can we get through this darkness. Zhuangzhong saw that the other party was speaking sincerely, so he didn't say anything more. Lieutenant Commando Zhuangzhong of the Special Guard Company of the National Academy of Sciences reports to you. As he spoke, he also gave a standard military salute. Seeing this, Su Biao immediately followed suit and said with a smile, Sniper Sergeant of the National Academy of Sciences Special Guard Company, reporting to you. Seeing the two of them being so serious, Yi Chen was naturally moved. So he quickly walked forward with a smile and gave Zhuangzhong a big hug. Although the two new members have not yet awakened their special powers, but their military qualities are far superior to those of ordinary people. Although Xiao Qing was a retired soldier, he had only served as a scout. With the addition of these two people, Yi Chen's team's group combat capability will be greatly improved. When Su Biao saw Bai Qianfei's sniper rifle, his eyes lit up immediately. Then he volunteered to act as her observer. Seeing this, Yi Chen didn't say much, but took out a 12.7mm QBU-10 anti-material sniper rifle from the space warehouse. Although this gun is not as powerful as Bai Qianfei's king of 10,000 snipers. However, the gun is extremely stable and has high shooting accuracy. Its maximum effective range is 1,500 meters, and its maximum sniping distance can reach 2,000 meters. After Su Biao took the sniper rifle, he immediately laughed excitedly. Top 10 snipers. Your mobile arsenal really doesn't disappoint, but I already have a heavy sniper rifle. Why did you give me this? Su Biao has not yet understood the horror of the mutated creatures in the apocalypse. Therefore, he is still thinking about problems using the logic of ordinary people. After hearing this, Yi Chen immediately began to explain slowly. The mutant creatures we encounter in the future will be more powerful than the last one. The pursuers we encountered just now can only show off their strength in the early stage of the apocalypse. It will be difficult to cause damage to the creatures we encounter in the future with ordinary hot weapons and ordinary cold weapons. When Su Biao heard this, he immediately understood. I understand. Thank you. After saying this, he immediately walked aside with the gun to check. Bai Qianfei immediately followed him upon seeing this. She wanted to take the opportunity to learn more about heavy sniper firearms. At this time, Zhuangzhong stood there and looked around. Then he looked at Yi Chun and said softly, You convert a minibus into a motorhome, and it will be more comfortable. But the capacity has been reduced, and now these people seem a bit crowded. Let's find another car later. Hawkeye and I will drive one. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun slowly nodded and replied, This can be considered, but your car needs to be modified and upgraded. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't last long before it's scrapped. Zhuangzhong nodded slowly after hearing this, then walked up to Su Tsung and said, I'll give you the coordinates, and you can locate them. Let's go find some military supplies and get a suitable car. Upon hearing this, Su Tsung immediately turned to look at Yi Chun. After hearing this, Yi Chun immediately nodded slightly. Just do as he says. Hot weapons are still somewhat useful now. Su Tsung nodded immediately after hearing this, and then quickly set the coordinates according to the solemn information. Xiao Qing's navigation display quickly received a prompt. He glanced down at the monitor and shouted with a smile. Everyone sit tight and hold on tight. We're about to turn. As soon as Xiao Qing finished speaking, the vehicle made a sharp turn. The minibus traveled more than 100 miles in the southeast direction and slowly drove into a quiet mountainous area. Most of the vegetation here withered and died, but some of it mutated after being baptized. However, their levels are not very high, and they cannot cause much trouble to Yi Chun and others. The minibus continued along the mountain road for more than 50 miles. Finally, they arrived in front of a heavy iron gate. After the vehicle slowly stopped, everyone looked outside through the window. A dozen zombies in camouflage uniforms were slowly wandering in front of the door. Seeing this scene, everyone in the car felt sad. Although they were unwilling to do so, they had no choice but to do it in order to survive. Zhuangzhong saw what Yi Chun and the others were thinking, so he quickly smiled and comforted them. Don't have too much psychological burden. They are all dead. There is nothing to worry about. Hawkeye, take your followers to find a high point. After the door is opened, I'll lead the way, and Iron Man and Gundam will follow. Iron Man and Robot are the code names Zhuangzhong gave to Yi Chun and Xiaoqing. The two thought it sounded good, so they didn't refute or say anything more. As usual, Sha Jiao first sent out drones and robots for reconnaissance. After figuring out the situation ahead, the car door opened quickly and the three of them filed out. Follow me. Chapter 47, Weird Camp. After a solemn call to follow me, Xiaoqing got out of the car and directly turned on the mecha mode. Seeing this, Yi Chun frowned and stretched out his hand to block the two of them. Don't get excited. You can't just force your way through such a large military camp. Zhuangzhong and Xiaoqing were stunned when they heard this. Xiaoqing opened his helmet and looked at Yi Chun with a confused look on his face. Who said we should face the steel head-on? We need to be tactical. Yi Chun was also stunned when he heard this. Tactics? When did you two study tactics? Zhuangzhong continued speaking at this time. Yes, Gundam will distract the enemy later. Then the two of us will go in roundabout way and quickly search for the necessary supplies. When Yi Chun heard this, his face immediately became embarrassed. No one has told me about this before. Were the two of them so in sync on their first mission? Seeing that the two had made up their minds, Yi Chun had no choice but to nod and say, the tactics are good, but could you please discuss it in advance next time? Zhuangzhong and Xiaoqing were stunned again when they heard this. Does this matter still need to be discussed? Yes, isn't this common sense? The way the two of them sang in unison made Yi Chun look like a white-handed newbie. Afterwards, Xiaoqing rushed out without waiting for Yi Chun to refute. His mecha is a heavy mecha, so it doesn't move very fast, but it can still reach 60 miles per hour when running at full speed. Therefore, the zombies, which move slowly in the early stages, could not keep up with his speed at all. So, Xiaoqing retreated while shooting, and very calmly attracted all the zombies out of the camp. However, Yi Chun and Zhuangzhong, who were hiding in the dark and observing, had strange expressions. Obviously, both of them saw the problem. Then Yi Chun turned his head and looked at Zhuangzhong and asked, looking at the scale of this large building, it should be at least a battalion-level unit, right? After hearing this, Zhuangzhong frowned tightly and replied slowly. To be precise, this should be a deputy regiment-level unit. There should be a whole reinforced battalion of people in there. After hearing the solemn words, Yi Chun frowned even more tightly. A reinforced battalion only has a few dozen people? This is unscientific. It turned out that the two of them had just counted carefully. There were less than 60 zombies in the camp attracted by Xiaoqing. There are only a few people in such a large military complex. This is completely contrary to normal logic and common sense. Zhuangzhong couldn't guess the answer, so he just gave his own explanation. Maybe during the catastrophe, a large force was pulled out to rescue. This is Zhuangzhong's own idea, but Yi Chun is skeptical about it. Because the end of the world happened suddenly, there was no time for humans to respond. By the time people reacted, most people in the world had already turned into zombies. Therefore, the reasons for rescue given by Zhuangzhong are totally invalid. Could it be that before they came, something attracted all the zombies away? While Yi Chun was still thinking about these things, Zhuangzhong had already walked out of the shelter first. Don't think about it, just go in and take a look. I've been here before, so I'm familiar with the terrain. Seeing that Zhuangzhong had already run out, Yi Chun didn't hesitate too much. Then, the two of them quickly slipped in through the gate. After entering, Zhuangzhong took Yi Chun along the wall, crouching and groping their way forward into the military camp. The two walked for about 10 minutes and stopped in front of a two-story building. He stood there solemnly and observed vigilantly for 1 minute. After making sure that there were no living creatures in the building, he turned around and spoke to Yi Chun. This building is the arsenal of the barracks. The first and second floors are filled with guns and ammunition. There are weapons of mass destruction such as rockets stored in the basement. Please take your time filling it here first. Take as much as you can. Hearing the other party speak like this, Yi Chun guessed that he must have other things to do. So he hurriedly asked, where are you going? Zhuangzhong chuckled and said after hearing this. This building is conveniently the heavy equipment warehouse. I'll go pick out a suitable car and come back to pick you up later. After saying this, he turned and left without waiting for Yi Chen to speak. Yi Chen wanted to call him to stop, but then he thought there was no excuse to keep him. However, Yi Chen always felt that this military camp was weird. What happened to those disappeared zombies? The more Yi Chen thought about it, the more puzzled he became, so he spoke directly to Su Tsong in the minibus. Xiao Tsong, you and Xia Jiao should pay more attention. Let the drone double its reconnaissance range. I always feel like there's something weird around here. Inside the minibus, Su Tsong immediately conveyed Yi Chen's intention to Xia Jiao. At this time, Xia Jiao had transferred his main consciousness to the drone. After receiving the order, Xia Jiao immediately controlled the drone to quickly rise into the sky. Then he swooped down quickly and flew away. While Xia Jiao was having fun in the air, Yi Chen had already sneaked into the weapons building. He used his laser sword to cut open the security door and ran straight to the second floor. Then he started buying goods from the easternmost room on the second floor and ended at the westernmost room in the basement. In just a few minutes, all the military supplies in a building were loaded into the space warehouse. The weapons, equipment, and ammunition here are more than enough for him to equip a reinforced battalion. But he had finished his work here, but there was still no movement from Zhuangzhong's side. Is it that difficult to find a suitable military vehicle? With curiosity in his heart, Yi Chen quickly walked towards the heavy equipment warehouse next door. As soon as you enter the compound, what catches your eye is a row of tanks, and opposite is a row of military armored vehicles parked. Yi Chen had excellent eyesight and quickly discovered that one armored vehicle was missing. Could it be that Zhuangzhong drove away? Yi Chen walked forward quickly with this doubt. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, because the situation at the scene was too weird. The yard was littered with broken limbs. The blood and flesh on the ground were as thick as a finger. Looking at the situation in front of us, it seems like these were piled together intentionally. Yi Chen experienced a lot in his previous life, so I quickly thought of something bad. Could it be a mutant beast? Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately activated the armor mode. He then quickly contacted Xiaoqing and the minibus to inquire about the situation. 2 seconds later, Xiaoqing was the first to give feedback. He said everything was fine here, and he had already shaken off the zombies and was rushing back. Zhao Xuefei then followed up and said that neither the drone nor the robot had found any suspicious circumstances so far. Yi Chen became suspicious upon hearing the news. If nothing happened, then where did Zhuangzhong go in the armored vehicle? While Yi Chen was still in a daze, a voice suddenly came from not far away. Kapipi! Yi Chen turned around and looked, only to see a person hiding behind an armored vehicle. After careful identification, it was discovered that the person was actually Zhuangzhong. Why is he hiding there so mysteriously? When Yi Chen was wondering why Zhuangzhong was behaving abnormally, he did not notice the undercurrent surging in the darkness not far away. A group of little creatures were gathering quickly, their bean-sized green eyes brighter than each other. These things came out from underground, inside the house, and in the bushes, and there were so many that it was impossible to count them at once. Yi Chen had no idea that danger was rapidly approaching him. Chapter 48, Mutated Rats. While Yi Chen was still looking at Zhuangzhong, many small things were gathering in the darkness behind him. Those pairs of green eyes exuded a chilling light that was captivating. Zhuangzhong saw that Yi Chen didn't understand what he meant, so he quickly raised his voice and shouted loudly. Come here quickly! Yi Chen heard his shout, but the group of things behind him heard it as well, so before Yi Chen had time to run over, there was a squeaking sound behind him. Then Yi Chen turned around and looked back, and was immediately frightened to the point that the hairs on his body stood on end. Damn, so many rats! Yi Chen yelled, then turned and ran towards Zhuangzhong. Seeing this, Zhuangzhong immediately forced a wry smile and said, I asked him to come over, not you. After saying this, he swiftly climbed into an armored vehicle nearby. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately quickened his pace and jumped up. Zhuangzhong waited for Yi Chen to get in the car and then started the vehicle. Then he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and all 8 wheels of the armored vehicle started moving together. With a whoosh, the car shot out like an arrow. The next second, a flood of rats rushed over. Yi Chen saw it clearly just now. These were all mutated mice. Although their size has not changed much, their eyes, mouth parts, claws, and tails have been distorted. Now the mouse's mouth can be split directly into the chest cavity. The sharp teeth are densely packed in 2 layers, one inside and one outside. Those green bean-like eyes protruded out 1 centimeter. It can rotate synchronously in different directions, just like a chameleon. Those little claws became like eagle claws, and they could dig a small hole every time they grabbed the ground and moved forward. The mouse's tail has undergone the biggest change, with a small mouth full of tiny teeth growing out of the tail. In his previous life, Yichen often saw this kind of rat groups. Their individual levels are not high, usually only around level 2 to 3, and the highest rat king in the group is only level 5. But what makes them terrifying is not their individual strength, but their number as a group. A group of thousands of mutant rats. Not even a powerful singlest-level mutant creature would dare to provoke them easily. In the previous life, almost all the surviving humans would take a detour when they saw a swarm of rats. Unexpectedly, the end of the world had just begun, and they were lucky enough to meet a tough guy again. Yichen stood at the shooting position on the upper part of the armored vehicle, simulating all weapons and firing desperately towards the rear. At the same time, he had already contacted the minibus and Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing built the first fire blocking point at the entrance of the military camp. Su Biao and Bai Qianfei, who were hiding on a high place, could only worry about the situation below. Using an anti-material heavy sniper to shoot rats is no different from using an anti-aircraft gun to shoot mosquitoes. However, Yi Chen did not let the two of them retreat first, because they still have an important mission to complete. While Yi Chen was madly attacking the rat group, he used the channel to communicate quickly with the two people who were higher than him. Look out for the Rat King. It's obviously bigger than the other mice. And the Rat King will also have special powers, and they are very cunning. So, you may only have one chance. After hearing these words, Bai Qianfei simply replied, "Got it." After hearing this, the battle-hardened Su Biao sneered. "It's just a big rat. No need to be so nervous. Xiao Bai, just take a rest and watch my performance." Seeing the other party's disrespectful attitude, Yichen immediately scolded him angrily. "Haka, you better take it seriously. The mutants are 10 times more terrifying than you think. Remember not to let your mistakes put the entire team in trouble." When Su Biao heard this, his face suddenly turned red. He didn't expect that he would be scolded in public by a young man. But he quickly adjusted his heartache, frowned slightly, and began to look around. "Haka, I read it. Make sure to complete the mission." Yichen felt relieved when he saw that the other party was finally serious. Then he began to give instructions to Zhao Xuefei in the car. "Xuefei, expand your telepathic range to the maximum. We must find the Rat King as soon as possible. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape." After hearing this, Zhao Xuefei immediately picked up the mental helmet and put it on. After donning the special helmet, her psycho-inductive magnetic field was amplified twice using the onboard equipment. At this time, the Rat King, who was hiding in a cave underground in the base, was awakened. I saw that the body of the Rat King was as big as a piglet. Its teeth and claws are much sharper than those of ordinary mice. What's even more exaggerated is that there is an eye in the center of the Rat King's forehead. This eye flashed with a creepy blue light. After a scream, the Rat King suddenly held his head and shook it from side to side. It turned out that Zhao Xuefei was trying to control the Rat King's body again. But unfortunately, Zhao Xuefei's ability is obviously not as strong as the Rat King's. So soon she vomited blood due to the backlash. Inside the minibus, Nyo became nervous when she saw Zhao Xuefei vomiting blood. So he quickly took out a tissue and handed it to her. "Sister Xuefei, please don't die. Nyo, here is some medicine. Sister will stop feeling pain after taking it." It turned out that the little girl thought that Zhao Xuefei was sick like her. Zhao Xuefei took the tissue and wiped her mouth, then struggled to communicate with Yi Chen through telepathy. "I failed to control the Rat King. It seems that it was angered by me. Run, everyone, run." Yi Chen was so angry when he heard this that he almost swore. But he quickly suppressed the anger in his heart. He just said to Zhao Xuefei while suppressing his anger, "Just asking you to scout. I didn't ask you to act on your own." Most Rat Kings have psychic abilities. It relies on its psychic powers to control the entire rat colony. Zhao Xuefei couldn't help but frown when she heard this. Then she apologized to Yi Chen with great remorse. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Then I'll try to control the rats." Zhao Xuefei really wanted to help. She didn't want to be a burden to the team. But what she didn't expect was that Yi Chen directly and coldly refused after hearing it. "Don't make trouble. You just need to be responsible for reconnaissance. Leave the Rat Kings to us." After saying this, Yi Chen immediately patted the roof of the car next to him. "Circle the camp. Bring out the Rat King." When Zhuangzhong heard this, he immediately responded loudly, "Okay." Then he immediately performed a drift, turned around, and continued to speed towards the camp. When the armored vehicle had just circled the camp halfway, the Rat King suddenly emerged from underground. Then, a piercing scream echoed throughout the mountain area. When Yichen heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. Zhuangzhong then shouted out, "Damn, this rat demon has a really loud voice." After hearing this, Yichen slapped the roof of the car again and shouted, "Hurry up and drive into the woods." Su Tsong, tell Xiaodiao to drive the car into the woods and hide it. Xiaobai and Hawkeye, don't move. That wasn't the Rat King's cry just now. After Yichen finished shouting this, everyone was stunned. The next second, Zhao Xuefei's warning voice rang in everyone's mind. Something powerful is approaching quickly, but I can't sense where it is. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they heard this. Yichen looked up at the sky with a nervous expression. Chapter 49, Rare Big Chicken. The cry that sounded when the Rat King broke out of the ground came from the sky. When the Rat King heard this voice, he was so frightened that his whole body began to tremble. By the time he reacted, he wanted to bury his head and get back into the work. In the dark sky, suddenly, a huge shadow swooped down at high speed. Everyone and the Rat King hadn't figured out how to get back yet. The huge black shadow quickly flew across the ground. Then a sharp sonic boom was heard in the air, although Yi Chun didn't see clearly what the black shadow was. But based on the situation at the scene and his experience in his previous life, it was enough for him to make a judgment. Two-headed golden pupil eagle. Everyone, hide in the woods. At this time, the forest is full of dead trees. Occasionally, if we encounter a few plants that are not dead, they have long since mutated into monsters. The potential danger in the woods is still very great. But even so, Yichen decisively decided that everyone should hide in the woods. Xiao Qing gave up the blocking position. He was defending without firing a single shot. When the armored vehicle passed by, he quickly eliminated the mecha and jumped on. The 8-wheel drive armored vehicle plunged directly into the woods not far away. The swarm of rats that were chasing us relentlessly just now. Without the spiritual guidance of the Rat King, his IQ instantly returned to its original level. The black torrent suddenly dissipated, and then a fat body suddenly fell from the sky. That was the body of the Rat King, but now it had no head. The spider robot hiding in a hidden place has captured everything clearly. After Su Tsong saw this scene in the minibus, he immediately reported it through the communication system. "Brother Yi, the Rat King is dead." The heads were twisted off and the rats were scattered. After hearing the message, Yichen immediately asked anxiously, "Where's the sand sculpture? Where did it go with the drone?" Just as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly came. "Report to my dear father, Xiaojiao is always online. It's just that the idiot doesn't dare to show up. There's a big chicken nearby." When everyone heard this, their expressions froze. Big chicken? Was that a chicken that just whizzed by? No one dared to respond, and everyone was waiting for Yi Chen's explanation. Yi Chen kept looking up at the sky and only spoke after making sure that the black shadow was not close. It's not wrong to say it's a shasho. The two-headed golden-eyed eagle, just now, is a pheasant mutation. Then, Yi Chen began to briefly introduce this mutant beast to everyone. The two-headed golden-eyed eagle is over 3 meters long, with a wingspan of 8 meters and generally weighs between 200 and 400 kilograms. As I said earlier, it is a mutation of a pheasant in the mountains. Through mutation, the pheasant grew an extra head, its pupils turned golden, and its half-meter-long beak was filled with tiny fangs. The two-headed golden-eyed eagle is very aggressive and likes to eat mutant animals such as snakes and rats. But if they meet living two-legged insects, humans, they are also very happy to enjoy them. However, it does not like to eat corpses, so it never attacks zombies. The two-headed golden-eyed eagle has 2 main ways of attacking. One is the most direct physical attack, using sharp claws and long beak to cut and strangle. One is a supernatural attack in the form of energy, and the 2 heads can each spit out a kind of energy. Because the mutation environments are different, the energy properties they possess are also different. The most common ones are ice, fire, thunder, and wind, while rarer ones include light and mental attacks. Another thing worth mentioning about the two-headed golden-eyed eagle is that its crystal core is not in its brain, but in its eyes. To put it simply, the 4 golden pupils are its mutated crystal cores. Therefore, even in the end times where survival is difficult, the two-headed golden-eyed eagle is a very popular hunting target. It's just that its speed is too fast, and it even breaks the speed of sound when it bursts out with full force. So in most cases, humans who encounter the two-headed golden-eyed eagle become its snacks. At this time, the minibus and armored vehicles stopped silently deep in the woods. The huge black shadow of the two-headed golden-eyed eagle was still circling in the sky. Yi Chun and Xiao Qing retreated back into the armored vehicle, leaving only the drone of the sand sculpture lord conducting secret reconnaissance outside. Inside the armored vehicle, Yi Chun took out compressed biscuits and shared them with the two to fill their stomachs. Inside the minibus, Zhao Xuefei had already cooked a pot of noodles. Bai Qianfei and Su Biao were hiding in a makeshift shelter on the top of the mountain. Everyone communicates online through the in-vehicle network. Su Biao said in a low voice while chewing on compressed biscuits. As long as I can keep this big chicken for 3 seconds. It only takes 3 seconds for me to kill it. Upon hearing this, Yichen swallowed the biscuit in his mouth and said, the two-headed golden-eyed eagle's ability to sustain flight is generally around 8 to 10 hours. We don't know how long it flew, so we can't calculate exactly what it took to rest. And even if we calculate the time, we have no way of knowing where he will land. After hearing Yi Chen's speech, Bai Qianfei quickly understood the key points. You mean we have a chance to snipe this big chicken? Yi Chen nodded habitually after listening to Bai Qianfei's speech. Yes, if it can just fall down. We have a certain chance of taking it down. He didn't say this out of thin air, because in his previous life, he had personally witnessed a scene where a two-headed golden-eyed eagle was sniped and killed someone. It turns out that this big chicken is very powerful when it is in the sky, but it becomes a bit bulky after landing. In the previous life, there was a person with wind-type abilities who successfully killed one using a sniper rifle. Coincidentally, his team also has a wind sniper at the moment. After listening to the two people's speeches, Zhuangzhong couldn't help but interrupt. Then things will be simpler this way. All we have to do now is find a way to get it down. When Xiao Qing heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Yes, it's that simple. Wait until he comes down, and then we will attack from 3 sides at the same time. I don't believe I can't kill it. After Xiao Qing finished speaking, he continued to eat his compressed biscuits. After hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slowly. Brother Zhao's suggestion is quite good. If we attack from 3 directions at the same time, then the chances of success will indeed be much greater. Only, having said this, Yi Chen suddenly paused. Then he turned to look at Zhuangzhong and asked seriously. The question is, how do you get it to fall? As soon as the question was uttered, the movement of Zhuangzhong chewing the biscuit paused. Then he blinked and looked at Yi Chen and asked back. Don't you know? I thought you knew everything. When Yi Chen heard this, he rolled his eyes. He knows something a little more than others. But this does not mean that he is omniscient and omnipotent. The two-headed golden-eyed eagle is difficult to catch. He had only had the good fortune to see it once in his previous life. Just as Yi Chen was thinking about this, a stupid mechanical voice suddenly interrupted him. Report to my dear father. There is something going on in the camp. Those mutant rats are getting back together. Too many the sand sculpture system is calculating delayed. When Yi Chen heard this, his brows immediately furrowed. There is only one possibility for the mutant rats to gather together again. But this thing is simply impossible to achieve in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately gave Sha Diao a serious order. The drone will immediately head to the top of the camp and conduct a comprehensive low-altitude reconnaissance. At the same time, get all the spiders in the camp moving. Su Tsong, keep an eye on the monitor and report any abnormalities immediately. Chapter 50. Using the Rat King to catch an eagle. Yi Chen's orders came down one after another. Everyone began to act according to the instructions. Everyone is already doing what can be done. Now all we can do is wait patiently for the results. While waiting in the armored vehicle, Yi Chen began to look at the vehicle carefully. Looking at the advanced configuration inside the car, he couldn't help but ask curiously. This car looks pretty good. What's the name? Please introduce it to me. Yi Chen said this while looking at Zhuangzhong. At this time, Zhuangzhong was obviously clicking on the double-headed tune, so I gave a very brief introduction. He said that this is Daxia's most advanced type 09ZBL, 088 by 8-wheeled infantry fighting vehicle, abbreviated as Type 09 infantry fighting vehicle. This infantry fighting vehicle weighs 16 tons. The power compartment is located on the right side of the front of the vehicle. The driver and commander are located on the left side of the power compartment. The fighting compartment is in the center, and the rear is the passenger compartment. The vehicle crew consists of 3 crew members and 7 loaders. The compartments in the vehicle are equipped with soundproofing, noise reduction, and heat insulating partitions. It also has the ability to float on water and can be used for amphibious purposes. The more Yi Chen listened, the more excited he became. It turned out that military vehicles were much better than civilian ones. If this thing is upgraded through nanofusion, that's definitely better than my own minibus. But now his ability is limited and he cannot upgrade the vehicle immediately. But such good things are really hard to come by. He remembered that there were several cars parked in the yard. It would be a waste if I didn't take this away. In the late apocalypse, thermal weapons do not play a big role. However, the chances of using this type of military vehicle are still very high. Thinking of this, Yi Chen began to think about how to get a few more when he returned. Zhuangzhong looked at Yi Chen in a daze and couldn't help but shout at him. Hey, what are you thinking about? Yi Chen woke up in shock and immediately started laughing. Nothing, just figuring out how to upgrade this. When Zhuangzhong heard this, he was stunned. Upgrade? Could this guy's ability be a mechanical upgrade? Can I turn into a mecha like Lao Xiao? Yi Chen laughed after hearing this. His mech is simpler than upgrading this car. When there's a chance in the future, I'll make you a set too. Zhuangzhong immediately became excited when he heard this. If he had this kind of mecha, his personal combat effectiveness would increase dramatically. Okay, let's make it a deal. Zhuangzhong made an agreement with Yi Chen very seriously. Yi Chen nodded and smiled, and was about to say something. Suddenly, Su Tsung's voice sounded from the communicator. Brother Yi, do you have a car computer? Military vehicles are generally equipped with computers. Yi Chen and the other two were a little confused when they heard this. No one knows why this guy asked this. Just tell me what you want to do. Yi Chen replied directly impatiently. So Su Tsung immediately spoke in a hurry. It's the spider robot that has made a new discovery. I want to connect your car to the minibus, so we can share intelligence. Zhuangzhong had already started operating the computer at this time. Send me the IP address, and I'll take care of the rest. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately asked Su Tsung for the IP address. After some solemn operations, the armored vehicle and the minibus were successfully connected to the network. Soon the surveillance footage was synchronized to the display here. One of the surveillance cameras was capturing a strange scene in the camp. I saw a black mouse, slightly bigger than a cat, eating frantically. The things it eats are many and varied, including human heads and those of other mutant animals. Yi Chen could tell at a glance that it was absorbing the energy of the brain crystal core. This group of rats is playing the game of raising the Rat King by themselves. Oh my god, it's like a spirit. Yi Chen couldn't help but exclaimed, and then immediately contacted the sniper team high up. Xiao Bai Hawkeye, can it be observed from behind the campground garage? Upon hearing the question, the two men immediately turned their guns to check. Su Biao adjusted the angle several times while guiding by Qin Fei. Finally, he replied helplessly, we are in a blind spot here and cannot see it. Inside the armored vehicle, Yi Chen was somewhat disappointed when he heard the news. But he soon issued new instructions. Move the position so you can see the back of the garage. Also, pay more attention to the situation in the sky. I suddenly have a bold idea. Zhuangzhong and Xiao Qing were both stunned when they heard this. Yi Chen looked up at the two of them and gave them a mysterious smile. Did you ever catch sparrows when you were a kid? When they heard this, they both blinked in confusion. Catch sparrows? 10 minutes later, Yi Chen, wearing armor, was lurking near the garage. Zhuangzhong drove the armored vehicle and hid in the woods east of the yard. The minibus drove into the woods on the west side of the camp. Xiao Qing drove the mecha and quietly squatted on the roof of the armory building. There is a camouflage net above here, which just covers the large mecha. While others were busy making arrangements, Yi Chen came to the garage again. He made a rough calculation and found that there was still plenty of space left in his space warehouse. So, there is no problem in accommodating these tanks and armored vehicles. Take them all away. So, Yi Chen quietly took them all down. A little mouse that was transporting food happened to pass by. The little mouse was stunned when he saw the iron thing suddenly disappearing in front of him. But before it could come to its senses, Yi Chen's laser sword had already cut it. A slight burnt smell wafted up, and the little mouse was directly split in half. Yi Chen bent down and took out its crystal core, then turned around and hid in the darkness. There are about 300 mice in this colony, and no one cares if 1 or 2 mice are missing. The obese second-generation Rat King is still eating like crazy. Sometimes, when eating in a hurry, they will swallow the mouse that delivers the meal. After this continued for half an hour, it had grown to the size of a wolf dog. Based on the energy emitted by the other party, Yi Chen judged that the level of the new Rat King was probably around level 4. It seems that acid rain has a great impact on animals and plants. If the rainfall continues like this, there will be no place for human beings to survive on the blue planet in the future. Yichen was still worried about the future of mankind. Suddenly, the prompt sound of a sand sculpture machine came from the headphones. Report to my dear father. Xiaojiao has found the trace of the big chicken. We are tracking it with all our strength now. Yichen immediately perked up when he heard the news. Good job. You must follow closely. Above the sky, a two-headed eagle with golden pupils was flying quickly among the clouds. Its two heads kept turning, and its four golden pupils observed the ground conditions in four directions. Suddenly, there was a ball of energy on the ground that was growing rapidly. The two-headed golden-eyed eagle immediately focused all four eyes there. Among the rats on the ground, the new rat king, who was eating frantically, suddenly stopped. Then it suddenly looked up at the sky, then lowered its head and began to dig the soil desperately. Yi Chun, who was hiding not far away, was overjoyed when he saw this. He knew that this guy was being targeted by the two-headed golden-eyed eagle. It's not that easy to run away. If you run away, who will I use to catch the eagle? As he spoke, Yi Chun raised his hand and mimicked an M99 semi-automatic sniper rifle. Then there was a loud gunshot, and the Rat King's two front legs were smashed into pieces. But the gunshot also completely exposed his position. More than 100 mutant rats around immediately turned around and rushed towards him with red eyes. Chapter 51, Invincible Head. The mutant mouse's eyes turning from green to red is a danger signal. This shows that the rats in front of us have been successfully angered. Upon seeing this, Yichen immediately turned around and ran away, and half of the rats chased after him madly. Seeing this situation, Yichen did not dare to delay at all and immediately ran forward with all his strength. Although he was moving very fast, the angry rats chasing him were even faster. At this moment, Yi Chun was afraid of complications, so he didn't dare to open fire. So he could only lead the group of rats and run quickly out of the camp. But soon after Yi Chun ran out, the mechanical prompt sounded. Report to my dear father. The big chicken has started to dive. Warning, big chicken dive. Big chicken dive. The signal of the sand sculpture sounded in everyone's communicator. For a moment, everyone was on high alert. They all knew in their hearts that this might be their only chance. Xiaoqing on the rooftop was the most nervous, because he is the most crucial person in the eagle-catching plan. The two-headed golden-eyed eagle dives very quickly. The human eye cannot accurately capture its image, but the idiot who controls the drone and follows closely behind can do it. High-speed motion cameras recorded its every move. Then, Xiaojiao started to calculate at a high speed based on the data. Just 1 second later, Xiaojiao calculated the exact time when it entered the ambush circle. Countdown 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. As the sound of the sand sculpture machine rang out, everyone's heart was in their throat. Zhuangzhong had already climbed to the firing position above the armored vehicle and opened the safety of the 30mm Shipyonov to a 72 machine gun. The super minibus has simulated all the weapons, and the automatic aiming function has been turned on by Su Tsong. On the rooftop, Xiaoqing slowly stood up while controlling the mecha. At this moment, the mecha's arms mimicked two cannon barrels with a diameter of about 30 centimeters. The shape of the two barrels looks very much like a broadcasting loudspeaker. There is just a spiral, translucent metal stick standing in the middle. This is the weapon that Yi Chun designed and developed specifically for Xiaoqing, the super electromagnetic pulse cannon. With this set of weapons, Xiaoqing's combat effectiveness directly increased by 2 times. Therefore, the key to fishing for the eagle this time depends on his performance. 3, 2, 1. As the mechanical reminder sounded, everyone immediately entered the battle state. A black shadow quickly fell from the sky and swooped down towards the injured Rat King. But at this critical moment, Xiaoqing suddenly fired a shot from the rooftop. Super electromagnetic pulse. With a loud shout from him, 2 electric nets with a diameter of 20 meters shot out from his arms. 2 electric nets, one above and one below, perfectly wrapped the black shadow in the middle. Xiaoqing also added his own lightning paralysis effect to the electromagnetic pulse. Therefore, as soon as the 2 electric nets were opened, the black shadow that was about to rush down was immediately covered. At this time, Xiaoqing saw clearly that the black shadow could only be the two-headed golden-eyed eagle. Got it! Sniper team, fire! Less than 2 seconds passed after Xiaoqing's shouting. 2 huge roars sounded from the top of a mountain not far away. That's the sound of anti-material heavy sniper rifle firing. Boom! Boom! Like 2 gunshots, the two-headed golden-eyed eagle which was paralyzed by the electric net, had one of its heads blown up. Su Biao shot the left head of the two-headed golden-eyed eagle directly. Bai Qianfei didn't grasp the angle well and only blew up the wings of the two-headed golden-eyed eagle. The two-headed golden-eyed eagle, with only one head left, began to become extremely angry and crazy. Then a red flame gushed out of its mouth. These flames are highly dependent and cannot be extinguished once they touch something, unless the object they are attached to is burned to ashes. So the group of mutant rats below him suffered. The mutant rats were directly engulfed by the sea of fire, and the screams and squeaking sounds were endless. After hearing the gunshots, Yichen no longer ran away. He jumped more than 4 meters high, and at the same time, all the weapons on his body were mimicked. "Stop chasing me. I'll take you home." As he roared, countless bullets poured down like a rainstorm. The mutant rats at the front were beaten into pieces, but the rats behind still rushed forward with red eyes without hesitation. While Yichen opened fire on the rat swarm, the armored vehicles and minibuses also began to prepare for battle. They're the last line of insurance arranged by Yichen, because he knew that the two-headed golden-eyed eagle was not so easy to deal with. Sure enough, not long after, screams were heard from Xiaoqing's side. The head has grown back again. Hurry up and keep fighting." It turns out that this two-headed golden-eyed eagle also has the ability to regenerate. So after a brief period of weakness, the blown-off head began to grow again. However, the sniper team was not prepared to give it a chance to grow a new head. Boom! Boom! 2 loud gunshots rang out quickly. Then another head of the two-headed golden-eyed eagle was blown up. This time it was by Qianfei who blew it up, and Su Biao opened his mouth in disbelief. "Impossible! I'm sure I didn't miss." His doubtful voice rang out over the communication channel. After hearing this, Yichen immediately understood what was going on, so he shouted loudly while trying to stop the rats from chasing him. The two-headed golden-eyed eagle has a special feature. When one of its heads is gone, the other will be in a state of relative invincibility. This is a special life-saving mechanism. After saying this, Yichen threw a dozen incendiary bombs at the rat group. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. If this is true, then how do we fight next? Su Biao even directly swore. "Seen this damn pheasant? You actually have this incredible ability to protect yourself." When he said these words, his tone was somewhat complaining. Maybe he was dissatisfied with Yi Chen's concealment. Yi Chen understood the meaning of his words. So, after most of the rats were engulfed in the sea of fire, he hurriedly explained with a smile on the communication channel. The pheasant's life-saving mechanism is an unconventional means of saving life in a desperate situation. Although this method can save its head, it cannot save other parts. When Su Biao heard this, he immediately widened his eyes and said in surprise, "I see. You mean we can fight somewhere else?" After hearing this, Yichen smiled and replied with great satisfaction. "Right, because under normal circumstances, the skin strength of the two-headed golden-eyed eagle is about the same as the skin of our armored vehicles. So, we can only take advantage of the moment when it uses up its defensive energy to save its life, and then we have a chance to severely injure it or even kill it." When everyone heard this, they immediately understood everything. It turns out that this is the final winning trick. Su Biao was very excited after hearing Yi Chen's words. Then he adjusted the angle of the gun again and shouted, "Then what are you waiting for? Let's do it first. This time I'll hit the head, Xiao Bai will hit the chest." After hearing this, Bai Qianfei said okay and began to adjust the angle of the sniper rifle. At this time, Yichen also started to return to the camp at full speed. After carefully adjusting the angle, Su Biao began the countdown to shooting. "Everyone get ready. 3, 2, 1, boom." Chapter 52, a short break. Su Biao pulled the trigger, and the roar of the anti-material sniper rifle rang out. Then one of the heads of the two-headed golden-eyed eagle was blown off. The next second, a loud noise was heard again. Bai Qianfei's sniper rifle also opened fire. A big hole was opened directly on the chest of the two-headed golden-eyed eagle. In severe pain, it began to flap its wings frantically, trying to break free from the power grid by the brute force of taking off. Its huge wings fanned the flames around it even more vigorously, and the fleeing rats spread the flames everywhere. After a struggle, the two-headed golden-eyed eagle was already 20 meters above the ground. This height is high enough to be seen by people lying in ambush outside. "Beat!" A shout came from the armored vehicle and the minibus at the same time. Then the machine guns and rockets from the two vehicles rang out. Most of the energy of the two-headed golden-eyed eagle is concentrated in its head. Therefore, the body's defense is relatively weak at this time. The shells and bullets quickly turned it into a bloody mess. The two-headed golden-eyed eagle screamed loudly in pain, and its voice could be heard dozens of miles away. It is the king of this mountain area, so the other mutant beasts tremble in fear when they hear the sound. The two-headed golden-eyed eagle is a quasi-S-level mutant beast, and its physical strength has long exceeded the common people's cognition. 2 anti-material heavy sniper rifles, a machine gun, dozens of heavy machines, and 4 rocket launchers. Even after fighting for a full hour and a half with this firepower configuration, they were still unable to completely destroy the two-headed golden-eyed eagle. In the end, Yichen adjusted the laser sword's energy to maximum and used teleportation twice in a row to kill it. Half an hour later, the rain was still falling, slowly corroding the body of the two-headed golden-eyed eagle. At this time, the camp had been engulfed by the sea of red flames. So Yichen left after getting the 4 crystal cores of the two-headed golden-eyed eagle. The zombies in the city are gentle compared to the mutant beasts in the mountains. So everyone decided to return to the city and rest first. Yichen and his companions were not planning to return to the capital for the time being, so they found a nearby county town to rest. Inside a car repair shop outside the county town, Yichen and others settled down after getting rid of several zombies here. The factory covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters, and the 2-meter-high walls around it can completely block ordinary zombies. There is only one gate leading to the repair shop, so you can basically rest assured as long as you guard this gate. Xiao Qing drove the factory truck to the gate and used the tall front of the truck to hold the gate tightly. Zhuang Zhong and Su Biao took the initiative to ask to stand guard. Yi Chun and others gathered in the minibus to eat hot pot. Yi Chun, who had just finished taking a shower, still had obvious fatigue on his face. After 2 days of continuous fighting, his physical strength was obviously overdrawn. Xiao Qing was breathing heavily while eating, and it was obvious that operating a mecha was a very physically demanding job. After 2 days of running around and fighting, everyone must be exhausted. Let's rest here for the next 2 days and find a chance to absorb the crystal core to improve our strength. As he spoke, Yichen distributed the crystal cores he had obtained to several people. Bai Qianfei obtained a level 5 wind crystal core, which is one of the crystal cores of the two-headed golden-eyed monster. Although the quality of this crystal core has not yet reached S grade, but the purity of the energy it contains is already very high. Bai Qianfei is only at level 2 now. After absorbing this crystal core, he can easily break through to level 5. Xiao Qing obtained 3 level 3 lightning crystal cores, which were obtained from the safe and the laboratory. With the help of these 3 crystal cores, he can easily break through to level 5. As for Su Tsong, Zhuangzhong, and Su Biao, they are 3 ordinary people without special powers. Yichen still gave each of them 3 level 1 attributeless crystal cores. He hopes that these crystal cores can help them awaken their special powers as soon as possible. When they awaken their special powers, Yichen will distribute new crystal cores based on their abilities. As for Yichen himself, he decided to continue absorbing the energy of the colorful crystal core. His level has now reached the peak of level 4, and it will only take a day or 2 to break through to level 5. Everyone was eating hot pot and drinking beer. Halfway through the meal, Xiao Qing switched back to Zhuang Zhong and Su Biao. Perhaps because of tiredness, no one said much at the dinner. After the meal, everyone divided into 3 groups to rest. Bai Qianfei, Zhao Xuefei, and Nyonyo were in the minibus, while Zhuang Zhong and Su Biao decided to sleep in the armored vehicle. Yichen ran to the front of the truck with beer in hand, ready to find Xiao Qing to drink some more. Inside the truck, Xiao Qing, who was in the driver's seat, frowned slightly when he saw the beer in Yichen's hand. Still drinking? Still standing guard? Isn't that a bit bad? After hearing this, Yichen threw the beer over. Then he took out a tablet and shook it and said, "Do you think I accepted you as my godson for nothing?" Xiao Qing was stunned at first when he heard this, and then Yichen opened the tablet screen. It turned out that electronic sentries had been set up around the repair shop. 4 micro-intelligent spider robots and a drone parked on a tree next to the yard formed a pentagonal surveillance area with no blind spots. As long as a moving object approaches within 20 meters of the compound, the security robot will secretly transmit an alarm message. After listening to Yi Chen's explanation, Xiao Qing immediately opened a can of beer and started drinking it. Seeing this, Yi Chen chuckled, then put down the tablet and took a bottle of beer and opened it. I've been thinking about Nyo's matter. It's just that we don't have any clues right now, so it's not good to run around randomly. When Xiao Qing heard this, he paused in his drinking. He just thought that Yi Chen's talk about biological experts was an excuse to trick him into coming. I didn't expect Yi Chen would bring up this matter again today. So, Xiao Qing looked at Yi Chen with surprise and asked excitedly, "Do you really know a biological expert?" After hearing this, Yi Chen nodded slowly and then took out a document from the space warehouse. This is a document brought out from the laboratory. I took a quick look and found that there are indeed some studies on cancer treatment. The person in charge of this work is none other than Dr. Qin Yufan, a famous biology expert in Daxia. According to Zhuang Zhong and others, this Dr. Qin went to Nanhu City before the end of the world. When Xiao Qing heard this, he quickly took the document and read it carefully. He spent 10 minutes reading the report of more than 10 pages word by word. So, there is still hope for Nyo? Xiao Qing's eyes were slightly red at this moment. He really didn't expect that Yi Chen still remembered his promise. Yi Chen smiled and picked up the beer. "Of course, you are my big brother Xiao. Nyo's business is my own business. Once we have rested this time, we will start preparing to go to Nanhu City." When Xiao Qing heard this, something sparkling immediately appeared in his eyes. This tough man's only weakness is his daughter. Now that he saw that his daughter had hope of survival, he, as a father, really couldn't control his emotions. "Thank you. I thank you on behalf of Nyo. Good brother. You are my Xiao Qing's good brother for life." Seeing his elder brother being so pretentious, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. "Stop nagging me, drink some water." Xiao Qing laughed when he heard this. But something went wrong before their cans even touched each other. A red light flashed on the flat panel display, and the communicators in everyone's ears also sounded an alarm. "Alert! Suspicious creatures spotted approaching. Warning! Suspicious creatures spotted approaching." Chapter 53, Saving the Dying. The stupid mechanical prompt sound woke up all the sleeping people. Zhuangzhong and Su Biao ran over with guns in hand immediately. Su Tsong picked up his laptop and began further analysis. The drone then broke away from the tree branch and quickly rose into the air for reconnaissance. Only 1 minute later, Su Tsong's voice sounded in the communicator. "There are 3 surviving humans, but they have a lot of injuries. It seems like some unknown creature is chasing them." As soon as Su Tsong finished speaking, Su Biao, who had climbed onto the roof, interrupted. "There are 2 dog-shaped mutant beasts approaching quickly from 1,000 meters away. Ask whether to conduct a sniping attack." Su Biao's words made everyone understand that the 3 survivors must be desperately trying to escape from the mutant dog behind them. However, the noise made by the anti-material sniper rifle is too loud. If Su Biao fired, it would inevitably attract other things. So Yi Chen thought about it before replying. "Don't shoot, keep observing." When Su Biao heard this, he frowned tightly. Although he was very dissatisfied, he still decided to carry out Yi Chen's orders. At this time, Su Tsong's voice sounded again on the communicator. "There's a child. There's a woman holding a child in her arms. Correction, it's 4 humans." When everyone heard the word child, everyone's heart tightened. At the gate of the courtyard, Zhuangzhong and Xiao Qing turned to look at Yi Chen at the same time. Yi Chen felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by the 2 people, so he directly activated the nano armor. "I'll go, you guys get ready to pick me up." Yi Chen is well aware of the rules of survival in the apocalypse, and he absolutely cannot have a saintly heart. But he is not a cold-blooded person. At least he can't be cold-blooded when he learns that there is a child who needs to be saved. A cold-blooded person cannot unite a strong team. He knows what to do and what not to do. After Yi Chen finished covering his entire body with armor, he jumped out of the repair shop. He ran forward quickly with the help of the special camouflage of the black and gold armor. But he didn't run straight over there, but went around the 4 people and went straight to the back. 2 calf-sized zombie mutant dogs were running and stopping behind. It looked like they were indeed tracking the people in front. Yi Chen, who was hiding in the dark, was about to take action when suddenly the 2 mutant dogs turned around and started barking behind them. Not long after, a box truck slowly drove over from the darkness. After seeing this scene, Yi Chen immediately frowned. There is someone behind, or someone who can control mutant dogs. Psychic. Yi Chen made a judgment in a short time, and then quickly passed the information back. Inside the minibus, Su Tsong shouted nervously after seeing the message. "Sister Xuefa, Brother Yi asked you not to use your psychic powers for the time being." He found a group of people outside, and among them was the same psychic. After Su Tsong greeted Zhao Xuefa, he immediately conveyed the message to others. Upon hearing this, Zhuangzhong turned around and entered the armored vehicle. Su Biao began to teach on the spot and continued to impart sniping experience to Bai Qianfei. There were 2 men and 1 woman in the van at this time, and there were 7 strong men in the cargo box at the back. The woman signaled the vehicle to stop and then began to sniff vigorously. There seems to be someone nearby. There should be an ambush ahead. The 2 men became nervous when they heard this. The man driving the car looked around warily. Can you feel where the person is hiding? Hearing this, the woman sniffed hard again, then stared at the woods on the side of the road. It should be there, but I'm not sure. That person's breath was very faint. It must be because the thing covering his body blocked the smell. The other man said with a smirk upon hearing this. I'll take 2 people over to take a look. You guys continue chasing. I must bring that bitch back. Having said that, the man turned around, opened the car door, and got out. The woman turned and looked at the man driving and said, he must have accomplices. We must not underestimate the enemy. The man nodded vigorously when he heard this. That definitely won't happen. I'll call someone right now. After saying this, the man immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and started calling. At this time, the other man slapped the car twice. Then the rear door of the cargo box was opened and 3 strong men jumped out of the car swiftly. Brother Chong, what's wrong? The sturdy man in a red raincoat walking in front asked urgently. The man called Brother Chong glanced at the woods not far away and said, Brother will take you to catch a big rat. The 3 of them immediately understood what Brother Chong meant when they saw this. So the 4 of them ran quickly towards the woods. In the woods, Yichen could see everything clearly on his night vision display. Moreover, the upgraded new armor can accurately capture energy fluctuations. There are only 2 level 2 psychics among the 4 of us. Isn't it good to live a good life? After muttering this, Yichen slowly retreated and disappeared behind the tree trunk. Shortly afterwards, 4 men rushed into the woods, shouting and cursing. The van did not go to the front to rescue people as agreed. It just stayed there and waited for a full 10 minutes. At this time, the woman in the passenger seat was getting a little restless. Brother Wang, I have a bad feeling. How about we go back first? The man driving the car also became nervous when he heard this. Because when this woman has a bad premonition, usually something bad will happen soon. But when he was about to refuel and leave, the walkie-talkie in his arms rang. Brother Wang, I'm the bad guy. I can already see your taillights. What's going on over there? The man felt relieved when he heard the news. Huai San is the captain of the commando team, and he has 6 or 7 people with special abilities under his command. With these people backing me up, what else do I have to worry about? So the man immediately turned off the engine, picked up the walkie-talkie, and prepared to answer. But at this time, the 2 mutant dogs in front started barking wildly. The man and the woman were both stunned when they saw this, and then they quickly looked up and forward. At the edge of the high beam, a tall figure was seen moving slowly forward. How could someone be so tall? If you just look at the height, it is definitely more than 4 meters. Could it be a mutated zombie? Thinking of this, the man immediately became a little annoyed. Damn it, I forgot to check the almanac before going out today. As he spoke, he opened the car door and walked out. Bang, bang, bang. After hitting the truck 3 times, the remaining people inside all jumped out. Brother Wang even grabbed a big fireball in each hand. Today is the day for us brothers to get rich. When we get back, let's wait for the reward. When the people behind him heard this, they all became excited. 3 people with special abilities immediately displayed their unique skills. Those without special powers began to check the guns in their hands. When Brother Wang saw that everyone was ready, he was the first to stride forward. But he stopped after just 3 steps. Then everyone's eyes widened, with expressions that showed they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. How is this possible? Chapter 54, The Second Spiritual System. Brother Wang and his group stared ahead in amazement. Under the illumination of the car lights, a 4-meter-tall robot walked slowly towards them. Everyone felt incredible when seeing the scene before them. Transformer? A young man couldn't help but scream. It turned out that the robot everyone saw was Shaoqing wearing a mecha. When they saw him, they were just surprised but not scared. But at this moment, the man was suddenly knocked to the ground by something. When they saw this, they were shocked and looked down quickly and found that it was actually the body of their companion that knocked the man down. Xiangzi. Who is it? Brother Wang immediately became alert when he saw the body of his companion. At this time, Yichen walked out slowly from behind the car. Wearing streamlined armor, he surprised several people again. The laser sword flashing red in his right hand, made several people's hearts tremble. Another high-tech robot? Full Metal? Iron Man? Are you guys messing with the Avengers? The man who was knocked to the ground shouted in shock. After all, Brother Wong was a man of some knowledge, and he quickly guessed that this must be someone wearing a mecha. So he immediately took back the fireball in his hand and shouted loudly, "Brother, calm down. We have no grudges today and no hatred in the past. Just ask for whatever you want. There's no need to cause any deaths." Seeing that Yi Chun and the other man came with ill intentions, Brother Wong immediately started to speak softly. He was stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. Yi Chun also received a warning at this time, saying that there was a car less than 100 meters behind him. So Yi Chun didn't plan to waste time and rushed into the crowd directly. Before the several psychics could react, they were all killed with a single sword. He didn't even look at the rest of the ordinary people, but just pointed the sword coldly in front of Brother Wong's forehead. When the ordinary people saw this, they had no idea what was happening and just raised their guns and wanted to open fire. But the next second, all these people put down their guns and knelt on the ground. Because at this time, Shao Qing's mecha had already revealed its capabilities. Under the threat of more than a dozen heavy machine guns, the people in front of him were so scared that they didn't even have the courage to look up. Seeing this, Brother Wong swallowed hard, then slowly knelt on one knee and spoke nervously. "Brother, brother, brother. No need. There's really no need. Just ask for whatever you want. There's no need to kill anyone. Let us go. Take whatever you want." There was a woman in the car. She was a little older, but she had a nice figure. The woman in the car was so angry when she heard this. But when faced with absolute strength, she did not dare to raise any objection. Seeing that everyone had behaved themselves, Yi Chun spoke in a cold voice. "I'm only asking once. Where are your psychics?" When Brother Wong heard this, he was stunned. How does this person know about her? Could it be that these two people are the helpers that woman found? Seeing that the other party was hesitant, Yi Chun swung his sword and cut off one of his arms. Brother Wong felt a sharp burning pain in his left shoulder, and he fell to the ground shaking in pain. Yi Chun continued to ask in a cold voice, "Where is she?" Brother Wong's face was pale, and he tried to raise his head. His eyes were filled with red bloodshot. "She's in town alive. She's still alive. I didn't do anything to her. It was Li Jun and those bastards who did it. I really didn't do anything." As he finished speaking, his peripheral vision kept observing the car lights in the distance. It looks like reinforcements will arrive in 2 minutes. When the time comes, he will definitely punish this person to death. Yi Chun frowned slightly when he heard this, and he vaguely guessed something. But now is obviously not the best time for an interrogation. So he swung his sword to kill a few people, then reached out and opened the car door. "Do you want to die? Or do you want to live?" Under Yi Chun's powerful intimidation, the woman in the car was frightened and burst into tears. "Live, I want to live. I'll do anything you ask me to do." Yi Chun didn't say anything when he heard this. He just reached out and pulled him out of the car. Then he handed the person over to Shao Qing and quickly dealt with the body. 2 minutes later, Bad 3 arrived at the scene with 2 box trucks. But when he took his men out of the car to check, he saw only an empty carriage with no one in sight. Bad 3 said, scratching his head with confusion, "Where are the people? I just saw someone standing next to the car. How come there is no one here in the blink of an eye?" Not giving up, he asked his men to look around. But there was nothing around except empty darkness. At this time, a younger brother came closer and said nervously, Third brother, is there going to be a fuss? I read a novel that said that after the end of the world, hundreds of ghosts will be resurrected. Bad 3 did countless evil things on a daily basis, so he immediately became suspicious as he had something to hide. But for the sake of face, he still pretended to be calm and said it. "What nonsense. It's obvious that the car broke down, and Wang Garin went after it on foot. Stop standing there like an idiot. Shall we go back?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Didn't they say their car broke down? If the car breaks down, shouldn't we go and pick it up quickly? One of the younger brothers was not very cunning and directly expressed his curiosity. When Bad 3 heard this, he immediately gave him a big slap. "You don't understand what people are saying, do you? I said go back." Everyone looked at the man with a swollen face and couldn't help but shrink their necks collectively. Then everyone quickly turned around and got into the car, which quickly turned around and drove back. At this time, Huai Sankai picked up the walkie-talkie to contact the base. "Brother, I'm the bad guy. It seems that Lao Wang's team has been completely destroyed. We may have a group of tough guys coming in a shopping mall in the center of the town." At this time, the shopping mall has been reinforced with iron sheets and earth and rocks. There are dozens of zombies wandering outside the building, while a group of people are living a life of debauchery inside. It's just a little weird that a furniture store was converted into a big iron cage. The iron cage was fully furnished with all kinds of furniture and supplies, and a beautiful woman in cool clothes was lying on the bed. The beautiful woman was lying on the bed with a painful look on her face, and a long iron chain was tied to her right foot. "Save me, please save me. I know you can sense me. Please, please save me." The beautiful woman wrapped herself in a quilt with a look of pain on her face, as if she was talking in her sleep. But in the repair shop dozens of miles away, Zhao Xuefei was feeling the same way. She could clearly sense a beautiful woman's plea. But Yichen told her not to use telepathy easily. She didn't want to put the team in danger, so she could only pretend not to hear it. But the woman's pleading was so heartbreaking. So after a long time, Zhao Xuefei really couldn't bear it. Fortunately, at this time, Yi Chun and Xiao Qing came back with a woman. Xiao Qing threw the woman to the ground viciously. Then he said, as the laser sword was placed against her neck, "If you dare to play any tricks, I'll make you lose your head." Seeing this, the woman was so scared that she knelt on the ground and begged, "I dare not. I dare not. I will definitely obey you." Seeing this, Yichen slowly squatted down and approached her to question her. "What's going on in the city ahead? Where is the psychic? Remember, you only have one chance." Chapter 55, Kidnapping Style Rescue. The woman was frightened by Yi Chen's cold tone. Then think about the ending of Lao Wang and those people just now. The woman was so scared that she peed her pants on the spot, and yellow liquid immediately flowed down her skirt. But she told him everything that had happened in the town. There is a third-tier small town 20 miles ahead of the repair shop. There is a municipal prison in the southeast corner of the town, which houses more than 2,000 serious criminals. After the end of the world, the order of the small town collapsed and zombies were everywhere. Most of the ordinary citizens turned into zombies, and the few survivors became prey. It is very ironic that the proportion of prisoners infected and mutated is very low, and many people with superpowers were born soon after the end of the world. Thus, the original prisoner became the savior and master of the survivors in the small town. A kingdom built by more than 600 criminals was born. The psychic that Yichen always mentioned was actually just a pet kept by the king. This woman herself has no fighting ability, but she can use her spirit to communicate with living things. The most exaggerated thing is that this woman can actually communicate with zombies. Yi Chun frowned immediately when he heard this. Being able to communicate with zombies, this ability sounds awesome just by hearing it. But in his memory of his previous life, he had never heard of such a person. Could it be that she couldn't survive until the end of the apocalypse in her previous life? Let's put this woman aside for now and just talk about the prisoners in prison. The woman said there were 2,000 prisoners inside. But later, 600 people survived after the apocalypse. This survival rate of up to 30% is already quite terrifying. Such a high survival rate in prison must be due to unknown factors. If we can understand these factors, it will definitely be of great help to future development. Thinking of this, Yichen quickly stood up and said to Zhuangzhong behind him, "Take him away for further interrogation. Let Su Tsong help compile a detailed confession." Seeing Yi Chun being so serious, Zhuangzhong nodded and said in the same serious manner, "Okay, leave the interrogation to me. The report will be in front of you in half an hour." Yi Chun nodded slowly after hearing this, then solemnly reached out and pulled the woman away. At this time, Zhao Xuefei staggered over with an umbrella. When Yi Chun saw her pale face, he immediately became nervous. "Xuefei, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Xuefei walked quickly into the factory, dropped her umbrella, and came to Yi Chun and spoke urgently. "There's a woman asking for help. It should be that. That's psychic." When Yi Chun heard this, he immediately frowned. Then he stepped forward to support Zhao Xuefei and turned around to instruct Xiao Qing. "Increase the vigilance all around. We may have been discovered. You, Lao Su and Xiao Bai should prepare for battle first. I will let Sha Jiao assist you." When Xiao Qing heard this, he immediately nodded vigorously. Then he turned and walked towards Lao Su and Xiao Bai. Yichen picked up Zhao Xuefei and walked quickly back to the minibus. As soon as he got in the car, he asked Sha Jiao to double the security range. After Zhao Xuefei got in the car, she was immediately put on the bed in the bedroom. At this moment, Nyo also obediently brought a wet towel. "Is my sister sick again? Rub it with this, it will feel better." After taking it, Yichen touched Nyo's little head lovingly. Then he began to wipe Zhao Xuefei's forehead with a towel. Suddenly, Zhao Shuefei reached out and grabbed his right hand. Save me. Please save me. Helping me is helping yourself. Please come and save me. Although the person speaking was Zhao Shuefei, the voice and tone were from someone else. Yi Chen had encountered this situation in his previous life and knew that her mind had been invaded by a psychic of a higher level. So he did not show any surprise, but instead forced out a smile very calmly. Okay, then we need to talk first. Who are you? Where are you? Who are those people who trapped you? Yi Chen's words made Zhao Shuefei very excited. However, she failed to answer all the questions as required. It's too late, they're coming. Come to town and save me. So you can save her. No harm. No harm. Zhao Shuefei suddenly sat up and shouted a few times. Then she fell weakly into Yi Chen's arms. It was only at this moment that Yi Chen discovered that the black pupils in her eyes had disappeared. At this moment, she had completely lost consciousness and collapsed in his arms like a vegetable. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's brows immediately furrowed deeply. Because anyone who can achieve this must be at least 3 levels higher than Zhao Shuefei. Zhao Shuefei's level is now 4, so the opponent's level must be at least 7. But it is impossible for a psychic above level 5 to appear during this period. The ability level of his team should be ahead of all the superpowers at the same time. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but become more curious about the small town. Yi Chen carefully laid Zhao Shuefei back on the bed and considerately covered her with a blanket. Nyo stood by and watched with a look of confusion on her face. At this time, Yi Chen turned around and gently touched her head and said, Sister Shuefei is sick and needs to rest for a while. Nyo, be a good boy during this time, okay? When Nyo heard this, she immediately nodded vigorously. After seeing this, Yi Chen praised her for being well-behaved, then stood up, picked up Nyo, and left the bedroom. After closing the bedroom door, Yi Chen gently placed Nyo on the table and found a tablet to play cartoons for her. After finishing all this, he quickly walked to the passenger seat and finished. Sha Jiao, change the alert mission. Drone Unit Number 2 takes off, carrying Micro Spider Number 2 to attack. Destination, the small town ahead. Sha Jiao was very excited when he heard this order. Then another secret box on the top of the minibus slowly opened. 2 palm-sized drones quickly took off one after another. Both drones have a black box about the size of a pencil case hanging from it. Each box contains 20 number 2 micro spider robots, each the size of a grain of rice. This combination will be less likely to be detected and easier to conduct secret reconnaissance when performing reconnaissance missions. The 2 number 2 drones took off and paused for a moment, then flew towards the town like lightning. The sound of a drone is very small and its speed is very fast, so it is difficult for ordinary people to detect it in the dark night. After making these arrangements, Yi Chen used the communicator to contact Xiaoqing and others. He first briefly explained Zhao Shuefei's situation. Then he began to arrange his own plans. According to Yi Chen's idea, he would go to the small town with Zhuangzhong, Bai Qianfei, and others. Xiaoqing, Su Biao, and Su Cong had to stay at the repair shop as backup. After hearing this arrangement, Xiaoqing was the first to raise objections. I don't agree. Let Xiao Bai stay. I'll go with you. When Bai Qianfei heard this, she rolled her eyes. Brother, can you play sniper? When Xiaoqing heard this, his old face turned slightly red. I can't, but I can provide strong fire support. After hearing this, Zhuangzhong immediately smiled and continued. So you need to stay in the support group. You have nothing to worry about as long as I go with you. Xiaoqing was speechless when he heard this, but he still wanted to try one last time. But at this moment, Yi Chen saw an incredible scene on the monitor. Chapter 56, Separate Action. Yi Chen looked at the monitor in disbelief. At this moment, there was a familiar figure slowly approaching the repair shop. The figure was none other than the pursuer who had been entangled with them for a long time. When seeing the image of the pursuer, everyone present frowned. Why is this thing following us again? It's really haunting. Xiaoqing was so angry that he pounded the table. Yi Chen even let out a sigh. The pursuer must have the modified gene of the hound. So no matter how far we run, they will slowly catch up. This should be a scouting mission. The person behind the scenes probably doesn't know we are here. When Xiaoqing heard this, he frowned and looked at Yi Chen and asked, What should we do then? Shuefei has become like this now. We can't just leave this alone. After hearing this, Yi Chen exhaled deeply again and said, We definitely can't just ignore it. Looks like we have to split up and act separately. After saying this, he picked up the communicator and immediately contacted Zhuangzhong. The situation has changed. Come to the minibus for a meeting later. After receiving the message, Zhuangzhong said received, then turned around and told Su Tsong to organize his notes quickly. Under the professional interrogation of the special forces, the woman quickly confessed everything she knew. A few minutes later, Zhuangzhong hurried back to the minibus with the interrogation notes. As soon as he got in the car, he handed a stack of A4 paper to Yichen. Everything has been clarified, but there is a limit to what this woman knows. Upon hearing this, Yichen took the paper and quickly scanned a few pages. What is recorded here is similar to what we have learned before. It's just that some details have been enriched a lot. Okay, wait for the sand sculpture to scan it and send a copy to everyone. After saying this, Yichen pulled Zhuangzhong in front of the monitor and looked at the screen. The pursuers are following us again. We must split up. So I was wondering, could you please lead him away? I'll give you the best props. I need to buy more time to rescue Shui Fei. Yichen did not use a commanding tone, but instead a requesting tone. As long as Zhuangzi nods, he will use his supernatural powers to provide the best and strongest props. It can be seen from Zhuangzhong that Yichen's attitude at this moment is very sincere. So he nodded without thinking. Okay, leave the pursuer to me. The specific steps are up to you. Hearing this, Yichen patted his shoulder with gratitude. Then I expressed my thoughts. Yichen plans to build a simple mecha for Zhuangzhong. Because he was limited by his level, the limited nanomaterials were not enough to create new armor. Mechas consume relatively little nanomaterials and can be fused and shaped using some existing machinery. In addition, Yichen will also provide sufficient guns, ammunition, and supplies. 2 days. Yichen only asked Zhuangzhong to delay the pursuers for 2 days. Zhuangzhong didn't say much after hearing this, but simply agreed with him on a meeting place. The two agreed that after the matter was accomplished they would meet at the Jinshan City High-Speed Railway Station, 100 miles away. The choice to meet here was made for safety reasons. Firstly, the zombies in the city are much easier to deal with than the mutant beasts in the mountains. Secondly, high-speed railways are generally located in remote areas, so the number of zombies will be relatively small. After making the agreement, Yichen went to the factory to carry out renovation and upgrading. First, he found a ZSL-92, a wheeled armored vehicle from the space warehouse. This infantry fighting vehicle weighs 14.9 tons, and its 6x6 drive gives it excellent strategic mobility, making it suitable for rapid response and assault. It turns out that the armored vehicle is equipped with a 12.7mm machine gun turret and a self-propelled artillery system. Yichen plans to upgrade the armored vehicle based on this. First, he used the Nano system to upgrade the vehicle system, adding a more intelligent and convenient operating system to the vehicle. Secondly, he upgraded the vehicle-mounted system, moved the machine gun turret forward, and added a new 25mm caliber machine gun. In order to maximize the vehicle's mobility and sustained firepower capability, Yichen specially created an advanced nano-replenishing system and oil storage system for the two weapons. The ammunition refilling system can store 40,000 rounds of ammunition, and the fuel refilling system can store 5,000 liters of diesel, which is enough to support continuous output for a period of time. In addition to these, Yichen also integrated more durable alloys into the vehicle and converted the troop compartment into a large grain storage warehouse and a simple toilet. The reason why Yichen did this was entirely out of protection for Zhuangzhong himself. Because reducing the chances and time of getting off the bus means reducing the chances of people being in danger. After working for more than 3 hours, Yichen finally handed the car keys to Zhuangzhong. Zhuangzhong was excited as he looked at the newly modified car. That's awesome. Your superpower is definitely the most amazing one I've ever seen. After hearing this, Yichen just smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to exchange compliments between us. The system in this car is very similar to that in the minibus. Although it is a little simplified, it is definitely enough to assist you. For things like aiming, firing, and scouting, you can just give commands via voice. The car is also equipped with a communication system. We can talk freely when the distance is reduced to within 50 miles. Yichen tried hard to introduce the advanced functions of the in-vehicle system. After hearing this, Zhuangzhong happily opened the door and jumped into the car. It's done. With this thing, everything is done. Since you are so capable, when will you modify the Type 09? After hearing this, Yichen laughed, walked slowly over to help him close the door, and said, "When we meet again, I will find a chance to change it." Zhuangzhong also laughed after hearing this. Then he started the engine with one click and waved at Yichen. "Then we'll see you in Tiama." After hearing this, Yichen nodded solemnly and said, "See you in Tiama." Zhuangzhong didn't respond. He just stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the factory. At this time, Xiaoqing had already moved the truck away, and the door of the repair shop was half opened. Xiaoqing stood at the door and saluted Zhuangzhong, who nodded at him seriously. After solemnly leaving the repair shop, Yichen asked Su Biao and Bai Qianfei to get on the Type 09 infantry fighting vehicle first. He walked slowly to Xiaoqing and gave him instructions. Brother, don't be soft-hearted in the end times. Does she need my help? Xiaoqing frowned tightly when he heard this. He knew what Yichen was talking about and what he should do. Don't worry, special treatment will be given during special times. Your brother Xiao is not stupid. He knows what to do. Yichen saw Xiaoqing's eyes evasive when he said these words. I immediately realized that he still couldn't make up his mind. So he reached out and patted the other person's shoulder gently and said, think more about Nyonyo and don't underestimate the evil of human nature. After saying this, Yichen turned and walked towards the infantry fighting vehicle. But when he turned around, he immediately activated the secret channel to contact Sha Diao. Sha Diao, Dad has a task for you to do. The level is confidential. Chapter 57, The Evil of Human Nature. Sha Diao's wisdom at this time is limited to super AI. Therefore, it will execute Yi Chen's orders unconditionally. I got it, please issue the order, Daddy. When Yi Chen heard this, his eyes immediately turned colder. Supervise the prisoner. If she is still alive after 1 hour, execute her in secret. Also, keep an eye on the other 2 strangers and remain on high alert. If the current members in the car are threatened, they can take the initiative to kill the source of danger. After receiving the command, Sha Jiao mechanically responded yes. After Yi Chun gave the order, he quickly got on the infantry fighting vehicle. At this time, there was a woman sitting in the infantry fighting vehicle. She was one of those who escaped from the town and were rescued. After Yi Chun opened the car door, he looked at the woman coldly and said, Do you remember the way back? The woman was dazed for a moment when she heard that, then nodded slightly in affirmation. Seeing this, Yi Chun said okay softly, then got into the car and slammed the door shut. Then Su Biao drove the infantry fighting vehicle quickly away from the repair shop. Xiaoqing drove the truck to block the door of the repair shop again. After coming down, he slowly walked towards the room where the woman was imprisoned. Inside the room, Su Tsong, who was in charge of guarding the women, was very excited to see Xiaoqing coming in. Brother Xiao, you are finally here. I can't deal with this woman. I'll leave it to you. I'd better go help in the car. After saying this, Su Tsong ran out of the room as if escaping. Seeing this, Xiaoqing frowned slightly and slowly turned his head to look at the woman not far away. At this time, the woman was dressed revealingly and had a sly smile on her lips. This child is still a virgin and doesn't understand my kindness at all. Big brother, you must understand, right? Come on, I'm so cold. The woman had a very charming smile on her face, but she had a lot of evil thoughts in her heart. The woman's special power is shared senses. She can share feelings with a designated target. That's why when she was tracking the escaped people, she would always sniff around like a mutant dog. At this time, she had already made up her mind. She wanted to charm the man in front of her to the point of obsession, then kill him with one blow when he is most excited and relaxed. As many as 7 men have died in her gentle trap. No man can get past her. But today she was a little surprised because the man in front of her seemed to have no desire. Get dressed if it's cold. Don't kill yourself. Just stay still. Xiaoqing finally chose kindness. He is always ruthless when killing zombies. But when facing a living person, I still can't bear to be cruel. Kindness is his greatest strength, but also his greatest weakness. Xiaoqing said this coldly, then turned and walked towards the next room. 2 other people were housed here, one of whom was holding a 2-year-old child. Compared to his cruelty towards women, Xiaoqing was obviously much gentler towards the 2 people here. Come with me and stay in the car. It's too cold here. The man and the woman were stunned when they heard this, and then they burst into tears and thanked him quickly. Not long after, the 2 followed Xiaoqing into the warm and comfortable minibus. Xiaoqing also took the initiative to prepare some hot meals for the 2 of them. Seeing this, the 2 men immediately became excited again and knelt down and kowtowed to Xiaoqing on the spot. But not all kindness is rewarded. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, they asked to use the bathroom to wash up. After hearing this, Xiaoqing didn't think much about it, but just told the 2 not to wake up Zhao Xuefei, who was sleeping soundly. After hearing this, the 2 of them nodded in agreement, and then the woman brought the child into the bedroom first. The man ignored it and began to look around the car. I saw that the car was fully equipped with all kinds of facilities, including food and drinks. Owning a car like this in the end times is like heaven on earth. Think about the inhuman treatment I receive in the small town, and then think about the comfortable life of these people. A trace of evil thoughts gradually grew in the man's heart. Why do you live better than me? Whatever you have, I must have too. Now, besides him, there were only 2 women and a child in the car. As long as he gets rid of this man, both the car and the woman will be his. Thinking of this, the man couldn't help but turn around and look at Xiao Qing in the driver's seat. Immediately, a murderous intent quickly surged into his heart. If you are not ruthless, you cannot stand firm. I'm so sorry. The man became more and more excited as he thought about it, and immediately quietly picked up the fruit knife on the table. Xiao Qing still had his back to him at this moment, as if he didn't notice anything. But he had no idea that his every move had been monitored by Sha Diao. Everything he was doing now was being broadcast live on Xiao Qing's monitor. Xiao Qing looked at the other party slowly raising the knife, and his heart immediately felt as cold as ice. How could people be like this? The next second, a scream rang out in the car. Then the man who was electrocuted and turned into charcoal was thrown out of the car. The woman who came out of the shower was stunned when she saw this scene. She didn't know why Xiao Qing wanted to kill his companions. She just thought that the other person was also a very vicious person. So the woman knelt in the corner holding the child and kowtowed for mercy. Xiao Qing looked at the woman with a slightly frown and said nothing, but finally drove her back to the factory. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Chun and others arrived at the outskirts of the town in infantry fighting vehicles. The few people were afraid of disturbing the nearby zombie group, so they hid the car and walked into the city. According to the Division of Labor, Bai Qianfei will act alone and look for a commanding height near the mall to set up an ambush. Yi Chun and Su Biao quietly and quickly sneaked towards the shopping mall. Along the way, they encountered 3 or 4 groups of zombies. It's just that the zombies here seem to be very different from those in the capital. The zombies here are obviously not very aggressive, and some even move abnormally slowly. After seeing this scene, Yi Chun became even more curious about the secrets of the small town. Could it be that something is inhibiting the evolution of the virus? You can only find the answers to all the puzzles by yourself. The shopping mall in the center of the town was now protected by a wall formed by vehicles. Some light could be seen faintly in the mall, probably because someone had lit a fire inside. There seemed to be signs of human activity in the buildings near the mall. This area seems to have been transformed into a 3-dimensional defensive fortification. In a residential building outside the shopping mall, Su Biao and Yi Chun sat at the dining table to discuss countermeasures. Su Biao picked up a few cups and plates at random and put them aside. The plate represents the mall, and the water cup represents the defended building. It seems like the opponent is very professional and has received formal military training. When Yi Chun heard this, his brows slightly frowned. If this is the case, then you need to adjust your plans. But it seems that their investigative methods are endless. Yi Chun decided to find out the opponent's strength level first. Xiao Bai is outside alone. I'm a little worried. You should go outside and meet her. We should keep in touch. When Su Biao heard this, his brows immediately frowned. What's the meaning? You want to sneak in alone? After hearing this, Yi Chun forced a smile and said, It's more convenient to do things alone. Besides, I have you 2 big snipers covering me. Even if something unexpected happens, there's nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Su Biao smiled bitterly helplessly. Then he reached out and gently patted Yi Chun's shoulder and said, Then be careful. We will definitely protect you. After saying this, both of them laughed. Then Su Biao stood up and left quickly. Seeing this, Yi Chun was not idle either. He immediately took out a tablet and started checking the screen. At this time, Sha Jiao's 2 drones happened to fly over the shopping mall. Prepare the airborne robots. Chapter 58 Cautious Opponent. 2 drones flew silently over the shopping mall. One in the south and one in the north. They successfully approached the mall under the cover of darkness. After seeing this scene, Yi Chun immediately issued combat orders. Prepare the airborne robots. Following Yi Chun's order, the box under the drone slowly opened. 2 neat rows of micro-robots fell down like dumplings. These machines are very small, and the sound they make when they land is so slight that it is hardly noticeable. After landing on the building, they spread out their 4 thin legs and crawled quickly. In just a short while, the 20 rice-sized robots disappeared. At the same time, Yi Chun's screen display was divided into 20 small screens. At this time, he must concentrate on observing so as not to miss any important clues. Inside the mall, Chen Guanghui, the self-proclaimed king, had just favored a concubine. With an unhappy look on his face, he kicked the woman off the bed and yelled, "What a thing! It's meaningless! Take him away and teach him a lesson. He is nothing." Upon hearing this, the woman was so frightened that she started crying and begging for mercy. But Chen Guanghui had no intention of showing any sympathy to women. The training he mentioned was nothing more than torture and beatings without limits. Soon a man came in and grabbed the woman's hair and walked out without saying a word. Chen Guanghui put on a bathrobe and picked up the intercom and shouted, "Did Bad 3 come looking for me just now?" Only then did he remember that Bad 3 had wanted to see him 40 minutes ago. But at that time, he was in the middle of a fierce battle and had no time to think about other things. Soon a hoarse voice came from the intercom. "Yes, Bad 3 came to see you more than half an hour ago. Old Wang is dead, and it seems we have a new enemy. But don't worry, I have already strengthened the security around us." The person speaking is Chen Guanghui's governor Yu Chongye, who was once a small leader in the prison. Before the end of the world, he received a lot of bribes from Chen Guanghui and helped him do many shady things. As a result, the two of them became accomplices. After the end of the world, Chen Guanghui awakened powerful supernatural powers and became the boss here. Yu Chongye relied on his previous connections to get the position of governor. But the official position here has no meaning. He is at best just a military advisor. Chen Guanghui frowned tightly after hearing what the other party said. He knew that Lao Wang's abilities and his subordinates were not that good. But Bad 3 and his men are all very capable fighters. Why didn't they just solve the problem? Could it be that the person who came is very powerful? Thinking of this, Chen Guanghui quickly turned around and started changing his clothes. The reason why this guy has gotten to where he is today. What is relied on is extraordinary alertness and caution. It is always better to be safe than sorry. This has always been his motto. After putting on his clothes, Chen Guanghui went straight to the home area on the 3rd floor. Soon he came to a shop sealed with iron fences. At this moment, a beautiful woman with a painful expression was lying inside. This beauty was covered in wounds, most of which were caused by Chen Guanghui. The reason is simple. This woman was the judge who convicted herself. Chen Guanghui, standing outside the iron cage, now regretted his indulgence. He should vent all his energy here. But even if he couldn't do it now, he wasn't going to let this woman have an easy time. "You two go in and beat her up. If you don't make her kneel down and beg for mercy today, I'll chop you both into pieces and feed you to the dogs." Upon hearing this, the two guards immediately nodded and said okay, and then there was a sound of iron locks being unlocked. The woman curled up in bed was terrified at this moment. She has to endure this torture every day these days. She also thought about committing suicide, but her daughter was still in the other party's hands. Chen Guanghui once said that if she dared to die, her daughter would die with her. So even death became a luxury for her. The woman trembled, hugged the quilt tightly, and tried to raise her voice in despair. "Please let me go. Stop torturing me. Please don't torture me anymore." Before she could finish her words, two men had already opened the iron gate and rushed in. Chen Guanghui lit a cigarette, stood there watching with interest and smiling evilly. At the same time, Yi Chen's detectives had already searched from the 6th floor to the 4th floor. This shopping mall has too many rooms and the space is too large, so the robots can only perform reconnaissance tasks as dispersely as possible. Yi Chen has now realized that the 6th floor is the enemy's storage base for supplies. Their food, clothing, weapons, medicine, etc. are all stored on this floor. There are 17 guards here. Each of them is tall and strong. Among these people, 10 had guns, 4 had knives, and only 3 had nothing. Judging from the weapon configuration, these 3 people without weapons should be psychics. Because the robot cannot sense the opponent's level, Yi Chen cannot figure out the opponent's strength. But at this moment, the zombies near the mall suddenly became active. Some zombies even roared in pain. Afterwards, the surrounding zombies began to slowly gather towards the mall. Yi Chen walked to the window and took a look, roughly estimating that there were more than 1,000 zombies below. Why did these zombies suddenly become active and violent? Just as he was thinking about this, Zhao Xuefei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Brother Yi, please save her. Please go and save her. Everyone inside deserves to die. They are all beasts." Yi Chen was very excited when he heard this voice. Then he quickly squatted down and began to communicate with him using his mind. "Xuefei, how are you? You said you wanted me to save someone? Where is the person controlling you? Xuefei, please answer me." Yichen tried hard to use his mind to contact Zhao Shuefei, but she didn't respond after she finished speaking. Yichen felt that something was wrong, so he put away his tablet and prepared to sneak into the mall first. Before taking action, Yichen first spoke with Su Biao and Bai Qianfei. After making sure that both of them were ready, Yichen activated his armor and quickly went downstairs. He originally wanted to use the zombies downstairs to sneak in, but the area within 50 meters around the mall was surrounded by cars and debris. These things act like a city wall, blocking the zombies on the periphery. Early zombies did not have much intelligence, so they could not perform complex behaviors such as climbing and jumping. So when he passes these things, the 50-meter open area will become a death zone. After analyzing the current situation, Yichen couldn't help but frown. This group of people really doesn't lack a sixth man. This is forcing me to be a night killer. Okay, I'll play with you guys then. After saying this, Yichen began to slowly walk towards the group of zombies not far away. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the zombies couldn't detect him to do something. At the same time, on the third floor of the shopping mall. At this time, the two men were sweating profusely, and the woman on the bed had cried until her voice was hoarse. Chun Guangwei kicked the iron fence heavily in great dissatisfaction. Useless things. Do you think they're a courier? So fucking weak as a dog. Get lost. I'm annoyed just by seeing you guys. The two men felt ashamed when they heard this. After hearing the boss's scolding, he immediately ran away in a dejected manner. Chun Guangwei waited until the two men left before slowly walking into the iron cage. He looked at the woman on the bed with amusement on his face and said coldly, "How about it, beautiful Lady Zhang? Are you satisfied with the entertainment service just now? If you are not satisfied, I still have ways to deal with it." The woman curled up immediately when she heard this. She really couldn't cry anymore. Chun Guangwei saw that the other party was completely frightened, so he calmly put forward his request. "Don't play tricks on me. Tell me quickly, who are these people? Where are they now?" Chapter 59, Tyrant Chun Guangwei. Chun Guangwei's words were very cold. The beautiful woman on the bed frowned immediately after hearing this. She didn't know how the other party knew about this. But this is her last hope, and she can't give it up easily. So she forced herself to look up at Chun Guangwei despite her weak body. "Who? There are only zombies outside. I don't understand who you were talking about." She spoke the last two sentences in a clearly weak voice. But Chun Guangwei had no mercy at all. He quickly walked up to the man and grabbed his hair. "You stinky bitch, are you playing tricks on me? You want to play the game of broken jar with me, don't you? Okay, you can endure it. You are awesome. What about your daughter? She looks so tender. I wonder if she can bear it." At this point, Chun Guangwei couldn't help but burst into laughter. When the woman heard these words, she immediately struggled like crazy. "Don't touch her. Don't touch her. I said, I can say it, but you must let me see my daughter first. I want to make sure she's okay." The woman's voice broke when she finished speaking because of shouting. After hearing this, Chun Guangwei nodded with great satisfaction. "Okay, deal." Chun Guangwei pushed the woman onto the bed, then turned around, snapped his fingers and said, "Bring that stinky girl here." Upon hearing this, the younger brother outside immediately nodded and said yes. At the same time, on the highway south of the town, Zhuangzhong drove the light armored vehicle at high speed. His vehicle-mounted cannon and machine guns kept firing. A storm of bullets kept spewing out. The pursuer who was following the car about 10 meters away roared in anger after being beaten, but it showed no intention of giving up the chase. The performance of the modified armored vehicle is very good, and Zhuangzhong basically only needs to concentrate on driving the vehicle. For almost everything else, he just had to open his mouth. Throw some incendiary bombs at him. The road is too dark. Light a sky lantern for it. The system searched for relevant instructions based on the keywords. "Excuse me, do you need to fire incendiary bombs?" Zhuangzhong laughed while stepping on the accelerator. "Yes, burn it hard for me." The system retrieves the affirmative authorization language and immediately opens the radiation tube behind the rear room of the car. The automatic targeting system then operates, and the pursuer is selected as the target. Emission. As the system's mechanical prompt sounded, 2 incendiary bombs whizzed out. Boom! Boom! After 2 explosions, the pursuer was covered in flames. But even so, the pursuer, who had no sense of pain, still ran forward with all his might. In an underground base in the capital more than 200 miles away, Adam stood in front of the monitor with a tight frown on his face. The girl operating the computer pointed at the screen and explained excitedly. "This BF-5421 must have discovered something. It was moving rapidly away from its intended destination at a speed of 80 miles per hour. This can only mean that he is hunting his prey. Having said that, the girl turned around and looked at Adam excitedly. Adam nodded slowly after hearing her explanation, then let all the nearby pursuers go over to provide support. Also informed Qin Lingfan that her chance to redeem herself from her crime has come. Prepare the helicopter and tell her not to fail again this time. Upon hearing this, the girl nodded vigorously, then picked up the landline on the table and started dialing. On the other side, among the zombies outside the mall. At this time, the zombies were becoming more and more active, and some even began to use their bodies to ram obstacles. Yichen covered his armor with a layer of rags and mixed in with the zombie group, ready to wait for an opportunity to strike. He first quietly squeezed to the front of the zombie group, and then used the power of the armor to slowly move a car away. As a result, a gap more than 1 meter wide soon appeared between the two cars. The nearby zombies soon discovered the gap and began to use it to quickly pass through. Yu Chongye, who was in charge of commanding the periphery, soon discovered the abnormality. So he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted nervously. 3 or 4 groups of people will shoot crosswise and try to reduce the number of zombies as much as possible. Groups 6, 7, and 8 prepare the flamethrowers. Group 10 prepares to clean up the battlefield afterwards. Yu Chongye issued every order in an orderly manner. Although his voice was a little louder, there was no sign of panic. As he gave the order, the guards on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the mall began shooting. More than 30 people appeared at the entrance of the mall, and the 3 in front were carrying flamethrowers. These people stood quietly behind the tubular security door, staring expressionlessly at the approaching horde of zombies. After more than 20 zombies gathered in front of the security door, the man carrying the flamethrower immediately started working. Others were holding sharp weapons and shooting the zombies in the head one by one through the security door. Yichen mixed in with the zombies and quickly approached the mall gate, then took advantage of the chaos to sneak behind a pillar. This is a blind spot for observation from the front and back, and no one will notice the situation here at all. According to the tiny spider robot's reconnaissance, there is a ventilation hole near the pillar. As long as you enter this ventilation skin, you can follow the ventilation duct into the mall. So Yi Chun grew sharp claws on his hands and feet, then inserted them into the stone pillars and began to climb forward quickly. Yi Chun thought the place he chose was hidden enough, but there were still some sharp-eyed people among the crowd standing at the entrance of the mall. I saw a middle-aged man rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Was I dazzled just now? A young man nearby immediately turned around and asked when he heard this. What's wrong? The middle-aged man put down his hands and turned to look at the stone pillar not far away. I seem to see a zombie climbing up just now. The young man's eyes widened when he heard this. What the hell? Zombies can climb walls? Where is it? After hearing this, the middle-aged man pointed directly to the pillar diagonally in front of him. Just climb up there? After hearing this, the young man hurried to look, but there was nothing on the pillar. Are you dazzled? At your age, in the dark, what can you see clearly? After saying this, the young man went back to playing with the flamethrower. Middle-aged people feel very embarrassed when being criticized. He thought to himself that he would definitely go and take a look when he went out to clean up the scene. Although he is over 50 years old now, he is not so old that his eyesight is blurry. On the other side, Chen Guangwei's men pushed a shopping cart to the 3rd floor. A girl of 3 or 4 years old was trapped in the shopping cart. At this moment, the girl's eyes were full of fear. The red and swollen eyes showed that she had just cried for a while. The subordinate pushed the shopping cart directly in front of Chen Guangwei. Your Majesty, the person you requested is here. Chen Guangwei seemed to enjoy hearing the word, Your Majesty. He took out a piece of chocolate and threw it over. Very good. Get out of here. The man was flattered and knelt on the ground and kowtowed, then crawled to pick up the chocolate and turned away. Chen Guangwei personally pushed the shopping cart to the bedside. The woman on the bed was already in tears. Little Guagua, my little Guagua. Mom is here, don't be afraid. The little girl's dull eyes suddenly lit up. She turned around and saw her mother not far away and immediately became excited. Mom, I want Mom. Guagua is afraid. The girl stretched out her thin little hand and tried to grab her mother's hand. Chen Guangwei stepped forward and slapped her arm hard. Damn girl. Who told you to move? Remember to eat, but not to be beaten, right? Okay, I'll beat you to death. Chapter 60. Give up kindness. Chen Guangwei kicked the shopping cart hard. The little girl inside was so scared that she started crying loudly, and the woman struggled up from the bed and wanted to fight him to the death. But she was so weak that she was no match for Chen Guangwei. After a beating, the woman finally chose to surrender. She knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and begged for mercy, and only then did the crazy Chen Guangwei stop. Tell me, what are those? Where is the person now? The woman decided not to hide it anymore and immediately told the hiding place of Yi Chun and others. But she still kept her guard up and didn't tell anyone that someone had sneaked into the town. Chen Guanghui immediately became excited after getting a satisfactory answer. He picked up the intercom and gave a cold order. Yu Chonye, you lead the team out in person. The target is a repair shop outside the town. There are 6 people on the other side. Outside the mall, Yu Chonye was directing his men to clean up the zombies. After hearing this, he immediately replied respectfully, yes. Then Yu Chonye picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted loudly. All members of the 2nd Battalion, assemble and prepare for battle. 1st Battalion strengthens alert. All personnel are ready for battle. As Yu Chonye's order was given, a group of people in the mall began to move. On the other side, in a repair shop outside the city, Xiao Qing was checking the surveillance footage in the passenger seat. Suddenly, there was a sound of knocking on the car window. Xiao Qing looked up when he heard the voice and saw that it was the woman who was rescued. Without thinking too much, Xiao Qing quickly got up, opened the car door, and walked out. What do you want? Are you short of food or thirsty? Xiao Qing thought the other party wanted food, but I didn't expect her to start taking off her clothes right away. Seeing this, Xiao Qing immediately turned around and asked in a cold voice, "What are you doing? Do all the women here have the same problem?" The woman's cheeks immediately turned red when she heard this. But she no longer cared about her dignity at this time. For the sake of her children, she had to choose to sacrifice herself. "Please take me. We don't eat much. Please take me and the child away." As she spoke, the woman hugged Xiao Qing tightly from behind. Xiao Qing has been a widower for 2 years. It would be a lie to say that I am not tempted by this kind of temptation. But this wasn't the kind of woman he wanted. "Comrade, please respect yourself. We didn't say we were abandoning you. When my companions come back, I will take you away." Xiao Qing himself didn't have the confidence to say this, because Yi Chen's principle is not to keep idle people. The woman seemed to be aware of this, so she resorted to this desperate measure. "Please, I can cook for you and warm your bed. Just one bite to eat will be good. We don't eat much." The woman continued to beg, and Xiao Qing's neck turned red with embarrassment. But just when he was about to refuse, he suddenly heard a child crying not far away. Upon hearing this, the woman quickly turned around, picked up her clothes, and ran over. Xiao Qing stood there awkwardly for a moment before following. But when he ran into the room, he was stunned. The woman who was imprisoned somehow managed to get to the child's side. At this moment, she was holding a piece of broken glass against the child's neck. The child's mother collapsed on the ground and cried. When she saw Xiao Qing coming in, the child's mother hugged Xiao Qing's thighs and started crying. "Save the child, please save her." The woman saw Xiao Qing getting nervous. She knew this guy could transform into a robot. So she cut the child's skin directly. In an instant, blood gushed out and the child burst into tears in pain. The woman looked quite crazy at the moment. Her eyes bulged and her face was extremely distorted. "Don't come over here. No one is allowed to come over here. Let me go, or I'll kill her. Let me go. Get out of here." The child's mother cried even harder when she saw this. She quickly hugged Xiao Qing's thighs with both hands and said, "Please let her go. Please save the child. Let her go. Let her go." Xiao Qing felt very regretful at this time. At this moment, he really regretted not listening to Yi Chun. Now that I have gotten into this kind of trouble, I am really in a dilemma. When Xiao Qing was hesitating whether to let the man go, a gunshot was suddenly heard. A bullet pierced the woman's forehead, and then she fell limply to the ground. "Noob! Old Sue!" Xiao Qing looked around in surprise, thinking that a sniper had returned. But after looking around, he only found a spider robot. There is a gun barrel on the back of the robot, and the bullet should be fired from here. When the child's mother heard the gunshot, she was stunned for a second, then crawled over like crazy. But at this time, the child had already died due to excessive blood loss. It turned out that the woman was so excited that she accidentally injured an artery when she cut her skin. Although the woman was shot dead, the child could not be saved. Xiao Qing frowned after seeing this scene. His bloodshot eyes were filled with regret. At this moment, a stupid mechanical voice sounded in the communicator. "The threat has been resolved. Mission accomplished." Xiao Qing couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart when he heard this. Yes, this woman is a potential threat. If only I had been more ruthless at the beginning, then the girl's death would not have been in vain. In the last days, kindness must be used with caution. Xiao Qing wanted to go over and comfort the mother who had lost her child. But the woman suddenly picked up the broken glass and stabbed herself in the neck. Xiao Qing paused when he saw this, and then his frowned brows tightened even more. Before she had time to feel sad, the girl's body suddenly moved. Xiao Qing knew that she had turned into a zombie at this time. In desperation, he could only draw his gun and shoot the corpse once in the head. Just after I finished doing all this, Yi Chen's voice suddenly came from the communicator. Brother Xiao, please leave the repair shop quickly, since they've gone over there. Then you can come over here. Let's take advantage of the opportunity. When Xiao Qing heard this, he replied coldly, okay, then turned around and walked quickly towards the minibus. In the small-town shopping mall, Yi Chen had already eavesdropped on the other party's plan through the robot. So he asked Xiao Qing to come over to strengthen his own strength and create a perfect time difference with the enemy. Yi Chen finally groped his way to the third floor along the ventilation duct. The spider robot has also locked onto the woman's location. But strangely, the iron cage that had been locked was now open. The woman was lying on the bed wrapped in a quilt, her eyes full of emptiness. Yi Chen observed the ventilation duct for a long time and came down after making sure that there was no one around. After landing, he walked quickly to the bed. Without further ado, a cold gun was pointed at the woman's forehead. I'll give you one chance. Let my people go. The woman slowly raised her head when she heard this. Yi Chen had never seen such a desperate look. The originally black pupils turned gray for some reason. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Yi Chen immediately became anxious. Stop playing dumb. You know what I'm talking about. The woman actually managed to smile when she heard this. She looked straight at Yi Chen and spoke in a slightly weak voice. Okay, then you have to kill them first. Yi Chen felt something was wrong when he heard this. But before he could react, a memory that did not belong to him suddenly flooded into his mind. The woman took advantage of his unpreparedness and secretly activated her psychic abilities. Then Yi Chen felt a sharp pain in his head, and then he squatted on the ground in pain. A memory that I had never had before began to slowly emerge. Chapter 61, Tragic Fate. What emerged in Yi Chen's mind was the scene after the end of the world. It was a high-end restaurant, and the warm dining atmosphere was broken by a scream. Then more and more people started to go crazy. Bloody biting and scratching were happening all around him, and in panic he could only run away holding the girl. He took his child and hid in the restaurant's cold storage to escape the zombies. After 3 days of darkness, the door of the cold storage was suddenly pried open by a group of people. He thought he was saved, but he didn't expect that it was the beginning of hell. He was rescued by a group of prisoners, and on the same day, he was assaulted by the group of people. Chun Guangwei discovered him and kept him as a pet. They were beaten and violated every day. His mind became increasingly confused, and he even began to have thoughts of death. But his daughter is still alive. He can't just die like this. Otherwise, who knows what those demons will do. Later, he awakened his special powers and was able to communicate with people mentally and even have simple exchanges with zombies. After acquiring superpowers, he thought he could escape from torture and ascend to heaven. But he was wrong. Chun Guangwei's ability was even more powerful. Like Magneto and X-Men, he can control any metal substance. His fragile mental storm couldn't hurt the other party at all. Zombies can be your helpers. But the primary zombies were also pitifully weak in front of Chun Guangwei. What followed was endless humiliation and torture, day after day until today. The woman laid on the bed and forced a wry smile, and there was a hint of brilliance in her eyes as she looked at Yi Chen. Help me kill him. Kill these beasts. Don't leave anyone behind. Don't leave anyone behind. Under the mental interference of the woman, Yi Chen's consciousness gradually became blurred. There was only endless killing in his heart, a killing that he could empathize with. The woman saw his increasingly angry eyes, and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. However, her mind control can only work on one person. When she decided to control Yi Chen, Zhao Xuefei's mental control was lifted. Inside the minibus, Nyo was considerately wiping Zhao Xuefei's face with a towel. No, don't listen to her. Suddenly, Zhao Xuefei sat up from the bed, startling Nyo, who was standing beside the bed. Sister Xuefei, are you awake? My dad is driving. I'll go call him. When Zhao Xuefei heard this, she didn't bother to say anything more to Nyo. She quickly got up and staggered towards the driver's seat. Brother Xiao, hurry, go and save Yi Chen. That woman, she controlled Yi Chen. When Xiao Qing heard this, he didn't turn around. He just said okay and silently stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. In the small-town shopping mall, the woman continued to mobilize her mental energy to invade Yi Chen's brain. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Everyone will die. All men must die. Kill them. The woman became more and more excited as she spoke, and the expression on her face even began to look ferocious. But just when the woman was extremely excited, Yi Chen suddenly responded with cold words. It's none of my business. When the woman heard this, she was stunned. She turned her head in disbelief and looked at Yi Chen beside the bed. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen didn't say anything more and slapped her in the face. With a snap, a crisp slapping sound was heard. Then Yi Chen's cold voice sounded again. I said, it's none of my business. The woman was stunned immediately. She slowly turned her head and looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. No, impossible. You've got it under control. You can't be unaffected. Yi Chen stretched out his right hand and grabbed the woman's collar. He picked up the woman like a chicken. A look of fear began to appear on the woman's face. Yi Chen still had that cold mechanical face on. What you've been through is nothing. I've seen too many things that are 1,000 or 10,000 times more tragic than this. You are very pitiful, but there is no reason for others to pay for your hatred. I understand that you want revenge, but you're using the wrong method. After saying this, Yi Chen threw the woman onto the bed. The woman's head hit the bed hard, and the pain made her even more excited. Asshole, damn it. You men all deserve to die. You all must die. Yi Chen looked at the crazy woman and sighed softly. She could clearly feel that this woman was almost at the end of her rope. I'll take care of that bastard for you, but I can't help you kill everyone. At most, I can help you take Wu out. The woman's angry expression suddenly became gentle at this moment. Guo, this name is what she cares about most. She was able to hold on until now, all for Guo. Take her out. Let her live well. The woman stopped talking here. When Yi Chen turned around and looked again, her eyes had completely lost their color. Just now she had burned up her own life before launching a mental control. Although she failed, at least her daughter had hope. Yi Chen was still feeling sorry for the woman's death. Two men who were talking and laughing suddenly came over. The two were stunned when they saw Yi Chen. Then he pulled out his gun and pointed it at Yi Chen and shouted, Who? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly turned his head, and then all the weapons on his body were camouflaged. The two men looked at more than a dozen guns pointed at them, and their legs went limp with fear. Yi Chen didn't waste any time and opened fire directly. In the blink of an eye, he was shot into a sieve. But the gunshots immediately attracted the attention of others. Soon more and more people came running towards his side. Yi Chen ignored him and walked forward. Anyone who tried to stop him along the way was shot to death. Soon, the psychics in the mall also came to support. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately summoned out the laser sword, and then started the killing mode with the agility of his armor. It took Yi Chen a total of 5 minutes to walk from the iron cage on the 3rd floor to the lobby on the 1st floor. After 5 minutes, the corridors and stairs on the 3 floors were covered with blood and corpses. When Chen Guanghui heard the news and led his men to prepare to return for support, Yi Chen jumped and landed in the middle of the lobby on the 1st floor. Chen Guanghui was delighted when he saw Yi Chen dressed as Iron Man. Are you the bastard who came to help Zhang bitch? Why did you have to bring Iron Man like you, when there are so many other people to bring? Haha, this is so funny. Here comes Iron Man. When everyone heard these words, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Because everyone knows that Chen Guanghui's special ability is magnetic control. He can control all metal within 50 meters around him. This Iron Man is like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. Yi Chen didn't care at all after hearing what Chen Guanghui said. He slowly stood up and walked towards Chen Guanghui while talking. Where is her daughter? Chen Guanghui saw that the other party was really coming for that bitch. I couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Where? Kneel down and beg me to try. Maybe I'll tell you as soon as I'm happy. Seeing that the other party was so arrogant, Yi Chen knew that it would be difficult to communicate with him if he didn't teach him a lesson. Looking for trouble. After saying this, Yi Chen put away all his weapons and only kept a laser sword. The next second, Yi Chen suddenly disappeared from where he was. Chen Guanghui was shocked when he saw this, but he quickly activated his defensive skills. Magnetic shield. The effect of the magnetic shield is that it can use strong magnetic force to form a semicircular shield, completely repelling all metal objects. Chen Guanghui's thoughts at this moment are very simple. No matter what angle the opponent wants to attack from, he just needs to open the 180-degree protective shield. although Chun Guanghui is very confident in his magnetic shield. But in the end, he still underestimated Yi Chen's strength. Instant slash. Chapter 62. Face is not important. Yi Chen took advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and used his teleportation skill. At the moment the teleportation was completed, his laser sword also slashed down. The laser sword encountered almost no resistance when passing through the magnetic shield. Why? Because lasers are not affected by magnetism. Not only was Yi Chen's laser sword not affected, but even the black and gold armor was not affected at all. This set of armor is no longer made of pure metal. Its material has been mixed with nanoscale black matter at the molecular level. This black substance is not affected by any external force and is only controlled and influenced by Yi Chen. So the careless Chun Guangwei never expected this to happen. In shock, his left arm was cut off at the root, if he hadn't moved half a step at the critical moment. Now Chun Guangwei was about to be split in half. Yi Chen's fast and fierce fighting style immediately had the effect of intimidating the opponent. Chun Guanghui endured the severe pain and rolled forward, and his body was quickly wrapped by a half-meter thick metal shield. This metal shield is a mixture of all the metals around it, and its defensive power is enough to directly resist the attack of rockets. But although it can defend against rockets, it cannot defend against Yi Chen's laser sword. Yi Chen followed quickly and swung the sword in his hand vigorously. "Hide! Tell you to hide! How dare you hide? Let you hide again!" Yi Chen shouted and chopped, and the metal shield was cut smaller and smaller like paper. In the end, he chopped the 3-meter-high shield into half a meter square. Chun Guanghui was stunned at that time. Since the end of the world until now, he has never suffered such humiliation. The name of Magneto makes people in the surrounding area terrified. But why doesn't it work today? Your clothes aren't made of metal? Chun Guanghui was so surprised that he blurted out the questions in his mind. But Yi Chen didn't have the time to chat with him. He just wanted to finish what he had to do quickly. "Let me ask you one last time. Where is Guagua?" At this time, Chun Guanghui was completely frightened by Yi Chen. He had no idea how powerful this Iron Man was. In short, he doesn't have the courage to face the enemy head-on now. He used to be a gangster, and the last thing gangsters care about is their face. You can earn back your face later if you lose it, but once you lose your life, it's really gone. Yes, bring that girl here quickly. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and bring the person over here." Chun Guanghui covered his burnt wound and screamed, while looking around furtively. But after he took a look around, he became even more angry, because at this time, all the men around him were standing there stupidly like wood. He didn't notice at all that the fight between Yi Chen and him only lasted 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, Chun Guanghui was beaten by Iron Man without any chance to fight back. At this moment, Magneto's mighty image completely collapsed in everyone's hearts. Seeing that no one moved, Chun Guanghui immediately roared again. "Just go the fucking way. You want to die, don't you? Get out of here now!" Chun Guanghui roared and waved his hand vigorously. The heavy metal fragments smashed to the side. A minion who was standing there stupidly was smashed into a pulp. At this time, the others finally reacted and hurriedly pushed each other away. When Chun Guanghui saw that everyone around him had left, he immediately became furious again. "Who told you all to leave? Someone come and help me, you bastards!" As he said this, Chun Guanghui wanted to use his supernatural powers to attack others. But the next second the laser sword was hanging in front of him. "If you bark one more time, I'll destroy you." Chun Guanghui immediately calmed down when he saw the laser so close to him. 2 minutes later, a minion came running over pushing a shopping cart. Poor little Guagua looked around in horror. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately kicked Chun Guanghui away. Then he rushed to the shopping cart in the blink of an eye like a shot arrow. The man pushing the cart immediately squatted with his head in his hands upon seeing this. Yi Chen tore the cart apart and gently picked up the girl. "Guagua, don't be afraid. Mom asked me to pick you up." After hearing this, Guagua couldn't help crying, and then slowly and tightly hugged Yi Chen's neck. But at this moment, a loud bang came from behind. It turned out to be an iron spear flying towards him fiercely. A ball of sparks flew from the back of the alloy armor, leaving a shallow scratch. Yi Chen's chest was churning due to the impact, and he almost couldn't help spitting out blood. He suppressed the pain and slowly turned his head, his cold eyes instantly locked on Chun Guanghui. At this moment he was still throwing, and his expression gradually became one of horror. "No! Impossible! There's no way my magnetic throw is ineffective." This force can even penetrate a tank. How could it not work on him? Yichen was holding the little girl in his arms and could not use extreme speed skills such as teleportation. Therefore, he could only simulate all the hot weapons to deal with the situation. After more than a dozen light and heavy machines and rockets appeared, even Chun Guanghui, who thought he was very powerful, was frightened and trembled all over. Even if he can use magnetism to control metal. But he couldn't withstand the bombing of rockets. He himself is not invincible. Calm, brother. You must stay calm. Chun Guanghui covered his wound and quickly retreated while shouting loudly. Seeing this, the other brothers also quickly retreated. However, Yichen did not leave them much time to evacuate. He turned around and strode out, firing all the weapons on his body. Bullets and rockets were fired at the same time, and for a moment the mall was filled with flowers blooming and wailing. After Chun Guanghui dodged the first wave of attacks, he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and gave the order to counterattack. So all the thugs in the mall came out, and Yichen was surrounded by 3 layers of thugs. However, even facing so many people, Yichen still did not show the slightest sign of timidity. He created a metal egg in front of his chest and held the little girl firmly in front of him. Then he used all his weapons and fired at full power, starting a 1-on-300-man battle. Ordinary thugs are easier to deal with, and their best weapon is a pistol. There are very few ordinary people who can own a rifle. But Yichen's thermal weapons have much more powerful firepower. The bullets rained down like a torrential rain and never stopped. The really difficult ones are probably those guys who have awakened their special powers. Among them are those who can create fire, ice, and electricity. They have all kinds of superpowers, although these abilities cannot cause fatal damage to the armor. But if there are too many ants biting you, it will hurt. Fortunately, the helpers who were lying in ambush outside came in handy at this time. Boom! After a loud bang, a big hole was opened in the wall of the mall. Boom! After the second loud bang, a mutant who was preparing for a sneak attack was shattered into pieces. This scene shocked everyone present. Chun Guanghui even widened his eyes and yelled, "Shit, he really brought a tank?" Boom! The third loud noise was heard, and the bullet flew directly towards Chun Guanghui's head. Chapter 63, he is back again. The speed of anti-material sniper bullets is extremely fast. By the time Chun Guanghui reacted, the bullet had already reached his front. At the critical moment, he activated the magnetic shield to protect himself. But the huge inertia immediately knocked him 6 or 7 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was almost knocked unconscious by the impact. Chun Guanghui ignored the blood on his mouth and started shouting loudly while covering his wound. "You are all dead. All of them. Come to me. Everyone, come on, we must kill him." Due to Chun Guanghui's authority, everyone dared not resist and could only bite the bullet and attack Yichen. In order to protect the child in his arms, Yichen could only run while retreating with his hands and feet tied. Fortunately, there was a sniper in the dark who helped a lot. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to escape from the mall. As soon as Yichen ran out of the mall, countless zombies surrounded him from all directions. Surrounded from front and back and with pursuers behind him, Yichen suddenly felt a sense of despair. "Brother Xiao!" Yichen shouted out of habit. In his previous life, he used to call out this name when he was in danger. Every time this person appears and saves me at the critical moment. So Xiao Qing is not just a brother, but more like a support. In his previous life, Xiao Qing had never let Yichen down. He will not let Yichen down in this life. Da-da-da-da. The sound of heavy machine gun fire suddenly rang out in the darkness. A black minibus rushed towards this side at high speed. All the zombies along the way were knocked away, and the driver had no intention of stepping on the brakes. "Brother, hold on!" After Xiao Qing shouted, he immediately handed over the control to Sha Diao. "Turn on autopilot. The goal is to rescue Yichen." As soon as Xiao Qing finished speaking, a stupid mechanical voice responded immediately. "Received. Start the vehicle's automatic driving. Prepare to rescue my father." As soon as it said this, 4 drones took off from the roof of the minibus. After the drone took off, it immediately flew forward at high speed. Then the 4 drones each simulated 2 small rockets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 rockets whizzed towards the zombies and the shopping mall. The zombies were too stupid to hide, but everyone in the mall was terrified. "Oh my god, there are missiles. It must be the army coming to attack us, right? Surrender. We are all forced into this." Disagreements began to emerge among the rioters, and everyone gathered together to avoid the missile attacks. As soon as they got in chaos, the firepower of their attack instantly dropped. The zombie group was also cleared out, and the minibus took the opportunity to accelerate and rushed in front of Yichun. Before the car stopped, Xiaoqing jumped out of the door. He activated the mecha mode as soon as he landed. In the blink of an eye, a 4-meter-tall mecha was quickly formed. Damn it, how dare you bully my brother? All of you die. Da-da-da-da. 8 heavy machine guns were mimicked on the mecha at the same time, spewing out flames half a meter long in the dark. The thugs who were bombed in the mall just wanted to pop their heads out to see what was going on. He was immediately shot back by a rain of bullets. Yichun took this opportunity to jump into the car and quickly took off the metal eggshell. Take good care of the children. Without time to explain, Yichun quickly stuffed the little girl into Zhao Xuefei's arms. Stupid, the latest order. Whoever poses a threat will be shot. After saying this, Yichun quickly turned around and rushed out of the minibus again. As soon as he got off the car, Yichun took out the laser sword in his hand again. It's time to settle the accounts. After saying this, Yichun ran quickly towards the shopping mall. Upon seeing this, Xiaoqing immediately followed closely behind, firing machine guns and rockets as if they were free. The guards on the upper floors on both sides of the mall were all stunned when they saw this scene. Where did these 2 war machines come from? But they didn't have much time to think, because the walkie-talkie was about to explode. Fire now! Are all the people outside dead? Fire! Fire quickly! After hearing Chen Guanghui's voice, the guards outside immediately raised their guns and prepared to shoot. But before they could pull the trigger, a loud bang was heard in the distance. With a bang, a heavy machine gunner was instantly blown into pieces. Everyone around was terrified. Soon, someone who knew the situation squatted on the ground with his head in his hands and started crying. Anti-material sniper rifle. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The others were also stunned when they heard this. Therefore, until Yichun and the other 2 rushed into the mall, the guards outside did not dare to open fire again. After escorting the child, Yichun rushed into the mall for the second time. This almost scared everyone inside. Why did this Grim Reaper come back again? Wasn't the child given to him? If you run away, don't come back. We don't want to fight with you. If we want to fight you, just fight the boss. Everyone had similar thoughts at this moment. As a result, the group of people who were around Chen Guanghui all ran away in the blink of an eye. Chen Guanghui became anxious upon seeing this situation. A bunch of bastards who told you to run away? Come back, everyone. Come ya. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Then a red light flashed, and Chen Guanghui's only remaining left arm was cut off. Chen Guanghui couldn't help but curse in pain. Damn it, I didn't ask you to come over here. As soon as he said this, Yichun kicked him to the ground. When the others saw this, they immediately turned around and pretended not to see it. They don't want to die for this tyrant again. At this time, Xiaoqing's mecha also walked into the mall. Then the loudspeaker on the mecha rang. Don't move. Whoever moves will die. After saying this, Xiaoqing realized that what he said was a bit redundant. Because everyone was now facing the wall to reflect on their mistakes, all he could see were people's backs. This? Xiaoqing was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Yi Chen's voice rang out at this time. Everyone put down your weapons and retreat to the second floor. I will try to lure the zombies away and protect everyone. If you don't want to die, move. As soon as he said this, someone dropped his gun and ran upstairs. With one person taking the lead, the second, the third, and the 100th person soon appear. Before long, Yi Chun, Xiaoqing, and Chen Guanghui were the only ones left on the crowded first floor. The minibus was still blocking the entrance of the shopping mall and shooting nonstop. The group of zombies was blocked outside the mall by the car, but zombies from other parts of the town were gathering over. It is only a matter of time before the zombies break through the firepower line with their numerical advantage. Yi Chen first asked Xiaoqing to help at the door. Then he reached out and picked up Chen Guanghui and said in a cold voice, "You only have one chance, cherish it." Chen Guanghui's eyes were full of fear. He really didn't know what this man was trying to do. Who are you? What you up to? Who exactly is this bitch named Zhang to you? Seeing that he had exerted too much power, Yi Chen directly pierced his thigh with a sword. The huge pain immediately made the other party shut up, and the fear in his eyes became more severe. Chen Guanghui's whole body was convulsing in pain, and he didn't even have the strength to scream. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yi Chen slowly drew out his laser sword and asked, "What happened in the prison before the end of the world?" Chapter 64 Prison Information. After hearing Yi Chen's question, Chen Guanghui suddenly became excited. The fear in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chun increased several times. It seemed that the person standing in front of him was not a human, but a demon from hell. Are you one of theirs? You are the one who created the end of the world. Devils. You are all devils. Asshole. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Yi Chun was also surprised to see Chun Guanghui suddenly become crazy. Who are they he is talking about? It seems that there are really things worth studying in prison. But at this moment, it seems that this guy in front of him is not worth interrogating. Feeling frustrated, Yi Chun had no choice but to chop his head into two pieces with one sword. Then a moment later, a red crystal core the size of a fingernail appeared in sight. This guy's strength is indeed inferior to mine, but it's a pity that he met me. After taking out the crystal core, Yi Chun turned and walked towards the second floor. Brother Xiao, get in the car first. Attract the zombies to other places. We'll meet at the repair shop in 2 hours. When Xiao Qing heard this, he didn't say much. He immediately turned around, put away his mecha, and jumped onto the minibus. Then the minibus slowly drove away, and most of the zombies were attracted away. But hundreds of zombies still rushed into the mall. At this time, Yi Chun had already gone up to the second floor, and everyone quickly lowered the rolling shutter security door. After isolating the zombies outside, Yi Chun asked everyone in a cold voice, "That bastard is dead. Who has the final say here now?" As soon as he finished speaking, a thin man immediately raised his hand to answer. "It's Governor Yu Chonye." When Yi Chun heard this address, he immediately frowned. Then he asked very impatiently, "Is this Yu Chonye here? Come out and reply quickly. My time is precious." Yi Chun asked 3 times in a row, and then no one in the crowd responded. Governor Yu has taken his men out and is not in the base. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's face immediately darkened. He impatiently grabbed the nearest person and shouted coldly, "Who else is in leadership? Point it out and I'll let you live." After hearing this, the man immediately looked around nervously. But after looking for a long time, he still couldn't find a leader. What everyone didn't know was that when Yi Chun was beating Chun Guanghui, all those middle-level and senior leaders took the opportunity to run away. Some escaped from the mall, while others hid in secret safe houses. In the short term, Yi Chun will not be able to find any leader. Yi Chun threw the person in his hand heavily to the ground, but did not take his life. Because he knew that the other party was not deliberately concealing the truth, but that the person he was looking for might not be here at all. Otherwise, given the current situation, there is no reason for these people to help them and not themselves. Thinking of this, Yi Chun immediately looked at another person and asked, "Do you have any secret warehouse or something? I need to find some information from the old prison." As soon as he said this, a man raised his hand and spoke loudly. "On the 6th floor, all on the 6th floor. All their most precious things are on the 6th floor." Yi Chun on the 6th floor has already been scouted by robots. There was indeed a large warehouse there. The man was not lying. However, Yi Chun has not yet found any clues about the information. "Then you take me there, and the rest of you go back to your own places. If anyone dares to take advantage of this opportunity to mess around, it will depend on whether you have a strong enough brain." As he spoke, Yi Chun swung the laser sword vigorously, instantly cutting a finger-wide crack on the marble floor. Everyone gasped when they saw this, and everyone showed an expression of extreme fear. Yi Chun had no habit of wasting time, so he immediately took the man and walked quickly upstairs. Not long after, the two arrived at the security door on the 6th floor. Yi Chun used a laser sword to cut the chain directly, and then the two of them walked in quickly. Yi Chun didn't even look at the mountain of food. He just looked at the man coldly and asked seriously, "Where is the information?" Upon hearing this, the man immediately called Yi Chun to follow him. After turning several corners, the two stopped in front of a store selling safes. Yi Chun turned around and looked inside. There were at least 100 types of safes here. So many. After hearing this, the man quickly waved his hands and shook his head. No, it's in the smallest safe at the back. I've been here before to deliver something, and I saw with my own eyes that someone put some documents in there." After hearing this, Yi Chun nodded slowly, then looked at the other safes and asked, "What's in the others?" Upon hearing this, the man waved his hands and spoke hurriedly. "Empty, all empty. There's something in the smallest safe at the back. Everything else is deceptive and empty." When Yi Chun heard this, he asked the man to come in and identify him. Soon the two of them walked to the back of the store and saw an exquisite safe that was half a meter high. The man immediately said excitedly after seeing the safe, "That's it. I heard that this safe was once used exclusively by the royal family. Without the key, it's impossible to open. Before the man could finish his words, he suddenly saw a flash of red light. The next second, the door of the safe was cut off by the laser sword. When the man saw this scene, he immediately covered his mouth, his eyes full of shock. Yichen ignored his shock and went straight over to put all the documents into the space warehouse. After doing all this, Yichen took out his mobile phone and performed some simple operations. He issued an order ordering all reconnaissance robots to gather at the infantry fighting vehicles. The drone always follows in the air and provides real-time reconnaissance images of the surrounding areas. He also sent a message to Su Biao and Bai Qianfei, asking them to join the infantry fighting vehicle. After doing all this, Yichen turned around and walked straight out. Seeing this, the man who was following him bravely chased after him and asked, "Will you be our new king?" When Yichen heard this, he didn't turn around, but just smiled coldly and said, "I don't have time for you, but I can give you a suggestion. Migrate south as quickly as possible. The Ice Age will come in 4 months." After saying this, Yichen did not go downstairs, but jumped directly into the ventilation duct. He didn't take the mountains of supplies and weapons. He planned to leave these to the living, wanted to give these survivors more chances of survival. Half an hour later, Yichen returned to the infantry fighting vehicle. At this time, Su Biao and Bai Qianfei had been waiting in the car for a long time. After the three of them met up, Su Biao drove quickly out of the city. On the way back, Yichen used the lights in the car to read the information he had obtained. It turns out that the prison here is actually a secret experimental site of the GJ Alliance within Daxia. They used the prisoners in this maximum security prison to carry out an inhumane live experiment. After Yichen read the test data, he couldn't calm down for a long time. He finally understood why there were so many survivors in the prison. I finally know what terrible things these bastards in the GJ Alliance are up to. Chapter 65, heading to the meeting point. According to the information found by Yichen, the prison in the small town is a secret testing site of the GJ Alliance. Their biological experts conduct live experiments here using death row prisoners. The content of the experiment is the vaccine test related to the Doomsday virus. Obviously, this experiment ended in failure. However, the valuable data left in the materials are still worth studying. Moreover, the development of the zombie vaccine has failed. However, these test samples have affected the development and evolution of the virus to a certain extent. Therefore, the survival rate of prisoners in prison has been increased to about 30%. Looking at the information, Yichen couldn't help but wonder if he continued to research in this direction. Maybe an effective vaccine can be developed in the future. Thinking of this, Yichen couldn't help but feel a little excited. Yichen and others had just evacuated the small town less than an hour ago. A helicopter quietly landed in a square in the city. Then hundreds of zombies from all around rushed over upon hearing the sound. But the next second, more than 100 pursuers suddenly rushed out from the darkness. In less than 5 minutes, the zombies around were cleared out by the pursuers. Qin Lingfan, wearing a black tight leather jacket, walked down slowly with an umbrella. Behind her were 3 men in black coats. "Leave 2 to guard the plane, and the rest go out to look for people." After saying this, Qin Lingfan walked slowly away with an umbrella. Then the 3 men ran away quickly in 3 directions. Of the more than 100 pursuers, only 2 were left near the square, and the others all fled in all directions. 10 minutes later, the mall with the survivors was found. Qin Lingfan forcefully walked in with a man in black and a dozen pursuers. Although the people here had weapons at this time, they were completely helpless in the face of the powerful pursuers. Qin Lingfan was too lazy to talk to these people and directly took out a photo of Yichen's armor. "I'm just asking once, has anyone seen Iron Man?" As soon as she finished speaking, more than a dozen people raised their hands and walked out. "Yes, I have. Yes, he just left. I know where they went. I overheard them." There's also a black minibus and a Dawnbreaker mech. These people began to speak enthusiastically, one after another. Qin Lingfan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. "Yes, one by one. Tell me your clues in detail." Immediately, Qin Lingfan began to ask the man in black to collect clues. She strode into the mall. Not long after, a burst of gunfire was heard outside the mall. Then, human screams could be heard from time to time. 10 minutes later, Yuchonia was brought in by another man in black. At this time, Qin Lingfan was already wearing a white fur coat and black leather boots. When Yuchonia saw Qin Lingfan, his eyes lit up immediately. "This woman is so beautiful. She is exactly my ideal queen." So Yu Chonye knelt down on the spot without thinking. I surrender. I surrender. I am willing to take these brothers with me and go through fire and water for the queen. After Chun Guangwei died, Yu Chonye became the person with the highest status in the business world. When everyone heard him shouting like that, they were all frightened and slowly knelt down. Qin Lingfan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this, thinking that it was time to develop his own power. So, Qin Lingfan became the new queen of the Mall King. 5 minutes later, Yu Chonye and others formed a team and set off again. Their target was the repair shop outside the town. It's just a pity that Yi Chen had already met up with Xiao Qing by then. The two cars had left the repair shop and were driving quickly towards Jinshan. There was another child in the minibus, which made Nyo Nyo feel less lonely. But new questions also emerged in Yi Chen's mind. If I continue to develop like this, my team will inevitably grow in number. In this case, he must make some systematic plans. First, he decided to modify a large vehicle. This car does not need strong attack power, but it must have super strong defense power. This type of vehicle will be used specifically to accommodate non-combat personnel in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Chen set his target on the school bus. It is said that a good school bus has safety performance comparable to that of the president's car. Except for the lack of bulletproof function, all other performances are better than other vehicles. However, with Yi Chen's fusion and transformation of nanomaterials, it is not impossible to upgrade it to a more terrifying safety level. So, Yi Chen began to quietly use the computer to start designing sketches. When the sketch design was almost finished, Xiao Qing slowly stopped the car. Then he slowly turned his head and looked at Yi Chen, who was sitting in the passenger seat. According to the map, we have entered Siama City. Yi Chen finally reacted after hearing this, and quickly looked up at the screen and spoke. Sha Jiao, start calling Zhuang Zhong. After hearing the command, Sha Jiao immediately mechanically replied yes. But it called more than 20 times, and no one answered. At this time, Su Biao in the car next to him suddenly spoke using the communicator. Yi Chen, something seems to be wrong here. You can send a drone into the air for reconnaissance. I always feel like we are being watched. When Yi Chen heard this, he frowned immediately. Then he immediately ordered Sate to launch the drone into the air. The secret box on the roof of the minibus opened, and the drone quickly took off. Then it patrolled the air at a speed of 120 miles per hour. Although it is moving at high speed, the night vision images transmitted back by the drone are very clear. At this time, Zhao Xuefei also began to use telepathic skills. She used the minibus as her base and explored the area within a 1-kilometer radius. However, apart from a dozen scattered zombies, there are no signs of any other living creatures still active here. Yi Chen saw that the reconnaissance footage was shared with Su Biao's infantry fighting vehicle. The two stared at the screen for a long time, but didn't notice anything unusual. At this time, Xiao Qing picked up the phone and called him patiently. Old Su, maybe you were too sensitive? Su Biao replied while staring at the screen and using Bluetooth headphones. Old Xiao, you were also a soldier. You should know that a soldier's combat instinct is the most accurate. Now Kailing has suddenly lost contact. All signs indicate that there must be something wrong here. Xiao Qing nodded slowly after hearing this. I trust your instincts, but we can't just wait on the road, can we? I suggest you find a temporary place to stay first, and then slowly figure out a solution. Su Biao frowned slightly when he heard this, and he had no choice but to agree to this method. So the two cars started again and drove slowly towards the city. But what they didn't realize was that there was a building 3 miles away. A dark shadow was standing on the top floor, staring at the direction of their movement.